Hello, if I may briefly introduce myself. Whiskers. Scott Whiskers. Since I think we'll spend quite a while together, and I already like you pretty well, I would like to apologise briefly. You surely expected an elaborate cutscene. Well, all that would cost trillions of bucks, and my creator is honestly a pretty poor fellow. In fact, he thinks you should be happy that the game is even available in more than 256 colours. Furthermore, this game also has a certain educational mission. And it's meant to give my teenage audience an impression of how Grandpa experienced adventure games back in the early 90s, shortly after the invention of the second mouse button. And since historical authenticity is more important than gameplay, the game will now run in high resolution 320 by 240 pixels. Have fun! Nah, don't worry, just kidding. Of course I want you to use your 8K monitor to its full potential. So bygones be bygones and let's just get on with it. You probably know how to play an adventure game right, it's really quite simple. It's best to take a look at the controls first. You don't have to memorise the controls now, of course. Unless you have a photographic memory, then I congratulate you. Unfortunately, I can only remember things for a maximum of 5 minutes. That's why it's good I can always look up the controls in settings. Where was I again? Ah yes. For example, say, if a phone suddenly starts ringing, move the mouse pointer over it, select the hand icon with the right mouse button, and use the phone. And if you're in a hurry, do a quick double click and I'll run like hell to fulfill your wish. I said when a phone suddenly starts ringing.
Scott? Good morning. Had a good night's sleep?
Hey Mary, sure, just struggled to get out of bed. What's up, isn't it my day off?
Yes, I know. And I am sorry. But we're having a medium-sized crisis here at the shelter.
Is this about Grumpy Chucky? Is he still miffed because I fed his arch rival first yesterday?
Oh, Chucky is a sweetheart again. Has only cost me a brand new Valyrian mouse. My problem is that your colleague Jack is called in sick. Again. And I'm all alone here, and could use a hard-working helper like you.
Flattery in the early morning. As much as I would like to help you, I have my day off today. I have nothing planned yet, but once I think of what I have in mind, it will certainly be great. Can you ask no one else?
Scott? Please? Your last name starts with a W, making you the last on my short list of helpers to ask. If not for me, then do it for Chucky. And who knows, maybe you'll get to play with his Valyrian mouse someday.
You have convincing arguments. Alright. Even though I know that probably a bloodbath and no intoxicating mouse awaits me in the cat room, I can't refuse you anything, as usual. Give me an hour or so, then I'll be there.
Thank you very much. You are the best. An hour, you say? That still gives me time to buy some cat food at the pet store. See you soon.
See you later. Oh, Mary. She is a sweetheart, but as the manager of the local animal shelter, she's always trying to do too much and save the world. But I can understand her. I've grown fond of the furballs in the shelter too. Except for Chucky. That stupid cat can be quite an sometimes, and I'm pretty sure he's out to get me. The door handle is missing. How am I ever going to leave my apartment again? Don't panic, Scott. A soothing sound as if something important has been accomplished. The ticket's soaking wet. I can't show it to anyone. And in you go. Sizzle, sizzle. Yikes. But, as we all know, the end justifies the means. Oh, my doorknob! It will probably forever remain a mystery how this thing got into my bed. I've probably been sleepwalking again. I should put the door handle back on the door. Fits like a glove. Cell phone collected? Check. Unpleasant smelling bus ticket on me? Check. Ready for an adventure? Check. Then off to the animal shelter to bury my leisure plans for this weekend in the litter box. Oh drat, I've left my phone on the bus! My beloved iCell 8 SE Pro! So this is it? After 8 years together? Just like that? Without warning? I feel like an important part of myself has been ripped away! I feel almost naked. I feel very cold, deep sorrow, endless suffering. And also a little anticipation for the new iCell 12 Pro, which I will buy with the insurance money. But if I'm unlucky, some nice passenger might have left the phone with the bus driver, and I can pick it up later. I mean, if I'm lucky, of course. If I'm lucky! I better get right back to Mary. I'm sure there's a lot to do.
Oh, Scott, how nice. There you are. You can't believe how happy I am that you didn't leave me hanging here today.
No problem. I'm happy to help. Are you still busy creating profiles for our residents on our website?
Yes, you wouldn't believe how much work it is. We had so many new arrivals lately. And after all, each of our 2 to 8-legged friends should be presented in the best light. And since Jack is absent today, the rest of the work is, unfortunately, left undone.
Do you have any particular requests what I should do, or just the usual?
It would already suffice if you could tidy up the hallway a bit and feed our cats. I will take care of everything else when I have finished writing the profiles.
So first swing the broom and then the predator feeding. You got it. I better get to work right away too.
Thank you very, very much. You are the best.
I would not disagree with that. Good. You should always carry a bit of cat food in your pocket. Because you never know if you'll run into a lion or elephant in the rural regions here. As the great contemporary poet MC Hammer once sang, it's hammer time. Good. Now get to work. Good work, Scott. One less death trap. Good. Less intelligent animals than the noble creatures in this room can probably use the rubber bone more. Slowly, I'm getting hungry too. Clean work. Perfect. I think my work here is done. I better tell Mary the good news right away and get my well-deserved praise from her.
Back again? Is there anything else I can do for you?
I proudly report the completion of my work. All done.
Well done! And alive, you must have survived your reunion with Grumpy Chucky well.
Yeah, today everything went well. Nevertheless, the cat urgently needs therapy to get his aggressiveness under control. Ideally with concomitant drug therapy for immobilization. My grandpa's been getting marijuana on prescription for a while now and he's been super relaxed since.
Are you seriously suggesting drugging the cat?
I'm open to anything that serves the common good. And let's be honest, Chucky is a danger to the common good. Especially my common good. I can show you again the scars on my arm where the cat swung back and forth for 5 minutes like on a tree swing.
That was certainly a painful affair. Still, I'm in favor of trying a while longer with love and understanding.
Very well, you are the boss. But if you should ever find me bleeding in the cat room with my throat slit, know that my vengeful spirit will haunt you forever.
I will deal with that when the time comes. Is there anything else on your mind?
He's still looking for the man of your dreams.
Yes, unfortunately. You wouldn't believe how hard it is for a single woman with 8 cats to find the right man.
8 cats? When there's 7 just a fortnight ago.
That's right. But who is counting? Another little soul sneaked into my heart and decided to stay. I could not deny it.
One would think that a soul as good as yours would have found a suitable male counterpart long ago.
Lovely for you to say that. I'm just afraid that, as far as my taste in men is concerned, is not in harmony with my good soul. I'm more into the bad boys, you know. A wild street fighter who doesn't care about the rules and knows how to get by in life. An outlaw, for whom only the law of love counts. A vagabond who feels only connected to his girl. A fugitive who flees into the arms of his beloved submissively. A pirate ready to sail into the harbor of marriage. A bully who makes a racket to preserve the honor of his spouse. Try finding a man like that.
Challenge accepted. I'll keep my eyes open for you.
Well, color me intrigued. If you find one, you know where I am. And if the subject comes up, I currently only have 7 cats. Number 8 should then be a surprise. My relationship guide says that men love surprises. Is there anything else on your mind?
Will Jack be back soon?
I certainly hope so. Even though he officially called in sick, I could hear the Star Trek theme loud and clear in the background of our phone call. So I think he'll be fine by the end of the season.
Yeah, that sounds like Jack. The only thing he loves more than 4-legged friends are his TV shows.
It's a good thing you have no use for such distractions.
Ever since my television stopped working, I've become a completely new person. Whereas before, I was trapped in endless reruns of Starship Enterprise the next century. Now, I explore the galaxy on my own. I'd almost call it a spiritual experience. Life without TV is possible. Hallelujah!
Oh, you are an inspiration to us all. And while we're at it, don't forget about the Netflix evening planned at Jack's this Friday. The new episode of Starship Discovery is on.
Of course. What else could I do? My TV's broken. Jack's isn't.
The TV you no longer miss?
That's the one. So Friday then, at Jack's.
Yep. Is there anything else on your mind?
What's new? Do we have any new additions to the shelter again?
Yes. Unfortunately, someone left a small box with a dachshund puppy in front of our front gate again last night, with a note, "Please take care."
Oh no, the poor little fellow. Of all dogs, dachshunds are my favourite. In another life, these intelligent mouse hunters would probably have become cats. I have often thought about what a cross between a dachshund and a cat would look like, and what it would be called. Cat dachshund. Dachshund cat. Cattened, or Dax Cat. I think further considerations are necessary for a final evaluation. Anyway, I think I'm rambling. I really hope this little guy makes it and finds a new home quickly.
Yes, that would be nice. He is now in quarantine for a week and will then join the rest of the pack.
Surely he won't be our guest for long. Small, fluffy Dachshund puppies are popular with 7 to 27-year-olds.
I think so too. I'll also create a profile for our newcomer on our website. Is there anything else on your mind?
That was all. Bye.
See you soon!
Just as I thought. A missing cat. And a very pretty one at that. Let's see. Maybe I can help you. I see. A Lord Fumbleclaw is wanted. From a family named Longbottom. That sucks. There's only a phone number, no address. I could also call directly if my cell phone wasn't doing its rounds on the bus without me as a fare dodger. But like this? You, tell me, do you possibly know anything about this leaflet left on your table?
The one from the missing high-class kitten.
Exactly. Unfortunately, there's only a phone number, no address.
Are you serious? You don't know the Longbottom family and their elite estate?
Longbottom? Never heard of them. Do you have to know them?
You don't read gossip magazines, do you? Lord and Lady Longbottom are a constant topic. He, 8th generation English landed gentry and renowned amateur archaeologist. She, 20 years younger and proven expert at the finer things in life with a strong tendency toward eccentricity. The trade press has been eagerly anticipating the failure of this illustrious connection for years.
Sounds to me like this is just a symbiotic ploy to sell more gossip magazine subscriptions.
No, this is all real. All authentic. Real stories from the lives of the rich and beautiful.
Uh-huh. All very interesting. Just how exactly does that help me now in the search for Mr. Fumbleclaw?
Well, everyone knows the Longbottom family estate.
Everyone but Scott.
True, everyone but you. Say, do you still have your permanent ticket for the local bus line?
Yeah, of course. Ever since I was a little boy, I've loved taking a relaxed bus ride through the area.
Well, there you have it. The Longbottom estate is one of the bus stops on Route 66. You can't miss it on the bus stop anyway. A golden dollar symbol marks the bus stop where you need to get off. Apparently, one of the employees of the local transportation company was playing a tasteless joke.
Very well, then I'd better pay a timely visit to Lord Longbottom. There's only a phone number on the leaflet, but I prefer to discuss the important things face to face. And what could be more important and urgent than a missing cat?
You are absolutely right. And you'll get to know the Longbottom family up close. How I envy you. And good luck finding Mr. Fumbleclaw. Please let me know when you have found him.
Sure will. So then, a noble creature in distress. A family in deep despair. Sounds like a new case for Scott Whiskers. I'd better get going. I wonder if there's something to Mary's fascination with this illustrious family. Always carry Psirian headache tablets with ya.
That's right, because Syrian is potent, well-tolerated, and safe to use from the age of 14.
Psirian, now new with raspberry flavour.
Syrian, the delicious pleasure for the whole family. Enjoy! I have unfortunately already reached my limit today with 8 tablets, and am completely clear in the head.
Do you mind if I borrow your rubber spider for a moment?
No, you go ahead and take it. Jack must have placed it here. Every morning I get scared anew when I turn on the light. Jack does have a strange sense of humor.
Well, I better free you from this monster. Hello, this is Scott Whiskers from the City Animal Shelter. It's about their missing cat, Mr. Fumbleclaw. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Does this thing work? Talk to me! Oops. This was unexpected. This old technology is also no longer what it once was. I better take the evidence of the mishap. My law professor calls this plausible deniability. How good that I at least paid attention in this lecture. Be gone, you little barker. Then I will prove to you why we humans are the superior species. Who's a good stupid boy? Who's a good stupid boy? And goodbye! Goodbye forever! I feel pretty smart right now. All that was necessary is the triumph over a supposedly superior creature.
Greetings, sir. Does the gentleman have an appointment with Lord or Lady Longbottom?
I have this urgent request.
I see. So you're looking for Lord Fumbleclaw III?
That's right.
Son of Lord Fumbleclaw II and Lady Plushhair?
I guess so.
Grandson of Lord Fumbleclaw I and Madame Goldhair II?
I'd have to take a guess.
Grandson of the Duke of Worcester and Lady Plushnose V?
That's a really good question.
And Lady Longbottom's high hopes for winning the city's Ricky's Finest Noble Cat Beauty Pageant. May I ask what qualifications you bring to this demanding task? Lady Longbottom has the highest expectations of her servants.
Servants? I'm not actually looking for work. I just want to help in the search of your missing cat.
I see. So you are idealist, without interest in the lavish reward. That's remarkable. But what talents do you have in solving difficult puzzles? Lord Fumbleclaw has already disappeared for a week, and the time of the competition is getting closer.
Puzzles? Well, dear Mr. Butler, let me tell you that I am an expert in solving difficult puzzles. For example, I'm one of the few who found the extremely hard-to-find can of gasoline in the classic Manic Mansion without a walkthrough or a call to the LucasArts hotline. Furthermore, I successfully managed to sell, a whole 3 leather jackets at the Castle Brunwell to the butler of the castle in 1938. Only a few can say that about themselves.
Well, I honestly have no idea what the gentleman is talking about in particular. Also, you have held up amazingly well for a centenarian. But if you really could persuade a fellow colleague to youthful leather jacket fashion, you seem to be no stranger to difficult tasks. That indeed speaks of the gentleman. So, I think it would probably be in Lady Longbottom's interest to have an audience with you. The gentleman finds the lady in the living area of the mansion at the end of the foyer. Should it become necessary to speak to Lord Longbottom, you will find him upstairs in his study. But please, do not disturb him in his archaeological studies, unless it is an emergency. And last but not least, I would like to ask the gentleman not to disturb little Lady Susie Longbottom with her homework. As far as I know, the child is working on a complex experiment for chemistry class.
Alright, then I'd better go and see Mrs. Longbottom right away and ask for the details of her cat's disappearance.
Lady Longbottom. The mistress of the house is a lady. Please be careful to address her correctly at all times. If interested, I will be happy to send the gentleman a complete family tree to memorize in an email.
Alright, whatever it takes to find Mr. Fumbleclaw.
Lord Fumbleclaw III. I guess I shouldn't expect too much from a pizza delivery guy. Yes, please. Can I be of service to the gentleman?
So what's the life of a butler like?
Well, I thank the gentleman for his interest in yours truly. In fact, few people know what a demanding profession is, the craft of a butler. Yes, I deliberately say craft and not profession. At 4:50 a.m. in the morning, my alarm clock rings, and I start to take care of the needs of the gentleman. 4:50 a.m., of course, only on days when I was allowed to sleep in. I then spend the morning doing some of the following: baking bread, fetching the newspaper, mopping the floor, doing the laundry, feeding the dogs, mowing the lawn, trimming the hedge, catching up on the latest gossip, cleaning the carpets, washing the windows, cleaning the brass and silverware, matching the clothes of the day for the lady and the lord, chasing away various sales representatives outside the gate, weeding the driveway, and pruning the roses, preparing a tasty and nutritious breakfast.
Whew. Sounds like a full day.
Day? It is then 9:35 a.m. at the earliest. The day only begins then, and with it my tasks and the demands of the Longbottom family.
That sounds like a mammoth task.
Well, the life of a butler is certainly no bed of roses, but the family's trust in me honors me, of course.
Would it be an exaggeration to say that the family would be lost without your services?
Well, even though the gentleman obviously speaks the tongue of the common people, there is probably some truth to his statement. Yes, presumably a resignation on my part would result in a great deal of chaos in the Longbottom household. Not that I would ever seriously think about quitting. No, because in addition to all my obligations, my quite abundant free time allows me to lead a full social life. Every night, between 23:57 p.m. and 3:45 a.m., I passionately preside over my online role-playing guild, the Bloody Tailcoats. A virtual, but not completely absurd fantasy world of a liberated butlerhood, which bravely liberates an enchanted land from evil knights and power-hungry kings.
That does sound like a lot of fun.
It is. I take my virtual task at least as seriously as my worldly tasks.
So the mistress of the house likes cats?
In fact, these furry monsters are her great passion, and my biggest annoyance, since the cat hair constantly blocks the mechanics of my vacuum cleaner. However, I wouldn't necessarily go so far as to call Lady Longbottom particularly fond of animals. Cats tend to be the vehicle of choice to excel by participating in cat shows across the country and showcasing their greatest breeding successes.
A pedigree cat breeding? I'd better not tell my boss Mary about that.
Of course, we are talking only about noble pedigree animals. The common street cat rabble has no business in the Longbottom house. The breeding line of the lady is famous throughout the country. For this reason, Lady Longbottom is also deeply upset by the loss of Lord Fumbleclaw. But for more details, the gentleman better talk directly to the lady.
With all the pictures on the wall, I would have actually expected more enthusiasm for chihuahuas than cats.
Oh, chihuahuas are the fable of the master of the house, Lord Longbottom. He is, as they say, more of a dog person than a cat person. His little darling faithfully guards the gate of the estate. And when I think about it, I'm surprised that the gentleman is standing here in front of me now, at least unharmed and without bloody calves.
A guard chihuahua at the front gate? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that. Since the bell was apparently missing, I thought I could just enter the property.
Very strange. The estate is indeed quite extensive, and the legs of the chihuahua are frighteningly short. But why was the bell missing? We recently had a state-of-the-art video intercom system installed on the pillar of the gate.
I'm sorry, judging by the hole in the pillar, some vandal probably stole it with brute force. And I suppose I'd better talk to the lady about Mr. Fumbleclaw right away.
Still, Lord Fumbleclaw. I kindly ask the gentleman to finally memorize that. The lady insists on it.
Lord Longbottom is really a real archaeologist?
I say, Lord Longbottom is one of the most famous archaeologists in the Native American field. He holds a permanent professorship in archaeology at the renowned Oxford University, and regular excavations and expeditions take him to South and North America. Lord Longbottom is, as they say, a real thoroughbred archaeologist, and this already in the 3rd generation.
That sounds fascinating. Personally, I'm a bit of an amateur archaeologist myself, albeit primarily in my video games. I regularly lead expeditions to distant Egypt or Vikingen.
I am pretty sure there is no such thing as Vikingen.
Of course. Vikings had to come from somewhere, right? I think I'd better have this technical discussion with Lord Longbottom.
Please do not disturb the Lord with anything but an important matter. I am pretty sure he's currently engrossed in his studies again.
What exactly is Susie Longbottom working on?
Work. 11-year-olds do not work. However, to the best of my knowledge, she was given a fairly complex homework assignment on the field of biochemistry. A task for which her father brought her an expensive chemistry apparatus.
What exactly is the task? Maybe I can help. Biology and chemistry were my favourite subjects in school.
Unfortunately, I can only guess. To be honest, I'm not so sure anymore that Susie is really working on her homework assignment, as much as she gets into it. For weeks, she has been tinkering with some chemical formulation. For weeks? I mean, what homework takes that long? She constantly asks me to buy various other chemical reagents, and far into the night, acrid chemical smells emanate from her nursery.
What do her parents say about it?
Well, I'm afraid Lord and Lady Longbottom are not particularly receptive to concerns about that. I think they're primarily happy that Susie was able to get excited about something like this in the first place.
Well, it sounds like the child's a budding scientist. Parents can be proud of that.
On the surface, of course, the gentleman is right. But I'm afraid Mr. Snuggles sees it a little differently.
Mr. Snuggles?
Susie's hamster. Every morning I have to look into his fear-whitened eyes, and I'm afraid Susie's experiments are not good for his health in the long run.
Oh dear. So more mad scientist than scientist.
I do not presume to judge. But since the gentleman comes from the local animal shelter, it would probably be a good idea if the gentleman at least briefly looks at Mr. Snuggles' condition.
I will! Mr. Snuggles will not end up in a microwave in this game.
What do you mean?
That's all for now.
Good. And please keep your shoes clean when the gentleman walks around the property.
Lady Longbottom's already perfectly made up. I'm sure I'll find someone out there who needs a little visual optimization. Lady Longbottom, may I interrupt you for a moment?
Damn! Who the hell are you? How did you get past Rumstone? And keep your voice down!
I come from the local animal shelter. My name's Whiskers. Scott Whiskers.
So what? I don't take animals from the animal shelter. They're all dysfunctional.
No, I'm here because of your cat, Mr. Fumbleclaw. You're looking for him, aren't you?
Lord Fumbleclaw? Yes, that's right. The ungrateful cat ran away, and just before the beauty contest he would have won for sure.
Well, I specialise in tracking down missing animals and would love to help. Can you possibly give me some details about his disappearance?
I really don't have the nerve for that at the moment. I have just returned from the Sir Archibald Birmingham reception, with the bitter realization that the cheap booze served as champagne was not good for my nerves. Or to put it in your language, My damn head is throbbing, and your shrill voice doesn't make it any better. If you want to talk to me about my ungrateful cat, please come back in a few hours. I need my rest now.
All right, I'll get back to you later. I wish you a speedy recovery.
Yes.
Maybe this can relieve your suffering a little. I have an opened pack of Pessarian headache tablets here.
Syrian? Really? The cheap things are not my usual brand, but I think it will do. That felt good. I can finally think clearly again.
Again, about Mr. Fumbleclaw?
Lord Fumbleclaw, please. If you don't know the correct form of address for a cat of noble blood, we don't need to talk any further.
Sorry, Lord Fumbleclaw, of course. It won't happen again.
Good. So, what? You're from the local animal shelter?
Correct, but rather on an unofficial mission. I found your leaflet in my boss's office and would like to help. I'm a big cat fan. Strictly speaking, even my best friend is a cat named Jim. And as soon as I have a bigger apartment, he'll move in with me. And until then, I visit him every day in the animal shelter and do my work there at the same time.
All very interesting. But what exactly does your street cat have to do with my breeding champion?
Well, I wouldn't know what to do if Jim suddenly disappeared. Surely you're devastated. I'd like to help with the search.
Yes. Well, it is indeed a great drama. You can't even imagine it. The damn cat has been my great hope for winning the Ricky's Finest Cat Beauty Contest. And now, I don't even like to think about it. The competition will probably be won by Lady Beaufort's lice-ridden and extremely ugly cat. And I hate this person from the bottom of my soul.
So all you care about is winning the competition? Don't you miss Lord Fumbleclaw a little bit?
Missing? Well, my dear, I have a cattery of 53 of the noblest cats in the whole country, each one more beautiful than the other. And that is all that counts. The beauty. So, to answer your question, yes, of course I miss the stupid animal. I miss admiring the cat on the winner's podium. I miss the admiration of my rivals, all without a chance, of course. And I miss the admiring press reports which are full of praise for my victory. So, yes, I really miss all of that.
I understand. Well, anyway, your motives are, of course, your business alone. For me, only the poor animal counts, and every lost cat is one cat too many.
Get to the point.
I have a couple questions for you.
Let's hear it.
What were your motives for the search again?
Lord Fumbleclaw is the previous, and most certainly future, champion and winner of Ricky's Finest. But of course, only if he can also participate in the competition, what will be difficult, because the cat has already disappeared without a trace for a few days. And now, I don't even like to think about it. The competition will probably be won by Lady Beaufort's lace-ridden and extremely ugly cat. And I hate this person from the bottom of my soul.
I see. So it's a real emergency.
Yes, of course. Haven't you been listening to me? If this year, this ugly, lice-ridden, flat-nosed, and in every way similar to its owner creature makes the race at Ricky's Finest, I will be the laughingstock of the entire aristocracy. Please make sure that doesn't happen. After all, that's what you're here for, isn't it?
Certainly.
Good. Anything else?
Well, don't you miss Lord Fumbleclaw a little bit, for his own sake?
What do you mean?
Well, don't you like the cat a little bit? I'd be worried for completely different reasons. I don't even want to think about what would happen if my little Jimmy suddenly disappeared.
Now, please don't be silly. These matted bed rugs are used for exactly one reason. To celebrate a triumphant victory over the damned Lady Beaufort. And once that happens, you are free to bid for the beast on eBay.
eBay!
Yes, of course. What would I need a cat for then? Lord Fumbleclaw is now almost 4 years old, and further victories are certainly no longer to be expected. Best to expect from him is a good sum of money on eBay.
Oh, I'm sorry you see it that way.
Don't get sentimental, my good man. A cat like Lord Fumbleclaw is first and foremost an investment. And the value of the Lord is to celebrate a triumphant victory at Ricky's finest. And now, please leave me alone. I'm getting tired of your sentimentalism. You again? What now? These nerve-wracking conversations with pizza delivery people are actually Rumstone's job.
Any idea where I should start looking?
Well, Rumstone had the task of taking Lord Fumbleclaw to Ricky's pet salon a few days ago. You need to know that Ricky is a true artiste with scissors and hairdryer, and can conjure up insanely impressive hairstyles, even from the most matted hair. And until the big day of the announcement of Lord Fumbleclaw's victory, it was urgent to get the cat in shape.
And so Rumstone took the cat to Ricky's and also picked him up.
No, he dropped him off at Ricky's in the early morning hours, and was supposed to pick him up in the late afternoon, after the work was done.
And I guess that didn't happen.
Rumstone was there at the pickup time to collect my beautifully groomed animal, but only to receive the bad news from Ricky that Lord Fumbleclaw was nowhere to be found. Ricky only briefly left the salon for a smoke break, leaving the cat alone for 5 minutes.
Whoa, that's bad.
Bad? This is a disaster! And if I don't find my cat by the competition, I'm going to sue Ricky to the last hairpin. That much is for sure.
So I guess I'd best start looking at Ricky's pet salon.
Yes, of course. Did you figure that out all by yourself? Why do you think I'm telling you this story?
That's fine. Then I'd best be on my way right away. There should be a bus stop for the local bus line very close.
Going by bus? Ooh, God, how ordinary. But I guess you have to get there somehow.
I guess Rumstone couldn't just drop me off at Ricky's in the Bentley?
Now, don't be rude. Our Bentley is only for the family. And for friends. And important guests. And you do not belong to any of these groups.
All right. Then I'll be on my way and I'll let you know if there's any news.
Do that. Now, please leave. I urgently need my rest. You again? What now? These nerve-wracking conversations with pizza delivery people are actually Rumstone's job.
Is there anything interesting to know about Lord Fumbleclaw?
He sheds terribly.
I mean something important in relation to the animal. Is there anything special about him?
Of course. He's a 3-time winner on Ricky's Finest in a row. If that's not special.
Without a doubt, very impressive. But can you give me any details about Mr. Fumbleclaw that might help me in my search?
Lord Fumbleclaw.
Of course, Lord Fumbleclaw.
The third.
Does Lord Fumbleclaw III have any physical characteristics? Certain characteristics, height, stature, character.
Did I mention that he sheds extremely? You should finally write that down.
Then I ask differently. What colour's the cat?
White. Many white hairs.
Okay. Alright, I think that will have to do for now.
Anything else?
Thank you. That'll be all for now.
Good. I desperately need some rest. Conversations with the common people are always so extremely stressful.
Who are you? Don't sneak up on me like that. Did I order a pizza? You're the new pizza boy, aren't you?
No. I'm Scott, the new boy from the local animal shelter.
Animal shelter? Why animal shelter? I have not ordered a new hamster yet.
You can't order hamsters from us. Why would you even want to? Does your little friend over there need a playmate?
No, I'm working on a project, and that requires hamsters.
You mean you have a homework assignment? Should you write an essay about how much you love your hamster?
Nonsense. I'm planning the biggest monster movie ever, and before filming can begin, I need, well, a monster.
So you see your hamster as a monster? Isn't he much too cuddly for that?
Now you've finally understood my problem. Our previous pizza boys were not that clever.
I'm not a...
Mr. Snuggles is way too fluffy for my movie. I need a real monster.
Can't you just use a creepy Godzilla rubber doll for your movie?
A doll? Godzilla? Don't really know much about horror movies, do you? The best movies of the genre work with real monsters, without fakes, without tricks. It's all about authenticity. The viewer notices immediately if there is a rubber Godzilla jumping out in front of the camera.
But you mean you want a real monster for your movies? You do know there's no such thing as a real monster.
Nonsense. I've seen enough movies. A real monster is just the right combination of a cute pet and the right chemistry. Just the other day, I saw the factual report of Dr. Victor Frankenstein. Even 200 years ago, there were brave scientists who crossed the boundaries of modern science.
Yes, but Frankenstein's only a fictional character from a novel. He's not real.
You really have no idea. I have seen at least 5 versions of this report. Do you really think that science has been wrong 5 times? And it was about the creation of a living human being. Total madness. All I have in mind is the transformation of a hamster into the star of my movie.
Oh my. Well, that sounds cruel. Don't you feel a little sorry for your hamster?
Why should I feel sorry for him? Mr. Snuggles will be the star of my movie. What greater honor could be bestowed upon a hamster? And probably he will also be the star of all sequels. There are at least 10 sequels in every good horror movie.
I don't even dare to ask, but what are you working on there with the chemistry apparatus? The transformation of Mr. Snuggles?
And again, you're right. You really are the smartest pizza boy I know. Yes, I am tinkering with a recipe to turn Mr. Snuggles into the monster he is meant to be. But I have not yet found the right recipe. And before I test it on Mr. Snuggles, it must be correct 100%. Unfortunately, I only have one hamster for exactly one attempt.
Oh dear. Child, wouldn't you rather go out into the fresh air and play a little, catch butterflies or pick flowers?
No time for this kind of nonsense. I've set myself a deadline for my movie. I have to meet it. Now I would be very grateful if you would stop disturbing me in my work. Maybe you can still find a pizza somewhere. Yes?
What exactly was your chemistry homework again?
No chemistry homework. I am about to create the most impressive movie monster for the most impressive monster movie ever.
And why do you need this elaborate chemistry apparatus for that?
Well, the generally common beginning of any good movie is a chemical accident combined with a cuddly pet.
You mean like gremlins? Where the cute gremlins are allergic to water and can't be fed after midnight?
Yeah, something like that. Except I'm working on making the chemical accident happen in a controlled environment. And that requires an in-depth analysis of diverse chemical combinations and their effect on the common pet hamster. Which is complicated by the fact that I only have one hamster available, and Mom refuses to buy me a backup hamster.
You mean you only have one chance to try your experiment?
Yes, unfortunately. Alternatively, I have the idea to experiment with one of the 1,000 cats from Mother's cat cattery. But Mother forbade me to do that too.
Poor kid. Parents can be pretty unfair.
You said it. But fortunately, Dad bought me this great chemistry lab. That and the in-depth analysis of chemical accidents from 56 horror movies allows me to recreate them, at least here, on a small scale. And as soon as I feel I have found the right combination, the big day comes and Mr. Snuggles turns into Tarantula Gigantuous Misochrisitus.
A giant monster hamster spider.
Right, doesn't that sound exciting? And I'm sure I'm close to the finish line. Just a few last tests.
Yeah, that sounds very interesting. My biggest chemistry experiment at your age was a baking soda volcano. Wouldn't that be something more for you?
Baking soda volcano? What nonsense! I'm planning a monster movie, not a disaster movie. And as soon as I have completed my experiment, the shooting will start. Now please, let me get on with my work. The right combination of ammonium dichromate and cesium. Anything else?
Again, about Mr. Snuggles. So you're planning to turn your hamster into a monster?
Yes, for the future best and greatest horror movie ever.
And you have no moral qualms about it at all? Weren't real animal monsters banned in horror movies as early as the mid-20th century?
Well, Mr. Snuggles will not be harmed if he spends his life as a monster tarantula for the duration of the filming. On the contrary, he becomes the first monster hamster in movie history. This is a great honor for him. He certainly appreciates it.
Do you really think he wants to spend the rest of his life as a monster tarantula?
Oh, but he doesn't have to. Of course I'll turn him back into the little cuddly furball that he is today after the shooting is finished.
That sounds a bit better.
Of course, I first have to find the appropriate chemical formula for the reverse transformation. This turns out to be a bit more complicated than expected.
Oh, so you don't have an idea for it yet?
I have many ideas, but unfortunately only one attempt to test them on Mr. Snuggles. It would be a bit of a problem if I ended up with a fantastically creepy monster hamster tarantula, but no way to turn it back into Mr. Snuggles. That would screw up the whole happy ending of the movie for me. Not to mention that I wouldn't be able to film the initial transformation and would have to resort to special effects. No. Before I test my formula on Mr. Snuggles, I need a 100% chance of transformation in both directions.
Good. So then I still have some time to save the poor hamster.
Excuse me?
I said, good! Then I have some time to pet the cute hamster a little bit.
Oh, yeah, you do that. But you better not get too friendly with him. Just in case something does go wrong. Anything else?
I noticed your posters above your bed. Aren't you a little too young for such scary movies?
And aren't Aren't you a little old to be sneaking around in the nursery of complete strangers?
I'm hardly older than you, and I'm also on an important mission.
Well, as if. To answer your question, no, I'm not too young for that. On the contrary, I'm grateful for the lessons I was able to learn through it. Since the first time I snuck into Rumstone's room and Rumstone had already started Halloween Part 1, I've been hiding behind his couch every Friday night, learning important life lessons.
Which are?
Don't trust clowns, no matter how funny they may seem at first glance. Never go ghost hunting alone. Ghosts will get you, always. The Tooth Fairy does not exist. She is a demon sent from hell to make sure that you need a new set of teeth in your early 30s. If your best friend suddenly loses her head, call an ambulance immediately. Or an exorcist. Most likely, she is not well. Never fall asleep. Never! When you wake up, there is a 50-50 chance that you are dead.
That's right, all important life lessons.
I learned even more.
Do your parents actually know that you consume this kind of movie every Friday night?
I don't know. Mother is so busy with her cats and father is always away on some expedition. Rumstone's TV is the closest thing to a caring relative.
You mean your uncles Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees? Judging by the posters there?
3 poor tormented souls, misunderstood by the world, in search of their place in life, or in death.
You mean the 3 psychos who kill everything and everyone who isn't a living tree?
You see, you don't understand either. Each of these characters is a tortured soul with a deep-seated childhood trauma.
You sound like my psychiatrist.
After the horror program, Rumstone always watches Criminal Minds. It's this TV series I learn a lot about the psychology of a serial killer and why he does what he does. That is why it is impossible for me to perceive these poor creatures as the monsters outlawed by civilization that they are usually made out to be. No, I feel great compassion for these poor souls.
Is that why you dressed up like one of the creepy girls from the horror classic Shining? To feel connected to these poor children and to study their psychological traumas?
Shining? I'm hearing about that movie for the first time today. No, the dress was a gift from my mother. She always calls me affectionately her little monster. But thanks for the movie tip. I hope I can learn some more valuable life lessons from it.
Maybe just try the gummy bears. Nothing's creepier than 2-meter tall gummy bears talking with the voice of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Trust me.
Thanks for the tip. I'll make up for this knowledge gap as soon as possible. Anything else?
See you later then.
Bye. I'll go say if my ordered shipment of hydrogen sulfide has arrived.
I think that's fine. Susie can always play with her mother's cats. I'll put it away before anyone else stumbles across it. Lord Longbottom, may I interrupt you for a moment?
I didn't order a pizza. I'm sure it's for my wife or Rumstone.
Pizza? I don't deliver pizza. I want to help find Mr. Fumbleclaw.
Lord Fumbleclaw? You're talking about my wife's cat, that walking bedside rug.
Your wife?
The cat! The animal has so much hair that I can't get closer than 5 meters without my allergy kicking in.
Right. I found your leaflet with the missing pet ad at the local animal shelter and would like to help with the search.
That is very commendable, but I'm afraid I cannot contribute much. I usually avoid my wife's hairy hobby. My allergy will kill me otherwise. Personally, I prefer far more intelligent creatures.
I assume you're talking about chihuahuas. I could admire your paintings downstairs in the foyer.
That's right. Personally, I have only two great passions: archaeology and my little Rufus, a direct descendant of one of the noblest Chihuahua breeds in the entire country, and my best friend.
Only one Chihuahua?
Yes, of course. My wife has a whole army of hairy allergy donors. All I need is one true friend, and that's him, my Rufus. You should have met him at the front gate. He happily greets every guest.
Sorry, I'm afraid not. Probably patrolling the other end of your impressive estate.
Too bad. You would have liked him for sure.
I'm sure of that.
Is there anything else I can help you with? Are you sure you're not delivering a pizza? I'm starting to feel a little hungry.
Do you need any help with your archaeology stuff?
Help? You probably mean well, my boy. But your language suggests to me that you probably do not hold a PhD in archaeology, or have some other form of qualification in North American history.
Well, I've seen plenty of westerns. Does that count?
Westerns? So, movies?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask me anything about John Wayne.
John Wayne? I don't think your movie knowledge would be useful to me in any way. The old John Wayne movies in particular shed light on the events of the time in a highly one-dimensional way. However, if you happen to get the phone number of a real expert, I would be happy if you send it to me. I have a few interesting topics that I would like to discuss with a colleague. But specialists in my field are unfortunately few and far between in this country.
So my movie knowledge is no help to you?
I'm afraid not. But please don't get me wrong, there are also real experts in movie and television. And, for example, the consultants of the classic Dances with Wolves were definitely luminaries in their field. But, as I said before, you're more likely to find such specialists overseas, and less in this country.
Well, I'll keep my eyes and ears open. Maybe such an expert will cross my path.
Thank you, and good luck, even if this is highly unlikely.
So, your hobby horse is archaeology?
That's right. And without flattering myself, I would call myself the expert on Native American history.
So you're a real, live Indiana Jones?
You mean that movie hero? Well, even if his adventures can be credited with the fact that the youth increasingly deals with my profession, there's still quite clearly more fiction than reality.
So you haven't opened the Ark of Covenant yet?
No, and unless it was buried by the Incas or Aztecs, I probably never will.
Pity. What about the Temple of Doom? Have you discovered it yet?
The temple? Of what? I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Ever met a crusader?
I'm afraid I'm 1,000 years too young for that.
Possibly you've set foot in Atlantis?
No, not yet this year.
Or dug up a mysterious crystal skull somewhere?
Behind me. There, on the shelf.
Cool! May I ask why you're wearing this costume here in your estate?
Well, my friend, quite simply, only in the outfit of my grandfather, also a luminary of archaeology, can I fully concentrate on my work.
So it's more based on mentality?
I suppose so. The exact connections are not quite clear to me, but as soon as I try to concentrate on my work in casual clothes, this is doomed to failure every time. My thoughts wander, and every work step costs me twice the time.
Your work? What exactly does it consist of?
Well, I specialize, as my father and great-grandfather did, fully in the study of Native American history, both in the South and in North America. More than 1,000 years of history still holds many secrets, and especially the time before the discovery of America by the Vikings.
I knew it!
Still holds many secrets, and has hardly been explored to this day. But the period after Columbus landed in the Bahamas is also highly fascinating, and each of my trips to the distant continent rewards me with new, exciting insights.
I know a pretty good movie about Columbus from 1992. And I must have watched Dances with Wolves a million times. Not to mention, of course, Pocahontas on Disney Channel. So, in a way, I'm your colleague in the field of knowledge, only rather with a focus on synastic archaeology.
Your enthusiasm for movie and television is honourable, but I'll be honest, I don't think much of popcorn archaeology. Unless, of course, you've also completed a 5-year degree at a prestigious university, followed by at least as long practical application of what has been learned.
I think if I add up all the time I've spent in front of the TV, I'll get 5 years.
I'm afraid we can't find a scientific consensus here. Is there anything else I can help you with?
About your cat, Mr. Fumbleclaw. As I mentioned before, I found your leaflet in the local animal shelter and would love to help find Mr. Fumbleclaw. Do you have any useful information in this regard?
Well, my friend, as I mentioned before, I'm afraid I'm not much help to you. Due to my allergy to cat hair, I literally give my wife's hobby a wide berth.
So Lady Longbottom would be the appropriate contact.
That's right. You'll find my wife on the first floor in the living area. Our dear Rumstone should also be able to help you if you get lost.
Thanks for the tip. Is your wife that big of a cat lover? I like people who like cats.
Well, my dear, I want to be honest with you. I'm afraid my wife is rather pragmatic about this. If it weren't for her years-long rivalry with Lady Beaufort, my wife probably wouldn't have one of those extremely hairy allergy donors. When Lady Beaufort won the local noble cat competition, Ricky's Finest, about 10 years ago, this awakened a competitive spirit in my wife that I had not known from her before. And shortly after that, the first allergy bug moved in with us.
It sounds like you're not very enthusiastic about it.
Yes, much to my chagrin, my wife quite quickly developed an amazing talent for standing up to her rivals' competitive successes. And every new victory at Ricky's Finest only encourages her to increase her breeding.
I think that's a pity. In the local animal shelter, some cats are waiting for a new home, so why breeding? One four-legged friend would be quite enough for me.
I see it very similarly. My little Rufus is completely enough for me. No cat in the world could replace this faithful soul.
Good. I better talk to your wife about the missing Mr. Fumbleclaw.
Do that, my dear. A quite laudable request. I wish you much success. I would be devastated if my Rufus suddenly disappeared. But fortunately our gate is always firmly closed.
Again about the Ark of Covenant.
My boy, I already told you that I don't know anything about it. Where exactly was it buried? Brazil? Peru? Mexico?
Probably Egypt.
Well, then I certainly don't know anything about it. Africa is rather the field of expertise of my esteemed colleague, Sir Francis. I'd be happy to send you his contact information.
Well, maybe Egypt was a rough estimate. What do 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers of deviation in 5,000 years mean? Is it not so that tectonic plates are continually in motion?
Let me guess. Both history and geography were not your strong points in school.
No. I mean, yes, but...
A suggestion. You leave me your phone number, and if I find the Ark of the Covenant on one of my expeditions, you'll be the first person I call, all right?
That would be great. Just look for a large golden chest with magical aura. And under no circumstances, I repeat, under no circumstances, open the chest. At least not without consulting me first.
I promise, my friend, I will. For sure.
Again about the Temple of Doom? So you really haven't heard of the Temple of Doom?
Well, that sounds more like an invention from a dime novel to me, or video game. I can assure you that no serious archaeologist would call a temple such.
Professor Dr. Jones would probably disagree with that.
Professor Jones? Are you sure? I have known Professor Jones for quite a long time, and he never mentioned a temple of that name to me.
Presumably you mean another Professor Jones. Did your Dr. Jones ever mention Pankot Palace?
No, certainly not. and I'm just going to guess that this one, just like the Temple of Doom, is more likely to have come from one of your video games.
I'll send you a copy of the corresponding scientific, about 2 hours long documentation at the next opportunity.
I would be very pleased about that. It would be presumptuous to claim that I know all of the secrets of our beautiful planet, and I'm always happy to admire the discoveries of my esteemed colleagues.
Great. We'll talk about the topic again later.
All right. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Again, about the Crusaders.
Yes? What about them?
Do you think that it's still possible they walk among us today? Possibly locked away somewhere in an old ruin?
Well, that seems very far-fetched to me, even if you disregard the aging process of around 1,000 years. What should such a crusader, who is also locked up in a ruin, live on for 1,000 years?
The life-giving waters of the Holy Grail.
A diet of bread and water, locked in a ruin, and for 1,000 years? I'm afraid your wanted crusader has already been dead for 999 years and 350 days. If he still walks among us today, then at most as a vengeful spirit in search of his jailer.
That's right. I hadn't thought of it that way.
I'm glad that I could help you with this.
Again, about Atlantis? Do you, as a renowned archaeologist, have a rough idea as to where Atlantis is to be found?
Ah, Atlantis, the holy grail of archaeology, and for half of my esteemed colleagues an insane fantasy, for the other half, the incentive of their profession.
To which half do you count yourself?
Well, I wouldn't go as far as to dismiss Plato's writings about the naval power of Atlantis, but I think that over the millennia, more fiction than fact has been added to history. And today it should be almost impossible to separate the two.
In other words, you don't exclude the existence of Atlantis?
No, I am a scientist. Skeptical by nature, but I would not rule it out.
And where would I have to start digging? Rather in our area or a little further away?
Unfortunately, I don't have an answer to that. You should rather discuss this with one of my colleagues. But if I had to guess, I would say much further away.
So presumably without bus stop of bus line F?
At least that, I think, I can answer with certainty.
And what would be your expert answer?
No.
Again, about the crystal skull?
You mean the one behind me on the shelf?
Yes, exactly. Is it really real?
I can't imagine that.
Why? Because of the rather extraterrestrial seeming head shape and your slander of the consequences resulting from it?
No, because I bought it at a flea market in Mexico City.
Yeah, but still.
And because it's made of plastic.
Oh. I see. Too bad.
Sorry to have disappointed you, but in any case, I admire your apparently boundless imagination.
That's all for now. Great. Now my pants pockets smell like dog urine. A traffic camera. It's aimed at the street right in front of Ricky's pet salon. Maybe the camera recorded something that could help me find Mr. Fumbleclaw. I should ask Ricky about that. May I interrupt you for a moment?
Why, sure. Need some tips regarding your unkempt hair? I definitely see great potential there, but the missing hand of a professional is clearly visible.
My hair? No. Don't you usually do dogs and cats?
That's true, but hair is hair. And when I see such a problem case like you, I'm forced to interfere.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, and maybe I'll come back to your offer later, but I am here for another reason. I'd like to help in the search for Mr. Fumbleclaw, Lady Diane Longbottom's cat. Surely you know which cat I mean.
Oh no, please don't remind me. Ever since that poor cat disappeared, I am a nervous wreck. That's a total disaster.
So you know who I'm talking about?
But of course, snow white hair, voluminous, no split ends, oh, one of the most beautiful cats I had ever had the pleasure of styling, or had planned to do.
What happened?
Well, I had almost completed all preparations for another hairy work of art. The water had almost the right temperature. The battery of my mobile cat hairdryer was almost charged. Comb and scissors were arranged in perfect symmetry on the dressing table. The meditative pet relaxation music was playing at the perfect volume. And all that was left to do was to take one last creative cigarette break.
Then what?
And then, after the nicotine began to unleash its full creative energy, and I wanted to start working, no trace of Mr. Fumbleclaw far and wide. I had looked everywhere, really everywhere, and turned my salon upside down 100 times. It is a total disaster, and the first time that one of my protégés was lost.
Well, that's why I'm here. I hope very much to be able to help you in the search. Would you mind if I took a look around the salon and the surrounding area?
No, of course not. Feel free to look around everywhere. It is not impossible that I have overlooked something. I am almost blind, you know. One of my last guests was, well, a little uncooperative. And I still have half a can of hairspray in my eyes.
Ouch. I mean, that sounds painful.
You have no idea. Since the pain has subsided to some extent, I see colors that I didn't know before. Which is a real problem in my job. I can't deliver a brown dog in black. That would not be very good for my reputation. So now I'm standing here in the fresh air.
Next to a garbage can wrapped in cigarette smoke.
And wait for brown to be brown again, black to be black again, and white to be white again. After that, I will rejoin the search for Mr. Fumbleclaw. And if you have any questions, whether about Mr. Fumbleclaw or about the possibilities of your hairstyle, just ask me.
Thank you. I will.
Yes, do you still need help with your hairstyle?
Can you think of anything else that might help me find Mr. Fumbleclaw?
Well, as I've told you before, I had almost completed preparations for another hairy work of art. The water had almost the right temperature. The battery of my mobile cat hairdryer was almost charged. Comb and scissors were arranged in perfect symmetry on the dressing table. The meditative pet relaxation music was playing at the perfect volume. And all that was left to do was to take one last creative cigarette break.
Then what?
And then, after, the nicotine began to unleash its full creative energy, and I wanted to start working. No trace of Mr. Fumbleclaw far and wide. I have looked everywhere, really everywhere, and turned my salon upside down 100 times. It's a total disaster, and the first time that one of my protégés was lost.
Well, that's why I'm here. I hope very much to be able to help you with the search. Would you mind if I took a look around the salon and the surrounding area?
No, of course not. Feel free to look around everywhere. It is not impossible that I may have overlooked something. I am almost blind, you know. One of my last guests was, well, a little uncooperative. And I still have half a can of hairspray in my eyes.
Ouch, that sounds painful.
Oh, you have no idea. Since the pain has subsided to some extent, I see colors that I didn't know before. Which is a real problem in my job. I can't deliver a brown dog in black. That would not be very good for my reputation. So now I'm standing here in the fresh air.
Next to a garbage can wrapped in cigarette smoke.
And wait for brown to be brown again, black to be black again, and white to be white again. And after that I will rejoin the search for Mr. Fumbleclaw. And if you have any questions, whether about Mr. Fumbleclaw or about the possibilities of your hairstyle, just ask me. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Can you possibly tell me something about the traffic camera up there? Could it have recorded something?
That's honestly a good question. The camera was installed up there a while ago to keep an eye on the traffic offenders of this street. For some reason, the area has gradually evolved into a paradise for aspiring Formula One racers. And when crossing the street, it has become a pure gamble whether you will reach the other side of the street alive before the start of the next race.
Sounds like a dangerous place to be.
You have no idea. This used to be such a quiet neighborhood here. And I pray that the runaway Mr. Fumbleclaw did not attempt to cross the street.
That would be bad indeed, but let's think positively. Surely there's a very simple explanation for his disappearance. I'd still like to know what was going on outside your salon at the time of the disappearance.
You think the camera might have recorded something important?
Yeah, that would be logical. If you've already thoroughly searched your salon, it's not impossible that the cat escaped through the open door. Perhaps he's disappeared into one of the surrounding back alleys and is now waiting to be rescued. Do you really have no idea what the recordings could tell me? Have you possibly been busy here in the camera area for the last few days?
Oh no, the camera would probably just show me standing here maintaining my nicotine level.
Alright, in any case, I should take a look at the camera's recordings.
That could be difficult. The camera belongs to the city and is therefore part of the city's traffic monitoring network. Therefore, the records are certainly archived in the nearby police station. You would have to break into the probably best secured building in the vicinity, sneak past the best trained police officers in town, outsmart the most advanced surveillance system in the immediate vicinity, and then make a copy of the surveillance tapes without being noticed.
You say that almost as if it were a major problem. I am quite creative in solving such problems, you must know. At the end of the day, this is about rescuing a helpless cat. I'm happy to take any risk for that.
I think that's great, really, and I really hope that your research will be successful. You will have plenty of time to think about it in the prison cell.
But, what did I just tell you? Think positively.
Sorry, you're right, of course. I apologize for my cynicism. Nicotine withdrawal is getting to me. I wish you good luck with your research. And please, definitely let me know if you find out anything. Yes, do you still need help with your hairstyle?
You seem to have a little nicotine problem. Could that be?
Is it really that obvious? But yeah, you're probably right. But you also have no idea what kind of stress my job brings with it. Many think the life of a pet celebrity hairstylist is as glamorous as the tabloids commonly celebrate it.
Is it not? You must know that I've been an avid reader of furry romances for many years.
Thank you for your example. That local rag is the biggest nonsense ever.
Really? You mean your goldfish Klaus has never had romance with a dwarf carp named Brigitte?
I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I don't have a goldfish. I don't even have a goldfish bowl. And Brigitte is the name of my crazy sister, and Klaus is the name of her equally crazy fiancé. But it's precisely these kinds of conversations and justifications of which I have to conduct what feels like 1,000 times a day, that eat away at my nerves enormously.
Oh, I didn't know that. Would it help if I promised to write you an angry letter to the editor in which I insist on getting the facts right?
No, it would help if I didn't have to have this kind of conversation in the first place. The battle of facts versus tabloids is unfortunately a hopeless one. Believe me, I let it often enough in my early days as a rising star in the celebrity pet hairdresser world. And yet all I want is simply to practice my craft, and to help the furry darlings of a wealthy clientele to the grace inherent in each of them from the beginning, and without constant disturbances from crazy fans.
Fans like me.
Fans like you. Please don't misunderstand me. I am quite honored by your interest in my craft. But creativity and constant harassment just don't mix. And the result is the nicotine-addicted wreck that stands here before you now. Now there is the added stress of Lady Longbottom's runaway cat.
Well, that's what I'm here for. Here to help. Scott Whiskers, the animal detective.
I have heard that somewhere before.
And until I find Mr. Fumbleclaw, and I will, you might want to consider nicotine patches.
Oh yes, there are already about 24 stuck on my right arm.
Oh. Okay. Just try to avoid any kind of additional stress.
Alright, I will. By ending this conversation at this point, I had an idea for a new Chihuahua look 5 minutes ago. Now I have to think about that a bit more and finalize the concept in my mind's eye. These tiny Chihuahua stylings are real challenges every time. And you don't win the Chihuahua of the Year in furry romances just like that.
Good. Then I better leave you alone to work.
Thank you for your understanding.
Good. A pair of sharp scissors in your pocket. What could possibly go wrong? Good. I'm sure I'll find another hamster who will be happy about it. As this restroom has never been visited by a cleaner, I don't have to feel guilty. My days as a graffiti artist are actually long gone, but I still like the aroma of paint thinner in the morning. Good day, I'd like to report a missing cat.
Good day. Excuse me, a missing cat? This is a police department, not an animal shelter.
Yes, but it is a real emergency. Lord Fumbleclaw's been missing for several days and his family are very worried.
Whoa, a real lord? Then what's all this nonsense about the cat? Inspector Craddock is responsible for noble missing persons cases. However, like me, he is currently very busy and has little time for new cases.
Is the inspector available now? Sounds like he's the right person to talk to about Lord Fumbleclaw's case. I have some clues from the cat's hairdresser that I would like to discuss with the inspector.
Hairdresser? And a cat again? My good boy, you're not under the influence of any substances by any chance? I'm sure I still have a youth education sheet of why drugs are evil lying around here somewhere.
No, I don't do drugs. Lord Fumbleclaw is the cat's name. Can I speak to the inspector now, please?
So now we're back to the cat. I already said that the inspector hardly has time for new cases at the moment. And as sorry as I am, with your blue-blooded animal, missing cats are not really a high priority.
Couldn't I at least have a quick word with the inspector?
Sorry, at the moment that is out of the question.
Perhaps the person in charge of the city surveillance camera would be available to talk to.
That would probably be Sergeant Paul. But Sergeant Paul is also very busy at the moment and has no time for such trifles as a missing cat.
Trifles? I guess you're not a big animal lover.
Nope, I'm allergic to anything that has hair. So, as I said before, Inspector Craddock is currently investigating an important case of vandalism at the Longbottom family estate. And it is quite simple that the real crime has priority with us. Before any missing pets.
I understand. Vandalism at the Longbottoms estate. Is there anything known about it yet?
Are you seriously asking me that? I can't possibly pass on knowledge about the status of the investigation to uninvolved parties.
I'm not uninvolved.
Excuse me?
I mean, I'm not uninterested in the case. I am, well, also something of an amateur detective.
I bet you are. Still, why don't you leave the police work to the real police? And if you really have something to contribute to the case, you're welcome to make an appointment with the inspector for next week.
But it's really, really important that I talk to the inspector now.
Not a chance. As I said, we are all very, very busy here. Now please, don't waste any more of my time. I have important things to do.
All right. I will be back.
I bet you will.
This is apparently a service directive. To all employees of this precinct, 0000 or 1234 are not secure passwords. All door code accesses were reset to our officers' birth dates. Every civil servant must memorize his birthday by heart. And speaking of birthdays, the festivities for Constable Smith's birthday this month won't start until after hours this year, and not a minute earlier. And all officers are expected to return their service weapons to the armory before the festivities begin this year. I think Constable Smith's birthday's coming up. He drew a small donut with a candle in the 12th box, but no idea which month the calendar page shows. Unfortunately, I don't know Japanese. I can smell the stinky trash from the outside all the way over here. Yuck! The upper floor could use a little more light. This artificial light from the lamps is poison for the eyes. I'll see to it. What beautiful black curtains. If I were Batman, I'd sew myself a cape out of it. So now the black monster became the brown monster. Ugh, I hate spiders.
There's clearly still some chlorine trifluoride missing.
All right. Let's make sure that Susie's dream of a monster movie comes true. And at the same time, and I'm pretty sure of this, save Mr. Snuggles' life. Come to Papa. And in you go, you nasty spider. Ta-da! What a great special effect on 8 legs.
Hey, what are you doing? Hands off my experiment. I still need the hamster.
What hamster?
What the heck? Where is my hamster?
Hamster? You mean the one that just turned into that nasty monster right before my eyes?
Excuse me? Please don't pull my leg. Are you sure?
I'm telling you, I wouldn't lie to a child. 1 second he was there, and the next he looked like... whatever that is.
Really?
Really?
Wow! That means my last formula for Mr. Snuggles' food addition actually worked. Oh, I still can't believe it. I have created a monster. Fantastic. I think I'm about to faint. Yay! 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 Yes!
I guess congratulations are in order. Sounds like you're a big step closer to your planned monster movie.
You have no idea what this success means for my project. Mr. Snuggles' transformation into this monster tarantula was the missing piece of the puzzle.
So it doesn't bother you that the monster is so small and lazy?
I admit that the final result is not quite ideal, but the size can be compensated very easily with suitable camera setting. And as for the movements, I'll have to resort to subtle CGI effects, but just on a minimal level, really. The effects in my movie should still remain practical in nature and CGI only where there really is no other way.
Sounds like your masterpiece could be in theatres soon.
Hopefully soon. Yes, because of the expanded CGI effects budget, I'm facing an awkward conversation with the movie's producer for now.
Producer?
My father.
Oh, I see.
Yes, somehow he still thinks I should just make my movie with clay puppets. With clay dolls. How old am I? 4? Unfortunately, I really can't avoid modelling and visualising planned CGI scenes in the modelling clay first. As a rule, however, Father is quickly convinced when he sees my visions before his eyes. So it's just an annoying formality.
Great! Sounds like you've got everything under control. And I'm pretty sure that one of the legs of your hamster spider just moved.
Really?
I already said it before. I wouldn't lie to a child.
Great! But now, I really have to get back to work. Unfortunately, my supply of modelling clay is almost gone, and I urgently need to produce new clay.
Can't you just send Rumstone out to buy some?
You can't just get movie modelling clay at the store. It has very special requirements and must not melt away when the cameras are running. No, I prefer to make it myself. I'm pretty good at chemistry, you know, and I strive for perfection in all areas of my movie.
Then have fun!
Thanks. Then, though, I still don't really understand what you actually want here in my room. I don't think you're much good as a pizza boy.
Now I feel much safer. You never know if you ever meet a wild elephant. Assaulting a police officer with a dangerous weapon. What could possibly go wrong?
Ouch!
Sweet dreams. And I'd better destroy the weapon of crime. I think the door is open now. And once again, I am very impressed with myself. The door is firmly closed, and judging by the stickers on the door, entering is dangerous to life and limb. I don't think anyone will miss this museum piece here. I should really charge the battery.
Password?
Kitty catty cat?
Wrong.
Get out. Password?
Shooby-doo!
Wrong. Get out. Password?
1208.
Wrong. Get out. Password?
Password?
Wrong. Get out. Password?
12345678
Wrong. Get out. Password?
It turns so green when Spain's flowers bloom?
Wrong. No, damn. That was right. How the hell do you know? Whatever. Come in first.
Hi, I'm Scott. I'm the new kid from the police academy. I've got...
Yes, good. Scott, Police Academy, I see. Was anyone watching you? Was anyone watching you?
Watching? You mean when I walked in the door here?
Yes, exactly, door. So you weren't being watched. Are you absolutely sure?
I don't know exactly. Is that important?
Yes, of course it is. Yes, of course it is. They are all watching you. They are all watching me. We are all being watched.
Are you okay? Should I maybe get help?
Okay. Yes, of course I'm okay. No sun, no oxygen, no people, 12 cans of Red Bull. I'm fine. So you are absolutely sure that no one followed you?
I'm just going to say... yes.
Good. But where are my manners? I'm Paulie, Sergeant Paulie. You can also call me Captain Paulie. From the Starship Paulie.
Sergeant Captain Paulie. Of the Starship Paulie. That's an impressive title. I'm Scott, as I mentioned earlier. Just Scott.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Just Scott. You have to be really careful though, there are eyes and ears everywhere. The only safe space is this one, Starship Paulie. Here we are, safe from foreign eyes and ears.
So, this windowless room is your spaceship, which has the same name as its captain.
Exactly, that's right. Captain Paulie of the Starship Paulie. That's what my colleagues affectionately call me. Also known in a previous life as Surveillance Specialist Sergeant Montgomery Scott Paul. But that was before this room. This windowless, soulless...
Spaceship?
Where was I? Spaceship? You mean Starship Paulie? Do you happen to know Captain Paulie? Was anyone watching you? Was anyone watching you?
Are you really okay? Can it be that you are a little paranoid? I'm certainly not being followed.
Paranoid? I guess so. Damn occupational disease. And I used to be such an even-tempered, relaxed and happy boy. At least if I can believe the words of my mother. But that was long before this...
Soulless and windowless space?
Exactly. I see we understand each other. What do you want with Captain Paulie? Did they send you? Are you supposed to keep an eye on Captain Paulie?
Nobody sends me. Well, that is... yes, Inspector Craddock sent me.
Craddock? Big guy, a little strange, dressed like Sherlock Holmes, that Craddock?
Yeah, that Craddock.
Oh, good man. Good cop. Captain Paulie likes him. What does Craddock want from Captain Paulie?
He... would like... to look at the surveillance videos from Ricky's pet salon this week.
Ricky's pet salon? From this week? Is it still about the stolen chihuahua case?
Yeah. Right. The stolen chihuahua. Baron Longbottom's favourite.
Poor thing. Is there any trace?
Well, that's why the inspector needs to see the surveillance videos. Ricky is suspected of illegal... chihuahua trafficking.
Ricky? Really? I can't imagine. The only thing Ricky's interested in is cat hair and Marlboro Lights. But what do I know? How well do you know someone whose life you've been keeping an eye on for 654 days, day in, day out, on a surveillance monitor?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer that. I guess Inspector Craddock just wants to exclude Ricky from the circle of suspects.
Oh, yes. That makes sense. Good. This week's surveillance videos, you say. Then hand me the completed release form A38, please.
Release form A38?
Yes, you know. Or the inspector should know. The one with the identification number X44PP.
I'm afraid the inspector forgot to give me that. Isn't it enough if I submit the form tomorrow? The videos would be really important.
Sorry. As much as I would like to do the inspector a favour, rules are rules. No release without form. And of course only with the correct identification number X44PP.
Alright, then I better ask the inspector for the form again.
Yes, I'd be very grateful. Just come back as soon as you have clearance. And when you leave Starship Paulie, please make sure that no one follows you.
You mean upon entering your... spaceship?
Then, of course, too. They follow you constantly. And watch you constantly. Watching Captain Paulie constantly.
May I interrupt again for a moment?
Yes, what's up? Captain Paulie is always happy to help.
Captain Paulie of the Starship Paulie, then?
Yes, how can Captain Paulie help you?
Well, I think I'd be interested in how Captain Paulie became Captain Paulie. And why his spaceship is named the same as he is. And why he speaks of himself in the third person.
You see them, too? All those colourful lights, right?
The cameras and monitors? I guess so.
And you hear them, too? Those beeps, whirs and whistles?
Quite. After all, it can't be ignored.
And what does all this remind you of?
Good question. Possibly of my microwave when I warm up my cereal?
Nonsense. The bridge of a spaceship, of course. The bridge of the legendary Starship Enterprise.
Now that you mention it... Yeah! Absolutely!
And who commands the bridge of a spaceship?
Captain Paulie?
Right! Captain Paulie.
Could it be that Captain Paulie has been doing this job for quite a long time?
That's right. This year it will be 13 years. 13 years of blinking, beeping, whirring and whistling. 13 years without windows. 13 years without oxygen. 13 years of 12 cans of Red Bull a day. And 13 years of Starship Enterprise on continuous loop on Monitor 7.
But doesn't Captain Paulie have an important function here?
Absolutely. Day in, day out, Captain Paulie stares at the monitors of his spaceship, always on the lookout for crooks and cutthroats.
So like Batman and his Batcave.
What is a Batman? Some movie? Well, I only watch Starship Enterprise.
On Monitor 7.
Right.
I see, but back to the question of why this spaceship is named the same as its captain.
I guess that's the thing my police psychologist, Dr. Fletcher, told me was lack of creativity. However, I prefer to say because it rhymes so nicely.
Paulie also rhymes with Paulie.
Good, so you see it the same way.
I really don't think you should spend so much time alone in that room. That can't possibly be healthy.
You're probably right, but someone has to do this job. Captain Paulie keeps a watchful eye at all times on the good, and not so good, citizens and residents of this town.
That's comforting to know. I guess every city needs its Dark Knight watching over it. Or a Starfleet captain.
And Captain Paulie is proud of his service to the community. Even though Captain Paulie doesn't know if it's day or night right now. Can Captain Paulie help you with anything else?
Anything interesting observed lately?
Well, we are all being watched somehow and always at all times. It's fantastic. Surveillance cameras at every traffic light, camera drones in neighbours' yards, black helicopters in the sky. Surveillance is omnipresent.
You are certainly right. It was more of a technical question. Surely it's very satisfying to catch a criminal red-handed through a cleverly positioned camera.
You mean like the vandal who walked into the camera trap at the Longbottom estate and will soon be brought to justice?
Oh, excuse me? Was I? I mean, well, was he?
No,
Excuse me?
That is exactly the point I was trying to make. Cameras are never placed where they would really make sense. Had there been a camera on the tall fir tree across the driveway from the Longbottom estate, the brutal Chihuahua thief would have been caught in the act. But this was not the case.
Thank God.
Excuse me? What's good about it? The professional kidnapper is still on the run, and tomorrow he could add your beloved pet to his collection. No, there's nothing good about it at all. The solution is not less surveillance, the solution is more surveillance. To avoid tempting such crooks in the first place.
Sounds kinda excessive to me.
I get it. When I was your age, I was as naive as you. But first, do the job as long as I have. 13 years in a windowless room, 13 years without oxygen, 13 years...
Of 12 cans of Red Bull a day?
Right, yes. Then you see things a little differently too. And look at it this way. What did nature create big trees like the ones at the Longbottom's estate for? If not for placing a high-resolution camera on its top. How majestic must the view be from up there? High resolution in 3840 by 2160 pixels.
Honestly, that still sounds quite exaggerated to me. And who says that Baron Longbottom's little darling was really kidnapped? The Longbottom's estate is huge, I heard. Maybe the little yapper is catching some mice somewhere at the far end of the property. Or flying bones.
But that's exactly the point. We don't know for sure. But we could know for sure. 5 cameras on the group of trees in front of the property, 12 cameras spread around the property, and another 4 or 5 free-floating camera drones above the property. It could be so simple, and would make the work of us law enforcement officers immensely easier.
Well, even though the whole thing still sounds a bit exaggerated to me, I think I'd better trust her professional opinion on this point.
And rightly so. But I'm well aware that my view of things is not the most popular. But if you've been robbed of your hard-served money the first 2 or 3 times while walking in the park with a knife at your throat, and then the 4th time Captain Paulie was able to catch the perpetrators in the act on one of his 12 monitors, then you will certainly thank Captain Paulie for his prudence. Even though you probably won't survive the 4th incident and will have to write your acceptance speech from the graveyard.
Oh, I think I'm starting to get it now.
Great. And remember, wherever you place a camera, they cannot place a camera. And that way, you stay in control at all times and don't have to worry about unauthorized surveillance.
Is that why there are so many cameras mounted here in the room? And also outside the door? Because you were worried about unauthorized surveillance.
Why do you ask this question? Do you think there are too few cameras? You could be right. Good point. I'll set up more cameras as soon as possible.
This screwdriver's designed for those exotic Phillips screws found in some modern electronic devices. When I tinker with my computer, I always end up burying these screws in the computer's case, never to be seen again. Very annoying. A sophisticated marvel of engineering. Inspector Craddock, may I interrupt you for a moment?
Who the heck are you? What are you doing in my room?
I'm Scott, the new recruit from the police academy. I'm supposed to do an internship here.
Oh, okay, I see. Did Deputy Chief Paddington send you?
Yeah, exactly.
Good. Good boy. The honourable profession of police officer is an important service to society.
I hope to learn a lot here.
That's what I like to hear. Ready for your first lesson?
Of course. What do I need to know?
Keep your hands off the so-called modern technology and stick to pen and paper.
Why?
Because the so-called modern technology will only keep you from your real work. See that grey box there on my desk?
Your laptop?
Yes, laptop. I think that's what today's youth calls it. Well, Detective Chief Paddington has ordered me to type up my report on the Longbottom incident on this devil machine. And it is hell. Pure hell.
What exactly is the problem? I'm pretty good with this infernal machine, you know?
You are? Well, I guess that's the privilege of youth then. I have worked in this agency for 35 years, but have certainly aged another 35 years in the last 2 days.
Have you ever tried using more than just your index finger to type your texts?
You mean a second finger? No, I have to perfect this one finger first. After that, I may think about another trick and consider a second finger. But it doesn't really matter. You certainly don't want to hear an old man whining around here. You are here to learn something.
You mentioned the name Longbottom. Is that your current case you're working on?
That's right, but actually that's strictly confidential. But since you are a colleague, I can probably talk to you about it.
Longbottom. Baron Longbottom.
Exactly. I'm investigating a case of extreme vandalism, predatory theft, and the suspected kidnapping of the family dog.
Wow, that sounds pretty bad. Do you already have a suspect?
No, not yet. I'm still at the very beginning of the investigation. However, I would certainly be significantly further along if this grey devil's box didn't stop me in my tracks.
I think you are right.
About what exactly?
You should perfect the one finger first.
Weren't you a proponent of two-finger typing just a moment ago?
That's true, but it sounds like you have an important case there. You better not take any chances when writing your reports.
Yeah, you're probably right. Deputy Chief Paddington can get very displeased with misspellings in my reports.
Yeah, exactly. Can I ask a few more questions in relation to your case?
Yes, you can, but please keep them short. I have a lot to do.
Any progress with your case yet?
Which case exactly are you referring to?
You mentioned something about extreme vandalism, predatory theft, and the suspected kidnapping of the Longbottom family dog.
Which leads me to the question, how do you even know this detail? Do you have anything to do with this?
Me? No! Why would you think that? I know this detail because Constable Smith! Exactly! I know that from Constable Smith. The old chatterbox from the front office of this precinct said you'd been working on the Longbottom case lately.
Constable Smith? Really? Damn, so this stain on our guild has done it again.
I guess so. He was really extremely talkative.
Yes, that sounds like him. And if he weren't the police chief's nephew, he'd probably be flipping burgers in a chip shop by now. I'm going to go over to him right now and give him the monthly telling off.
That wouldn't help much at the moment. I think he's taking a nap right now.
He's what? Damn Smith! But strictly speaking, my time is actually too valuable to waste on this disgrace in police uniform. I have far too much work here for that.
About your work again. So there's been no breakthrough in the Longbottoms case?
No, I already said in our first conversation that I was still at the very beginning of the investigation. And I would probably be much further along if it weren't for that grey block on my desk slowing me down.
If I can help you in any way, please let me know. After all, I am here to learn something from you.
Thank you for the offer. I commend this attitude. But often in police work, sometimes there's nothing else we can do but wait for new evidence. Or new witnesses.
New witnesses? You mean like tips from the public?
Yes, it's not at all uncommon for law-abiding citizens to call our tip line 1-900-677-SHERLOCK, sometimes weeks later, and reveal new details.
The number is really 1-900-677-SHERLOCK.
Yes, and often the last hope for stalled cases.
Good to know.
In the case of Longbottom, I still hope for one or two eyewitnesses. The perpetrator, or presumably even the perpetrators, probably used all kinds of technical savvy and special tools to expertly remove the intercom system, which was firmly anchored in the wall. Certainly in order to sell the high-value parts on the black market and then to buy drugs from the proceeds. And then, obviously among other things because he became an unwanted witness to the action, the perpetrator kidnapped the extremely valuable progenitor of Lord Longbottom's Chihuahua family breed. Without a doubt to beget more valuable offspring from him and also to buy more drugs from these proceeds.
So he couldn't be that little yapper that just ran away through the open gate? Only to return remorsefully to his master after a few adventures in the wild? My Dachshund Robbie, may God rest his soul, once ran away for a whole week and was back on our doorstep after 7 days stuffed with food. Probably some neighbour had been feeding him, or he'd stolen some cat food somewhere.
Of course, this cannot be ruled out either. In fact, at the current stage of the investigation, nothing can be ruled out yet. That's why I'm still hoping for 1 or 2 tips from the public.
Through the 1-900-677 Sherlock hotline, right?
Exactly. 1-900-677 Sherlock.
Good. Then I wish you continued success. And if you ask me, the thief must have been a pretty muscular guy. Such a large system must weigh quite a bit. And certainly, he was also on site with a large vehicle. Because such a large system doesn't fit easily into your pocket.
I am pleased to see that our young police officers are following. Perhaps there is hope for our profession after all. After all, there's more to being a good cop than just being related to the chief of police.
Thank you. That's all for the moment.
Good. I'm always available with advice and support for our junior police officers.
Perfect! The battery's now fully charged. It's time for some nice photos. All right. Coming up, a performance of Whiskey Van Damp with 2 P's, Concerned Citizen. That's where my acting training in the 6th grade school finally pays off.
Inspector Craddock, duty clerk of the anonymous Sherlock tip line. What can I do for you?
Yes, my name is Whiskey Van Damp. Damp with 2 P's.
Yes, Mr. Van Damp. Do you have a tip about one of our cases? And you already know that this is an anonymous hotline?
Yes, indeed. I think I've observed something. Some criminal activity, I mean.
Yes? What exactly did you observe?
Well, I was recently walking with my Labradoodle Fuzzy at the estate of the illustrious Longbottom family, and have observed, I think, highly reprehensible things.
At the Longbottom's estate, you say? That's interesting. Please go on.
Yes, In front of the gate of the property was a black van with tinted windows. And, there were a couple of extremely muscular men in black suits getting out, with sunglasses. And they were tampering with one of the concrete pillars next to the gate, I think.
That is interesting. And then what happened?
Well, my little Fuzzy was already excited. Because you need to know, my little Fuzzy can smell the crime miles away.
That's just great. And what did Fuzzy observe then?
Well, one of these very muscular guys in a black suit and sunglasses went on to unload some weird, highly scientific technical device from the vehicle, and then used it to get to the heart of one of the stone pillars. I'm no expert, but I think they removed some surveillance camera or something. Certainly in preparation for a later, larger coup.
And you could really observe all that?
Yes, well, most of that was actually observed by my Fuzzy. Because I was lying on the leaves of the forest with my nose on the ground, you know. After all, I didn't want to get caught. These guys were really very muscular.
I see. But what you've just told me, you've already seen with your own eyes. Your Fuzzy didn't report that to you afterwards or something?
Of course, Mr. Fuzzy was much too scared for longer conversations after this experience.
Very good. And can you think of any other details? Maybe a license plate or an inscription on the van? Something like that?
Let me think about that. Oh yes, there was something on the van. Something about Bob something.
Bob something? So like a company name possibly? Like Bob's Delivery Service or Bob's Sanitation? Something like that?
Yes, a company name. That would be entirely possible.
Great. Have you been able to observe anything else?
No, I'm sorry. After that I withdrew quietly and secretly. I had no desire for a closer encounter with these crooks. And my wife, Frida Van Damp, had almost finished lunch. And my Frida can get very upset if I'm late for dinner. And that, although she constantly tells me to go to hell, Do you perhaps know my Frida? She was at the precinct downtown a year ago to report the theft of our award-winning garden gnome Ulf Olaf.
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I don't know Frida or Ulf Olaf.
Well, if you had met my Frida, you would certainly not have forgotten that.
Listen, you obviously have other problems to deal with, and if you have nothing more to contribute to the case, I would like to politely ask you to clear this phone line for other callers now.
Oh, yes, of course. All right. I hope I could help you with your case.
I think you really could. Thank you for your tips.
You're welcome. And if you find Ulf Olaf, please let my Frida know. The little man made of porcelain is the only one who lets my Frida's ranting go over him all day long without talking back.
Of course. We'll be in touch. Goodbye.
Bye.
I really hope I'm not wasting my time now. But it is my duty to diligently follow up on every tip about my cases. In any case, the eyewitness on the phone sounded very trustworthy. And my instincts have never actually fooled me. What did the caller say? The crooks were very muscular? Well, then I'll try my luck first at Bob's Muscle Factory. You wouldn't believe how many Bob's companies there are in the area. I'm sure it's going to be another long day of police work. One hell of a long day. Well, let's get to work.
And the Oscar goes to Whiskey Van Damp with 2 P's. Inspector Craddock is much better off. I better take this one. Without a pen, Inspector Craddock is forced to practice a little more writing on the computer keyboard. It's therefore for his own good. Good. This should get me clearance for the surveillance videos outside Ricky's pet salon. Of course, I still have to fill out the form. Good. Let's see. Very nice. I think I filled in everything correctly. The identification number X44PP should be the one right outside Ricky's pet salon. And I only had to improvise a little with the inspector's signature. I simply imitated the signature of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Inspector Craddock's a big Sherlock Holmes fan. I'm sure his signature looks similar. I'm sure no one will notice. But now I should also look at the surveillance videos immediately. I'm sure Captain Paulie will be able to help me. And also I think that the refill of the pen is now empty. Captain Paulie, I have the release form here for the surveillance video of Ricky's pet salon.
You have? Then let's see it. Ah, an A38 form, correctly filled out at first glance.
That's right, for the release of records in front of Ricky's pet salon.
Yes, well, at least the identification number on the form is the correct one.
Signed by Inspector Craddock.
I'm already a little offended.
Oh, why? That certainly wasn't my intention.
Well, do you really think I wouldn't know Inspector Craddock's signature inside and out after 12 years on the job and after 1,655 clearance requests?
I guess so.
And do you think that in these 12 years you were the first police student who would like to use a forged signature to gain access to highly sensitive surveillance material or access to my armoury?
Well, since you're asking...
And do you have any idea what I say to said police student every time?
Go to hell?
No, of course not. At least not as long as the desired surveillance material has no criminal relevance and clearly falls within the hobby and leisure area of the police student.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you.
Of course, I'm not a monster. I don't want to deny our young recruits a promising career in the police service because of a small mishap. And after all, we all forge our supervisor's signatures from time to time, don't we? But of course, only in order to be able to detect forged signatures perfectly at any time.
In a twisted way that even makes sense.
It does. It's just that I can only deal with such a request, which clearly falls into the hobby and leisure area, in my free time or lunch break.
I understand that, of course.
And in my free time or lunch break, the law, one hand washes the other, prevails. First of all, I'd like to know why you're interested in the surveillance videos in front of Ricky's pet salon, and please don't tell me any nonsense this time. And afterwards, I decide if there's any criminal relevance to the matter, or if I'm willing to sacrifice my lunch break for it.
Very well, gotcha. Since every second probably counts and I'd love to use your lunch break services, I might as well tell you the whole story.
Here we go. I'm curious.
So it was like this. Not too long ago, in a one-bedroom apartment far, far away with a raccoon calendar on the wall. And that's why every second counts.
Oh my, sad story. Poor kitty cat. Hope your search will be successful. And I don't think that there are any criminal facts to be recognised here.
Great, then could I please have a look at the surveillance videos? Pretty please.
Now, please don't get me wrong. And I certainly don't want to give you the impression I'm heartless or anything like that. But do you remember that I mentioned that during my lunch break the law of one hand washes the other applies? Also known as Captain Paulie's Law?
I think I remember that. And yes, of course, I guess that's only fair. Is there anything I could do for you to move my request up to the top of your lunch waiting list position, and that wouldn't take too much time?
Well, if you ask me so directly, there is indeed one thing you could help me with in honest police work. And with that, you'd be assured of the #1 spot on the lunch waiting list.
Then fire away! What can I help with? Every minute counts.
Good. Then I'll get straight to the point. Back there on my desk is a high-performance microphone, developed by a small startup that ate all my savings, that unfortunately has 2 major problems. Problem 1. The thing just doesn't work. The guys in the Taiwanese backyard garage obviously forgot to install the 888 type control chip in the prototype before shipping.
And problem number 2?
Problem number 2 is that, due to the lack of a control chip, the prototype has not yet been finally calibrated. Even if it functions correctly, it would not stand a chance on the market.
And what makes this microphone so special? Every reasonably sorted electronics store has these things in stock for $100.
Not such a marvel of modern technology. The problem with today's surveillance work is that we're only allowed to record what we've been cleared for by the court. And that's why trained personnel like me, a trained lip-reading professional with 3 years of education, are needed.
How exactly should I imagine this?
It's simple. I stare at my monitors, read the lips of the suspects, and then press record at certain key words. You can imagine what that has done to my eyes in 12 years.
You don't wear glasses, do you?
No, but my monitors already have 12 times the magnification. And this is where the invention that's lying on the table back there comes into play, and in which, as I already mentioned, all my savings are invested.
Sounds exciting. A microphone that can read lips.
Almost. First, you feed this marvel of technology with freely selectable keywords or find a predefined topic. Then point the mic at a solid surface such as a wall or a door. And all ambient sound waves hitting said wall or door are analysed and voices are filtered by subject.
And if a conversation is found that fits the desired topic, the recording starts.
Exactly.
That sounds fascinating indeed. So a kind of AI-assisted recording system. You only hear what you want to hear. All the rest is faded out.
That's right. Absolutely unique on the market. And it allows listening around the corner without having to keep an eye on the target person.
Great. I could have used something like that. For example, when talking to my future mother-in-law.
Yes, well, be that as it may. First of all, the prototype has to work. Then it has to be calibrated, and then we'll think about a model for the end customer market.
Good, so what specifically can I do to save your savings and secure insight into the surveillance videos?
Well, as for the missing chip in the microphone, well, that should be quite common in principle, and is often part of high quality audio equipment. And as for the missing calibration, well, I only have the information that a few authentic recordings on the subject of the upper 10,000 are still missing.
And then we can finally take a look at the surveillance videos.
We can. Promise. Captain Paulie is a man of his word.
Okay, so fixing the broken mic, eavesdropping on some rich guys, and finding Mr. Fumbleclaw as soon as possible. Not necessarily the order I'd hoped for, but if that's the only way, then I better get to work right away.
Thank you, and also thank you for being willing to save my savings. In principle, I would take care of everything myself, but unfortunately I now have a 24-hour shift of lip reading and staring at the monitor ahead of me. And you were obviously in a hurry. Contact me if you have any questions, or were successful. Preferably the latter.
Crap, I think it's now even more broken than before. Well, at least I was able to save one of the microchips. Great! The chip fits like a glove. I believe the mic is now working and should be able to register and record sound waves on solid surfaces. But what did Captain Paulie mean? The microphone still has to be calibrated with recordings on the subject of the upper 10,000. Let's think about how I can best do that. Maybe I can find a wealthy wall that would like to give me an interview. Good, then I'll put Captain Paulie's wonder weapon to use. The glass of the window should sufficiently reflect the vibrations of the environment. I hope I'm about to hear something exciting. Nothing is duller than a boring radio program. I hear absolutely nothing here. Does this thing even work? Maybe I'll have more success now. So far, the wealthy have remained silent. However, it's impossible that there is no criminal energy behind this window. Well, and again, no success. Who would have thought that criminals would be so hard to catch? Last try now. After that, I'll get tired of it and rather play any other game.
Rumstone? Yes?
Shh. Hey. Shh.
Excuse me?
Shh. Hey, you. Here's,
Who is there? I can't understand a word. Speak up, please.
Shush. Hey, it's, Mickey.
Did you say Mickey? Mickey who? Can you please speak up? I do not understand a word.
Damn, Rumstone, it's Ricky. Get yourself a hearing aid. I thought we said no more real names on the phone.
Oh, Ricky. Man, every time my heart drops when this old analog phone suddenly rings. I expect my dead grandmother from beyond on the other end of the line every time.
You and your superstitions. But what I'm calling for... Do you need supplies? I could deliver 3 kilos at short notice.
Of the red stuff?
Nope, the white one. But it's almost pure stuff without impurities.
I still have enough white in stock. I could really use some of the red stuff. The red things always sell like hotcakes.
I have no more red, unfortunately. Possibly I could deliver half a kilo of orange at short notice, but depends on how much the customer can afford. But she has an appointment today.
Orange? Could be a compromise. I think that could work.
Great. Half a kilo of orange then. But orange will be 20% more expensive.
That's all right. Customers love the bright colors, although they look exactly like the plain white.
Okay, so you really don't need white.
Nope. I still have to process the stuff first. That's a pretty complicated process and requires a lot of skill, so it takes time.
A process for which you get a good price.
Come on, we both profit from it. My craftsmanship and your suppliers make us both wealthy men.
You're right about that. I don't want to complain at all. So I'll bring you half a kilo of orange cat hair shortly. And you remember that my neighbor wants one of your great knit hats. Orange certainly looks good on him.
Sure. As long as he can pay for my craftsmanship. Gladly.
Exactly. We will both be rolling in money. See you later. Take care.
See you later, and don't be so secretive on the phone. And next time, call me on my cell phone, and not on Grandma's antique rotary phone.
So Butler Rumstone is a dealer of homemade hats made of cat hair. I'm not sure whether to be impressed or shocked. Well, whatever, I guess everyone has the right to a lucrative hobby. or work. Be that as it may, Captain Paulie will be happy to hear that I was able to calibrate his prototype with the desired sound material. His savings are safe with this. May I interrupt again for a moment?
Yes, what's up? Captain Paulie is always happy to help.
About the desired sound recordings?
Yes, what about it?
All done. The recordings are in the can.
Really? And? Did my invention work as hoped?
Indeed it did. But listen for yourself.
Fantastic! Even though the recording did not reveal any real criminal activity, my prototype worked wonderfully. Every word was crystal clear. And the algorithm obviously thought at the beginning that a drug deal would be initiated and started the recording.
I guess fashionable hats made of cat hair aren't considered a drug.
Only if you're addicted to fashionable headwear with a little something extra. And I have to admit, I am.
Because of your baldness and our cold winters.
Excuse me? No, of course not. But the ladies just love guys who wear fashionable cat hair hats. Since I discovered Rumstone's wonderful hats for me, I cannot save myself from dates. His headgear says two major things about me. I love cats, and I'm a fashion-conscious guy. And the ladies are into both, I can tell you that much.
Okay, this is all terribly interesting, but could I finally take a look at the surveillance footage from Ricky's pet salon now, please?
Of course, Captain Paulie is a man of his word. And please keep the mic for a while. My partners in Taiwan said in an email earlier that they need another calibration shortly. And I think you are the local expert for that by now. Maybe I can help you with something else.
I can hardly wait.
That's what I thought. Okay, but now about these recordings. Just a moment, please. Could this recording possibly be helpful?
What do we see there? Is that a mail van?
Yes, these red trucks belong to the local postal company and are on the road throughout the city. Apparently, the driver's still at the very beginning of his tour. He's not loaded much.
Yeah, seems so. Oh, the TV back there's the exact model that I'd like to have. Unfortunately, I could never afford the TV.
Can you see the name on the package? Maybe she or he will invite you to a cosy TV evening.
Unfortunately, not decipherable. I think the packages in the back also have nothing to do with Ricky. What about the one at the very front?
Is that on the sticker? A picture with a comb?
Indeed, a flea comb! The package must have been from or for Ricky. He's the master of fleas.
And look how beautifully he decorated the package with cat ears and a cat tail. Ricky really loves his job.
What the? Damn, this isn't a decoration. That's a cat.
A live cat in a package? The poor animal. Not to mention that it also violates one or two laws.
I can't imagine that this was intentional. It's unfortunately a fact that cats love boxes of any kind. Surely Mr. Fumbleclaw has retired there to sleep. And was promptly sent in the mail.
Oh my. But I am impressed that you can deduce the name of the cat from 2 ears and a tail.
Yeah, I know. It's a gift. It's not possible to see what's in this big box. There's some scribble on the lid. No idea what it should mean. Maybe I'll have an idea later.
Am I correct in assuming that your Mr. Fumbleclaw is the cat you're looking for?
Yeah, that must have been him. Poor guy. Hopefully he wasn't trapped in the box long and only had a short trip. How could I possibly find out what the destination of his journey was?
Possibly if you just ask Ricky? Or try your luck at the post office and ask for the destination address of the flea comb box.
Good idea. I should do that immediately.
Just tell them at the office that Captain Paulie sent you. You won't have any problems then. Johnny from the parcel delivery office and I are old buddies. From the time when he was still a driver. and I caught him on one of my cameras in what we might call an unflattering situation. Since then, I no longer have to pay postage for my packages.
Thanks for the tip. I better get going right away.
Good luck with your search. With a few more surveillance cameras on the route of the mail van, we would have known long ago where the journey was going. But nobody listens to Captain Paulie.
Damn. What was that password again? No, that wasn't it. Drat!
I'm sure it will serve me well in the future. If the advertising's to be believed, this is what holds the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco together.
I would like to ask you to keep your hands off this door. Only employees of the post office are allowed to enter.
Whoops! That's not the customer restroom at all!
Damn. What was that password again?
May I interrupt for a moment?
Awkward timing. Extremely inconvenient timing.
I just had a quick question about one of your post routes.
Excuse me? Even if I could get into my computer at the moment, that would be a breach of Postal Secrecy Paragraph 45, Number 6.
So is that a yes?
Of course not. As a sworn clerk of the post office, I have sworn to protect its secrets and, should fate so will it, to take them to the grave with me.
No chance of an exception. It's a matter of life and death.
I'm really sorry. Exceptions are excluded in any case according to paragraph 255, number 47. And apart from that, I don't have access to my computer at the moment anyway. My colleague apparently thought it would be funny to set a new password and then go on vacation. Supposedly he wrote down the password for me somewhere here, but I can't find a note from him.
Can't you just call him and ask?
I would, but he's on vacation somewhere in some volcanic crater, and apparently has no reception there, and I'm starting to panic here.
No clue about the password. Maybe he thinks you already know it.
I think he really thinks so. In his message to my answering machine, he mentioned that the password would remind me of my favourite show.
Which is?
Of course, the American edition of The Office. It was this series that first made me discover my love for mailboxes and for any kind of paper products. This series is much more than just television for me. This series is my religion. And the hero of the series, Dwight Kirk Schrute, is my own personal hero. I strive to be faithful to his example in all respects.
The Office? Really? Wasn't Dwight the unsympathetic one who always knew better?
Unsympathetic? Excuse me? Dwight was clearly the great hero of this series, albeit a misunderstood hero. And if the staff of this pile of chaos had always adhered to his specifications, there would have been no chaos in the series at all.
But then it would have been much less fun.
Fun? The series is excellent television drama, not a comedy. And it's clearly about the consequences of disobeying rules.
And I suppose you're a friend of the rules.
Of course. Without regulations, the world would sink into chaos.
And there are no rules for setting a new password.
Of course, but my dear colleague Michael is a friend of chaos. And I can't understand why he is still employed here. But it doesn't matter. Even if I were to chat with you, I'd have to keep looking for the password.
And then could you tell me the route of your mail van?
No, I already told you. That would be a violation of paragraph 45, number 6.
Too bad.
If you want to post a package or buy stamps, I'll be happy to help. Or if you just want to chat a little about the different cardboard strengths of parcel paper, I'm your man too. Package. Maybe Michael has noted the password on a package. That would suit him. He's made it his business to drive me crazy.
All right, then I'll come back later. Maybe you'll be successful by then.
Thank you for your understanding. Just watch a few episodes of The Office in the meantime. It will sharpen your view on the really important things in life. The wisdom of Dwight Schrute has definitely changed my life.
May I interrupt again for a moment?
Yes, what's up? Captain Paulie is always happy to help.
About the traffic camera in front of Ricky's pet salon again?
Yes, what about it?
Could I have a look at the surveillance video, please?
Sure.
It's not possible to see what's in this big box. There's some scribble on the lid. Could this be the password Johnny's colleague at the post office had written down for Johnny somewhere? No wonder Johnny couldn't find the note. Apparently Johnny's colleague Michael has a bitterly wicked sense of humour. Or he's just a jerk. Anyway, let's see. Hard to decipher. Does it really say big boobs? Oh my. How vulgar. I bet this has something to do with Johnny's favourite TV show, The Office. How else would Michael have assumed that Johnny would figure it out on his own? In any case, it's easy to remember. I think I should tell Johnny in a timely manner. Maybe he'll let me have a look at the route of the mail van. But I'd better not tell him why I suddenly know his password. Maybe I'll try reverse psychology for once. I've always been interested in whether it really works.
Damn. What was that password again?
May I interrupt for a moment?
But of course, as a sworn post office clerk, I work to serve the public. And you are clearly part of the general public.
Any luck with the password search?
No, it's terrible. I still have no access whatsoever to this branch's computer system. Moreover, the rush of customers may begin at any moment.
The first customer has already rushed in and is standing in front of you.
Yes, and I am infinitely sorry. At the moment, unfortunately, I can neither issue packages nor sell stamps. Oh, I wish I'd gotten that high-paying job in the paper industry and followed in the footsteps of the great Dwight Schrute. If I did, I wouldn't be failing at public service here now.
Now calm down for a moment. Take a deep breath. Am I right in assuming that the problem with the password is not your fault?
Of course it's not my fault. My colleague Michael apparently found it funny to lock me out of our computer system with a new password just before his vacation. He supposedly wrote it down for me here somewhere. But I can't find a note from him. And his presumably joking reference to my favourite TV series isn't much help either.
Your favourite television series?
Yes, the American edition of The Office. Or as I call them, The Teachings of Dwight Schrute. But it doesn't matter. Neither The Office nor Dwight Schrute works as a password. And therefore I am clearly failing at serving you, my valued customer.
If it helps you in any way, I don't blame you. Everyone has a bad day sometimes. Is your colleague not available on vacation? Can't you just call him?
Unfortunately not. He's on vacation in some volcanic crater and apparently has no reception there. Whereas I rather suspect that he just ignores me. He constantly teases me about my supposed obsession with The Office and Dwight Schrute. The fact is, if we all followed the teachings of Dwight Schrute, we would have a world full of clear rules and order. And not the chaos like right now in this second.
Personally, I like a little bit of chaos.
Yes, I thought so, the second you stepped through that door. But only clear rules and laws along military lines, as well as severe consequences, will prevent the world from ending soon.
One could disagree on that.
And for the issuance of a new computer password, there is Regulation 455, Paragraph 34, Subsection 2 of the Postal Code. However, my colleague Michael is more like you, and a friend of chaos theory.
I like him already. But all kidding aside, you mentioned that he wrote down the password for you somewhere here. Have you already searched everywhere thoroughly?
I think so, but knowing Michael, he didn't just write down the password on a piece of paper like any normal person would. Because that would be too easy and would not drive me crazy. He probably wrote the password somewhere in the dust of the warehouse floor or something like that. That would be more his style.
Want me to check out the warehouse?
Thank you for the offer, but access to the hall is allowed only for employees of the post office. In addition, the hall was only freshly swept during the night shift. And with that, the password probably also ended up in the trash. Anyway, as much as I'd like to talk to the clientele, I have to keep looking for a way to unlock this damn computer. Please come back again later. With a little luck, I can be of service to you then.
Alright, then I won't keep you any longer from your important mission. Good luck.
Thank you for your understanding.
I have an idea about the password you're looking for.
Really? And what exactly would this idea be?
Well, you mentioned that your colleague Michael chose the password you're looking for to tease you with your favourite TV show The Office, right?
You mean the teachings of Dwight Schrute? Yes, he mentioned something like that. But neither The Office nor Dwight Schrute is accepted as a password.
Maybe the hint wasn't meant literally.
You mean some password that only a real fan would remember?
Exactly. It's like a check if you are worthy of the new password. Like the third installment of Indiana Jones. Only without the face melting at the wrong answer.
The idea doesn't sound so bad. Let me think for a moment and go through all 188 episodes in my mind. Yes, that must be it. It can only be this one. Just a moment. Good. Then let's see if the password is the right one against all expectations. Is that really possible? I don't believe it. The password is correct. Thank you very much. Why didn't I think of that myself? Yet the solution was so close at hand. It could only be the password of the Dunder Mifflin Company server.
I'm glad I could help.
Indeed, you could. Even though this action, especially the assignment of the obscene password, is a clear violation of Postal Law Section 223, Paragraph 3. This time there will be nasty consequences for Michael. I'm so sick of his constant pranks at my expense, and his references to my favourite TV show. And as soon as my promotion goes through, he can get a job in garbage collection.
May I interrupt for a moment?
But of course, as a sworn post office clerk, I work to serve the public. And you are clearly part of the general public.
I would have a question about the route of your mail vans.
Sorry, the information is subject to postal secrecy and is confidential.
I am a very trusting person.
I know, and I thank you for the help with the password, but as I said, the routes of our vehicles are top secret.
It's really, really important. A cat is trapped in a package and therefore, it's literally a matter of life and death.
I'm sorry to hear that. I do not like to think if something like that would happen to my dwarf calf Bridget. But even though this is probably little consolation, our driver's route takes a maximum of 8 hours. The cat's paper prison was certainly delivered as quickly as possible. And allow me to object that it is against Postal Law Section 244, Paragraph 4, lines 5 to 10 to send live animals by mail.
I don't think it was intentional. More like an unfortunate coincidence. And if it helps in any way, it was one of the packages for which you chose the recipient yourself.
Me? Why should I?
Do you know Ricky from Ricky's Pet Salon? He said they would randomly do the distribution of his giveaways themselves.
Oh, Ricky, yes, of course. Ever since his goldfish Klaus had a brief fling with my Bridget.
Brigitte is your dwarf carp.
That's right, and ever since they had their brief but intense romance, Ricky and I have also been good friends. And since then, I have taken over the distribution of his giveaways to needy institutions. There is no children's home that does not have a need for brand new flea combs.
I think that's great, and since we're now both friends of Ricky, can you really not help me?
I'm afraid not.
Then I'm afraid you leave me no choice. Sergeant Paul from the local police department sent me. And he would be willing to put his knowledge about you to work for the good of the cat. So you better think it over again.
What, Sergeant Paul? The crazy self-proclaimed Captain Paulie?
So you already know each other? Good. Then you know who you're upsetting. Can I have your driver's route now, please?
Certainly not. And if this lunatic continues to pursue me with his cameras and harasses me, he will soon be facing charges. This nutcase is the reason why I was fired as a driver and put here in the warehouse. But in retrospect, that wasn't so bad. Here, I had a lot of time to study the postal code and watch The Office. And both have changed my life permanently. And by the way, I would like to note that the attempt to bribe a post office clerk is a punishable offence, under Penal Code Section 253, paragraph 2 to 4.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way.
Good, I hope so.
Can you at least tell me what happened? What did Captain Paulie catch you doing?
Sorry, I will take this knowledge with me to the grave. Just like the knowledge of the route of our vehicles.
I would like to pick up a package.
Why, of course. I would need the pickup number of the package and the recipient, please.
Package number A344Z1233U. A package with a prayer chair consecrated by the Holy Father in Rome for the local nunnery.
Good. I'll see if the package is in the warehouse. Please be patient.
All right, let's see if I can find the route of the mail van. With a little luck, I can also see where the package with flea combs was delivered. What was that computer password again? Great! I was able to find the route of the mail van, and fortunately, there aren't many stops. A less nice thing is that I couldn't find a way to find out exactly where Ricky's package was delivered in this ancient management software. But that would probably have been too easy. So I have no choice but to go to all the stations en route and ask if the received package made cat sounds. Oh dear. Poor Mr. Fumbleclaw. I hope he's alright. When this is all over, the poor cat will surely need therapy with a psychologist. So, you see it yourself. There's much to do. And even if I would like to chat with you for a bit, I definitely have more important things to do. It probably doesn't matter at which mail van station I start asking for Mr. Fumbleclaw. My ticket for the bus is already paid for this month. Maybe I'll start at Alfredo's Pizzeria. A slice of pizza is always a good idea. Oh, what is that? A stone chisel. I better take it. Better not chisel away at anything else on this road. Great, now wherever I go, it smells like delicious pizza. Good idea, even if a little unconventional. By the way, the technical term for this is moon logic. Every adventure game that's something special also needs a few moon logic puzzles. Great! The pen is now ready for use again. And smells a little like a '68's Ford Mustang.
Hello, my young friend! Welcome to Alfredo's, your specialist with a wide selection of animal-friendly pizza dishes. Unfortunately, I'm not hiring new pizza drivers at this time. Please, come back again after my sensational new vegan cheese pizza is launched. Then I certainly need all the help I can get to meet the sensational demand.
Hi, how come everyone in this game thinks I'm a pizza boy?
Oh, you are not here for my job posting regarding a mobile customer service representative? Then I apologize for the oversight. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yeah, I certainly hope so. And that may sound a little strange now, but have you perhaps recently received a package with a beautiful white cat from the post office?
A white cat? A toy?
No, a live one. Hopefully.
No, sorry, of course not. A cat here would also be a complete hygienic disaster. Unfortunately, my customer react quite indignantly to cat hair on their pizza.
Oh, what a pity. Then I apologise for the interruption. I'll have to look elsewhere for Mr. Fumbleclaw.
Mr. Fumbleclaw? Is that the name of your cat?
He is. Well, actually, Lord Fumbleclaw, but Mr. Fumbleclaw works too.
As I said, I'm afraid I can't help you there. But if you need a little vegetarian boost to gather strength for the search for your lord, well, you have come to the right place. Soon, you'll be able to buy the best vegan cheese pizza in the whole country, developed with the help of an artificial intelligence according to my own highly secret algorithms. And until then, here is the best garlic bread in the country, with delicious homegrown ceiling mushrooms.
That sounds really kinda yummy. Could I please buy one of your vegan cheese pizzas?
Sorry, my young friend. As I said, this new sensational type of cheese pizza will not be available for a while. The new vegan cheese machine I developed is unfortunately stuck somewhere in the mail. But I expect the package any day. And then you are cordially invited to become my first customer of the sensational cheese pizza. And until then, just taste my delicious garlic bread with spicy, homegrown ceiling mushrooms.
I like the garlic bread. But I've never heard of ceiling mushrooms. In which forest do they grow?
Forest? No forest. As the name suggests, they grow on my ceiling. A very fine, small-pored spicy mold with a very special aroma.
Excuse me? You mean the mushroom grows on the ceiling here in your pizza parlor?
That's right!
And you sprinkle that on your garlic bread?
Yes, and the mushrooms gives the bread an incomparable flavor, insanely delicious.
Ugh! Isn't that hygienically unacceptable?
Hogwash! It's a unique selling proposition. And my customers love my ceiling mushroom garlic bread.
Probably because they don't know what they're actually eating.
Ah, my critical young friend. Mushroom is mushroom. There is no good mushroom and no bad mushroom. There are only mushrooms that taste good and mushrooms that do not. And the former belong on a pizza. Or on a garlic bread. However, I will probably cancel the offer as soon as I have my hands full with my new sensational vegan cheese pizza. So if you don't want garlic bread, please come back as soon as this sensational pizza is on sale. Then I might also have the job as a pizza driver for which you are actually here today.
I am not a pizza boy.
Hogwash! You have this natural, incredibly intense pizza boy charisma. As if you were born for it. Such charisma in this intensity is extremely rare. Surely you will be swimming in tips.
Do you really think so? The tips sound really interesting. Maybe I really will get back to you after I find Mr. Fumbleclaw.
Do that. And if nothing else, I would like to continue working now. I have a large order of ceiling mushroom garlic bread to work off.
Of course. And don't worry, the health and hygiene department will not get any information from me. I better take this ugly fashion accessory. Behind the display case, Alfredo has a selection of his most delicious pizzas on display for your perusal. But I'm pretty sure that these are all just dummies and drawings of pizzas. Still, they look so incredibly delicious. All right, two become one. Ta-da! With the help of the magic tape instead of two long wooden boards, I now have one super long wooden board in my pocket. Good thing my magic pants pocket is infinitely deep. Good idea. With the longboard, I should be able to bridge this death trap. Perfect. Now I need someone who's brave enough to test this construction. Hold on. Even though I am quite happy to volunteer to test whether this construction can withstand my weight, didn't you see and read the sign there on the ground? There's a big and clear sign that the road is closed and the use is forbidden. There's already a bounty on my head because of the Chihuahua situation. Even though I'm dying to know what's waiting for me at the end of the road, I'd better not raise my police search level any further. Anyone who's ever played Grand Theft Auto knows that such a thing usually ends in a hail of bullets and game over. Out of sight, out of mind. And the road was reopened. Wow, a blank employee ID card from the post office. If I fill it out, I'll surely get access to hidden treasures. As a postal employee, you enjoy this privilege. May I interrupt for a moment? Have you seen a big, white, fluffy cat around here by any chance?
Excuse me? What kind of cat?
Large, white, and fluffy. Probably arrived here with a package of flea combs.
Tell me, boy, are you on drugs? I have no idea what you're talking about, and to be honest, I have enough problems of my own here. Are you possibly another problem?
I think not, but I am a problem solver. What's the problem exactly? Are you shooting a movie here? I like movies.
Yes, unfortunately.
Why unfortunately?
The production company contractually obligated me to realize this nonsense through a legal dodge. And as expected, there's nothing but problems here. The world probably just doesn't want this movie to ever see the light of day. And that would be just fine with me. Ooh, I'd hate to see my name in the credits of this piece of work. I am an artist, and I've worked hard to earn my reputation as a renowned director and writer.
You don't sound very enthusiastic. What's the name of your new movie? Is it going to be a Western? I love Westerns.
Cow Wolf, the beast of the bloody woods.
Ooh, that doesn't sound so bad. Mysterious and ambiguous. Why are the woods so bloody?
Vampires.
Excuse me?
The 3 daughters of the chief. They are vampires.
Really? And let me guess. They all fell in love with the same handsome werewolf.
With the same handsome cowboy. Cowboy werewolf. A cow wolf.
Well, that sounds really interesting.
Nonsense. Say it like it is. That sounds like absolute nonsense.
So a romance horror western.
Yes, something like that. The production company is of the opinion that this is currently very popular with the target group.
And you sound unenthusiastic. I know a little girl who would be thrilled.
If I wasn't contractually bound, I wouldn't touch this project with a 10-foot pole. I was a consultant and assistant director on such classics as Dances with Wolves and The Last of the Mohicans. and the production studio is probably of the opinion that my name in the credits would also appeal to the target audience of said movies. But I already mentioned it. Rather hell freezes over than my name appears in the credits of this piece of work. Nevertheless, I would also like to realize this project on a high level of craftsmanship and authenticity. But that's not so easy because the studio bosses don't have a clue about the Wild West. And they invested most of the budget in the star of the movie, Clint Akenthorpe. However, what has now led to a number of problems due to lack of money.
Did I mention that I'm a professional problem solver? What's the problem exactly?
Let's start with the obvious. The set is of the lowest budget in terms of craftsmanship. The tents are cheap plywood dummies, and the lawn is artificial turf, stolen from a golf course somewhere. And the carpenter of the totem pole, due to lack of payment, left after half of the work. Also, for budgetary reasons, all the extras were fired, just like our star's youthful sidekick, who was never at a loss for a funny quip.
Woo! That sounds like a lot of problems indeed.
Oh, that was by no means all. The decrepit power generator that supplies the set, and especially the lighting with electricity, recently broke down. And last but not least, my star is on a hunger strike, since the access bridge collapsed and you have to drive a mile-long detour. And as a result, the catering has been discontinued.
You mean he's on strike because he's hungry?
Yes, that's what I said. And try ordering a pizza here in the woods. No pizza service delivers all the way out here. Damn, I wouldn't even know what to put as an address. The third tree behind the raccoon's den? You see, my boy, the project is basically doomed to failure, and it will probably remain a stain on my CV forever.
I'm very sorry about that. If my time permits, I'll see whether I can be helpful to you with one or the other thing, even though I actually have other priorities at the moment. But we movie people have to stick together after all.
You work in movies too?
Yeah, I did. Currently retired, unfortunately. But my parents still think that the video recording of my enrollment was the hit of the year.
I see. Well, in any case, thank you for your effort. But now, I would like to ask you to let me continue working. I'm in the process of thinking up some spectacular camera shots for tomorrow's shoot, which becomes a real challenge due to the lack of actors, scenery, and good lighting. Maybe I'll just movie some cute raccoons and baby foxes.
Howdy, kid. Without photo, $100. And with selfie, $150.
Excuse me?
Autograph without photo costs $100. And with selfie, $150. You're here for an autograph, aren't you?
Yeah. Actually, I'd love an autograph. I'm a big fan of your movies. But I can't possibly afford that. Do you perhaps also take smelling bus tickets in payment? The next month's even already paid.
Nah, kid. Cash is king. Is that all? You are disturbing me here at work.
Sorry, I don't really want to interrupt, but... You're Clint Akenthorpe, right? The Clint Akenthorpe. Hero of such legendary cinema hits as Revenge of the Groundhog, Bloody Iced Tea Parts 1 to 5, and one of my favourite movies, Weightless on Uranus.
Aye. Guilty as charged. By the way, my previous year's autographs cost only half.
Unfortunately, still too expensive for me. Can't we just have a little chat? You seem to have some time on your hands at the moment, and it's not every day I get the chance to meet one of the biggest movie stars in the world.
Fine by me, but please make it short anyway, kid. Time is money. And some people's time is worth more than that of others.
Promise. Aw, crap, now I don't have my note with the questions I had thought of if I ever met you.
So, we're done here, kid?
No. What? How did you end up in such a low-budget production like this? Isn't the movie way beneath you budget-wise?
You know, kid, I'm not really interested in the total budget of a movie. As long as the producers can provide the money for my budget, I don't care if it's a blockbuster or an art house movie like this one. I'm not picky about that.
You think this is an art house movie?
Well, that's how my agent described it to me. But probably it's just a cheap horror flick with a famous director and even more famous star of the movie. But I don't really care, as long as the money is right. But what really bothers me about the movie is the virtually non-existent catering. James is babbling something about a collapsed access bridge, but I have a strict diet plan to follow. And without my daily special vegetarian diet, I can't possibly maintain my market value. My body's a temple, kid. A temple. Unfortunately, currently in acute danger of collapse.
Oh. And why's that?
That's why I'm exercising my contractual trade union rights and going on strike.
Ah, so that's why Mr. Pollock's on the verge of a nervous breakdown.
I guess so. Don't get me wrong, I like James and how he is desperately trying to make art out of this trash. But as long as it's not ensured that I can keep to my diet plan, as long as no inch of movie is shot here.
Can I maybe get you something to eat somewhere? It would be a great honor.
Thanks for the offer, kid. But I don't think you have a clue when it comes to a balanced vegetarian diet when I look at you.
Oh, wait a minute. I am a vegetarian.
Fried vegetarian food is not what I have in mind. I need a balanced mix of protein, carbohydrates, and exotic spices. You can't get this specialty food at just any snack bar.
I can still keep my eyes open. I've solved much harder puzzles in this game.
Game?
Game of life. The game of life.
Ha, I see. Oi, kid, knock yourself out. And as soon as my culinary needs have been taken care of, I willingly pose in front of the camera again. Anything else, kid?
Oh, drat, now I almost forgot what I wanted to ask you.
Well, lucky for me that it came back to you. What is it?
I'm looking for a cat. Large, white, much fluff.
Do I look like an animal shelter? What do I know where your cat is? I'm more of a dog person anyway. Fighting dogs.
Well, this is a long and sad story. To make a long story short, did a package with a cat inside arrive here lately?
Kid, if the catering can't reach me, do you really think any package with a cat in it could reach me? Besides, I told you that access bridge collapsed. Haven't seen any supplies here for days.
Too bad. I was just wondering.
Nah, kid, sorry. And thanks to my allergy to cat hair, I would have tracked down any cat package within a mile. And now excuse me, kid. I still have to save some energy until the food is here. That was the last time I made a cheap flick like that. These small movie crews have no idea how to properly handle a star of my caliber. In the future, I better stick to Michael Bay and Roland Emmerich again.
Given the current prices for electricity, such pocket power plants powered by clean energy are sure to sell like hotcakes.
Yikes! Who are you? And why are you standing in my living room? Did Alfredo send you? From the pizzeria, Alfredo? I had already told the last pizza guy that I wasn't interested in vegan giveaways. Alfredo is welcome to keep these chemical bombs. I prefer a dead animal-topped pizza over this vegan crap any day.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But, I don't deliver pizza. I'm looking for a box of flea combs that may have been recently delivered to you.
What kind of box?
One with flea combs. For the hair. Did something possibly come in the mail?
No, not that I know of. And I think you could also get your hair problems under control with thorough hair washing. You should treat your hair well at all times. Otherwise, your hair will eventually take flight and you'll look like me.
Oh no, the flea combs are for dogs and cats.
Uh-huh. Well, actually, I don't really care. Is there any other reason why you're stealing my time here?
Is there a particular reason for your bad mood?
You mean aside from my burned-down house, including all my belongings and the end of my career as a master painter? And apart from the fact that I lack the right tools to get my new career as a sculptor rolling? Or, in other words, apart from my acute existential crisis and the end of my life so far? Because you must know that I actually have a very sunny temperament. But at the moment, I find it very difficult to keep this sun in the sky.
I'm sorry to hear that. Is there anything I might do to lighten your mood? I do have a busy schedule at the moment, but I like to help complete strangers whenever I can.
Thank you for the offer. I appreciate that. But unless you can turn back time, or are a sculpting paraphernalia salesman, I don't see how you could help me.
Sorry. Unfortunately, I have to deny both.
What a surprise.
But I am quite creative in solving problems, and maybe I can think of something in your case as well.
Well, good luck. Your optimism honours you in any case.
May I ask what exactly happened to your house?
Well, my stupidity happened, coupled with my arrogance. As a master painter, I have always taken great pride in creating my own exotic shades. My Enderby Azure was the most popular blue in the entire region. And like any professional who's trying hard, I've always mixed my own paints.
Enderby Azure? I would have liked to see that for myself.
It was the most dazzling blue you can imagine, like the mesmerizing, sparkling blue of a deep, clear blue mountain lake.
Sounds great.
It was. But unfortunately, enclosed spaces can tolerate only a certain concentration of gaseous paint thinner.
Enclosed spaces? You mean you mixed colours in a closed room?
Yes, in my living room.
Why?
Because I get cold easily at my age. Even a slight breeze is enough and I'm freezing cold. I needed warm. Cozy warm. But unfortunately it became a little warmer than desired.
Oh dear. I can imagine. So you mixed colours in your living room and then lit a cigarette?
A cigarette? No. That would be irresponsible. The flames hit me the moment I turned on my TV to watch a new episode of The Blacklist on Netflix. I guess even the smallest spark was enough to make my Enderby Azure burst into flames.
Oh dear. I'm sorry to hear that.
I barely managed to run to the front door and save my skin. But my eyebrows still haven't grown back properly to this day.
And now you live here, in your greenhouse?
Yes. And even though the furnishings are still a bit Spartan, I enjoy the pleasant warmth here when the sun heats up the air during the day.
Yeah, it's quite warm. And have you given up your profession as a painter and now switched to sculpting? Or why are you standing in front of this block of stone?
Well, all my belongings, including my beautiful paints and my expensive brushes, unfortunately fell victim to the flames. And sculpting and wood carving have always been two of my favorite hobbies. And I think I can claim to have some talent in these two artistic branches.
Now that's what I call a stroke of luck. And you're working here on what exactly?
Yes, I must have really been lucky. One of my well-heeled Enderby Azure fans was kind enough to commission me to carve the portrait of one of his favorite actors in stone. He would like the bust to decorate the foyer of his penthouse. But I'm afraid that my new career is already over before it even begins.
What's the problem?
The problem was, or rather is, the 100-piece set of hand-forged hammers and chisels which I ordered on Amazon for €49.99. I was hoping for an inexpensive start to my new profession.
Am I correct in assuming that this large pile here represents said Amazon order?
That's how it is. The hammers do last a while, but the chisels supplied, they break directly after 2 or 3 blows. And now I'm standing here with a handful of hammers, 0 chisels, and complaining to a complete stranger delivering pizza in my new makeshift, well-tempered living room. And even if I appreciate your interest in my life story, or rather crisis, I think you should leave my living room now. At least now I have the time to ponder a little on the subject of wrong decisions. You wanted to leave now? However, feel free to come back when you have a dead animal-topped pizza with you. Staring at this block of stone is starting to make me hungry.
Perhaps a professional chisel could make sure that you can finish your stone bust.
Joker? For sure, a professional chisel would help finish the bust. But I do not own a professional chisel. Just this cheap junk from my Amazon order. Or rather, I owned this cheap junk from my Amazon order. Because all the chisels from this order are broken. And with them, my hope for a new career as a successful stonemason.
Well, as luck would have it, I recently found a high-quality looking stone chisel on the side of the road. Presumably it had fallen off some truck.
Really? And you would let me have him? Just like that?
You're welcome. I'm dying to see which actor is hiding behind the mask of stone.
Oh, I would be forever in your debt if your stone chisel was really any good.
Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there? Here you go, and good luck!
Yes?
Would you possibly be interested in participating in a movie?
A movie? What kind of movie? My acting talent is rather poor.
Well, a western is currently being filmed nearby, and the director is looking for a craftsman who knows how to carve wood. There's a really impressive totem pole that would need to be finished. And I seem to remember you mentioning in that addition to carving stone, you also had talent in carving wood.
A western? Really? In this country? That's what I call highly unusual. But yes, you are right. I think I can say with a clear conscience that I do indeed have some talent in carving wood. And the totem pole thing sounds really highly interesting. But unfortunately, at this point I have to decline the order.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, sorry. This sounds like an exciting project and would make a great reference and prestige piece for my new professional career. But as you can see for yourself, I still have a little problem to solve here. And until I finish this bust here, I can't possibly start a new project. That would not be fair to the customer.
Yes, I think I can relate to that. Still, a pity.
Just ask me again after I finish this work here. Because as I said, carving a totem pole for a western, that sounds like something I'd like to do. I love westerns. Especially the old classics with John Wayne or James Stewart. Is there anything else?
That's it for now.
Good. Yes?
That's it for now.
Good.
Hello, I really don't want to disturb your, devotion, but I have a really important question that I hope you can help me with.
Hello, young mortal. Welcome to the land of eternal darkness and omnipresent gloom. With what am I, Vlad Popescu, allowed to frighten you today?
Excuse me? Frighten me? Please don't. I had to summon up all of my courage to hike up the dark path here. But my concern is of the utmost urgency.
Oh, so you're probably not here to talk about my illustrious career as a scary movie icon? Then excuse my flowery greeting. My fans expect me to speak in this way.
Sorry, I am indeed not here to talk about scary movies. Maybe there'll be time for that later. At the moment, I'm looking for a package that may have arrived in the mail recently. You would certainly have noticed it immediately. A package with a cat.
A package? With a dead cat?
No. I do hope that Mr. Fumbleclaw is quite well.
Why would anyone send a package with a live cat? That does not sound very reasonable to me. But I am sorry to disappoint you. Neither have I received a package with a dead cat, nor a package with a live cat. Unfortunately, I get very little mail at all in recent years. I'm afraid the world has forgotten the great Vlad Popescu by now.
Drat! Again, no success. I'm running out of ideas on where to look for Mr. Fumbleclaw. Slowly, I'm really worried about the poor cat. Good, then I will not disturb you any further and wish you a nice evening. Very strange. Wasn't it broad daylight until just now?
I'm sorry I couldn't help you with your cat. But do you really have to go already? Unfortunately, I get very few visitors lately.
I don't want to disturb you any further. You seem very absorbed in your devotions.
That's all right, my young visitor. I've been standing here a lot lately, pondering my life. Oh, how rude of me! I have not yet properly introduced myself.
You are Vlad Popescu, aren't you? The horror movie actor. I think I owe one of my earliest childhood traumas to you. My name is Whiskers, by the way. Scott Whiskers.
Oh, you know me? Really? You can't believe how happy I am! Unfortunately, my name is no longer a household word among today's youth. Today, it is all about chopped heads and bloody, scary dolls. The times of dignified, scary cinema are unfortunately long gone.
That's sadly true. I, for one, prefer a classic Edgar Allan Poe adaptation to any slasher film of today. Real horror. Modern cinema simply can't do that anymore.
My dear Scott, you speak from my soul. Oh, how happy I am that there are still young people who are familiar with the works of Vincent Price or Christopher Lee.
Or the works of one Vlad Popescu. Which leads me to an important question, and I hope you won't hold it against me.
Go ahead, my uninvited yet welcome guest. Ask your question. As my life will last a few more minutes, I am willing to answer it fully.
Shouldn't you be dead by now? Or at least 150 years old? I bet I've seen you in a movie alongside Boris Karloff in a movie from the 20s of the 20th century. But that can't be possible.
Why shouldn't that be possible? I don't look a day over 149, do I?
You scare me. And that's completely without a movie screen.
Don't worry, my young Mr. Whiskers. I think I can let you in on the big secret. It probably doesn't matter much anymore, anyway. Indeed, the greatest secret of my life. And I must ask you to keep this one for yourself and take it to your grave.
A secret? Oh, I love a good secret.
Who doesn't? Well then, the Vlad Popescu you saw alongside Boris Karloff, that was. Well, that was my grandfather, Vlad Popescu V, and the Vlad Popescu who shone alongside Vincent Price in the late 50s. Well, that was my father, Vlad Popescu VI.
Oh, and so you are...
Vlad Popescu VII, and I fear also the last of his kind. The Popescu horror dynasty will unfortunately come to an end with me. But that's alright. A Popescu simply no longer fits in today's cinema. Today, it's all about pointy ears and fairy tales and space movies.
I think you would have been an excellent Spock in your younger years.
I have no idea who or what a Spock is, but I thank you for your kind words. My hope as an actor of the old school is still to play one or the other interesting role, and then disappear into the mists of oblivion.
Is that why you stand here at the graves? To remember times gone by and to commemorate friends who have passed away?
Well, unfortunately, it's the case that if you live for 150 years like me...
Wow, you're really into your role.
You have to bury many old companions, and it is only decent of me to remember the old times here from time to time.
Your melancholy is so slowly becoming contagious.
Oh, I am sorry. That was not my intention.
Is there anything I can do to cheer you up a little? Maybe a small cat from the animal shelter where I work would please you. See, when I'm sad, I always take an extra shift at the shelter to be with my cuddly Jimmy. His purring brightens my spirits every time.
I'm afraid my cat hair allergy wouldn't allow that. No, I'm only happy, really happy, on the big screen. But unless you happen to be a movie producer who has a role for an aging movie star like me, I'm afraid you can't do anything for me.
Well, I don't want to promise anything, but in fact, I have solved much more difficult tasks in this game. I will definitely keep my eyes open for a role for you.
And I appreciate that very much. And I very much hope that you'll find your package cat. No animal should be shipped in such a undignified way.
Thanks. See you later.
See you. And whenever you want to spend some time here at the grid, you're always welcome to do so.
I might have an idea how you could still get a part in the James Pollock romantic horror western.
You mean that important supporting role where I'm supposed to play some funny cowboy?
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, the problem is that you're a few years too old for the role. At least, Mr. Pollock would like to fill the role with a younger actor. Personally, I think it's an outrageous discrimination against older people. But Hollywood unfortunately sees things differently.
And what makes you think I even have a chance?
Simple. You probably don't know this, but I've been going to all kinds of science fiction and fantasy conventions for years.
You don't say.
And since I've always created my own costumes and masks over the years so far, I've developed quite a bit of talent as a makeup artist over that time.
Really? So you know how to use a brush?
I do. My face painting as a zombie from The Walking Dead was always the crowning glory of any convention party.
And you think you could spice up my face a bit?
I think so. And as luck would have it, I also found a collection of professional makeup on the side of the road. Presumably, it had fallen from the truck. And I would consider it a great honour if I could do your makeup and help you get this great movie role.
Really? You would make an old man very happy with that. My stylist from the old days is unfortunately long gone.
Sorry to hear he's dead.
Dead? No, he came to visit 2 years ago, then left, and I've never seen him since.
So, probably dead after all. Be that as it may. Would you mind if I now prove my skills with brush and makeup?
Of course not. On the contrary, I would be forever indebted to you.
Great. Then I'll get started. Please do not move now, if possible. And done. And if I may say, one of my best works so far.
Really? Too bad I decided years ago not to install a mirror here at the graves. I guess I'll just have to take your word for it now.
You can! You look decades younger!
In any case, the makeup smells nicely of roses. And also a little of cat.
I know, a daring fragrance composition. However, it is fully in line with the trend.
And do you really think I have a chance at the role now?
I'm absolutely sure of that.
Oh, how great. Can you please schedule an audition for me? Since you seem to know the director, a request from you will probably be more likely to succeed.
I don't think that's necessary. Mr. Pollock prefers applications by photo.
Oh, really? And you probably have one of those newfangled pocket computers with a photo camera in your pocket. And could you take a picture of me?
Unfortunately, I left my pocket computer on the bus.
Oh, what a pity.
But don't worry, I'll think of something else.
You have truly been sent by heaven.
I think we have to come up with something regarding your hair colour.
Oh, yeah. You're probably right. Unfortunately, grey hair is still not in vogue.
It is, but unfortunately only if you're auditioning for the role of the Witcher Geralt of Rivia. But for the role in Mr. Pollock's Western, a more natural hair colour would probably be appropriate.
You're probably right about that. Do you perhaps already have a solution for this problem?
Not yet.
Too bad.
But don't worry. Now that you have such great makeup, it would be a joke if I couldn't finish one of my best jobs. I can certainly think of something else.
Thank you very much, my young Mr. Whiskers. I can't wait to get back into my old cowboy costume and get in front of the camera. I miss the big screen so much.
Oh my god!
What? What's wrong? Are you alright?
Behind you!
Behind me? What's behind me?
Don't you see that? There! Behind you! The three-headed monkey!
What? How? There? Damn, boy. What are you doing?
Drat! I forgot the beard.
You what?
Oh my god! He's back! The three-headed monkey! But this time for real!
Huh? What the heck, boy? What are you doing?
Well, you know the saying, the end justifies the means? I'm sorry if I've caught you a little off guard now. But you do have to acknowledge my adeptness at using the spray can. At least not a drop of paint ended up in your eyes. That's where my years of spray can training in painting action figures really pays off.
Drat. But why? What was all that about? I'll never get the colour out of my hair again.
I'm sure there's a paint thinner expert in the game who can give you some tips. And as for the why, well, now nothing should stand in your way regarding the role of the funny sidekick in Mr. Pollock's romantic horror western.
Oh, that's why you've now gelatinized my hair with colour spray to secure me said role.
That's right.
And you really didn't have a less definitive idea there.
Why definitive?
Well, I'm sure I won't get the colour out of my hair for several months. Which unfortunately will limit my acting to figures with brown hair for the next months.
Don't despair. As I said, I'm sure there's a paint thinner expert in the game who'll be happy to help you with this problem.
Do you really think so?
I'm absolutely sure of that.
All right. And what happens now? Do you want me to audition for the role somewhere?
I don't think that's necessary. Mr. Pollock prefers applications by photo.
By photo? That's highly unusual. How does he want to judge my acting with that?
I don't think this role requires much acting.
Okay. And I'm sure you have one of those modern pocket computers with a photo camera in your pocket.
You mean my cell phone? No, unfortunately I left this on the bus. But don't worry. I'll come up with something for this problem as well. I think I've already demonstrated my creative approaches to solving problems.
I can't disagree with that. Your creativity borders on bodily harm. But, as you said it yourself, the end justifies the means.
Yes, my friend. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Do you need any help with your archaeology stuff?
Help? You probably mean well, my boy. but your language suggests to me that you probably do not hold a PhD in archaeology, or have some other form of qualification in North American history.
Well, I've seen plenty of westerns. Does that count?
Westerns? So, movies?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask me anything about John Wayne.
John Wayne? I don't think your movie knowledge would be useful to me in any way. The old John Wayne movies in particular shed light on the events of the time in a highly one-dimensional way. However, if you happen to get the phone number of a real expert, I would be happy if you send it to me. I have a few interesting topics that I would like to discuss with a colleague. But specialists in my field are unfortunately few and far between in this country.
So my movie knowledge is no help to you?
I'm afraid not. But please don't get me wrong, there are also real experts in movie and television. And, for example, the consultants of the classic Dances with Wolves were definitely luminaries in their field. But, as I said before, you're more likely to find such specialists overseas, and less in this country.
As it happens, one of the advisors of the classic The Last of the Mohicans is a good friend of mine.
Really? This was indeed a good and very authentic, well-researched movie, albeit with a questionable cast in the lead role. And your friend was one of the consultants on the flick?
He was. Whenever things got technically stuck during filming, thanks to James's advice, the camera was up and running again in no time.
And you would let me have his phone number?
Even much better. My good, really very good friend is now a successful director and is shooting a new movie. Another western, by the way, just a few miles from here. Surely I could arrange a timely meeting.
You would? I am overwhelmed. That would be absolutely great. I miss this professional exchange with like-minded people so much.
Yeah, great. I'll let James know you're interested in talking. And surely you can explain to him why some aspects of the movie are rather questionable in nature and less authentic.
Oh, for example?
Well, James had better tell you himself. I don't want to spoil the surprise.
All right. I'm very excited.
That's all for now.
I would appreciate it if you kept your hands off the statue. The chief is an irreplaceable, unique piece from the late 19th century. It either belongs back in its time, which is rather impossible, or in a museum.
Or quite obviously in your living room.
This, my study room, is a recognized private museum, my cheeky young friend.
Sorry, I really wanted just to admire the majestic appearance. That's what I call a rapid rise. Now I'm officially an employee of the local post office. I'm always happy to meet new colleagues. Better take good care of your ID though. These things are like gold on the black market. Criminal individuals gain unhindered access to all of the post office's premises with that.
I would like to ask you to keep your hands off this door. Access is only allowed to employees. Oh, 1 second. I apologise for any inconvenience. Now I can clearly feel your aura. You exude that unmistakable aura of an employee of our company. Am I not right?
Yeah. Sure. I've been working for the post office for many years.
Of course, yes. Now I feel it very clearly. My sincerest apologies. My employee radar seems to be getting error-prone. Were you possibly transferred to us from District 9?
Yeah, of course. From District 9. Freshly transferred.
Is old Charles still running his regime now with a hard hand?
Charles? Yeah. Exactly. That's why I was transferred.
That was probably the best thing you could do. The old dog is not easy to deal with.
Yeah, I guess that's him. The old dog. Now that I'm officially part of the team, does that mean I can enter the warehouse?
Why, of course. Your employee ID card entitles you to freely enter all facilities at this branch.
Great! Then, I better get back to work. I still have a few packages to deliver before it gets dark.
Of course, and I apologise once again for the oversight. Welcome to the team.
Too bad about the beautiful broom. With this, I can probably kiss my Quidditch career goodbye. Ooh, a box in a box. A cheese replicator 2000 XL. Interesting. The package is addressed to the Pizzeria Alfredo.
Yes?
That's it for now.
Good.
I wonder what the sculpture will represent when it's finished. That would be Master Painter Eddie Enderby. It looks like he's changed professions. Probably a good decision.
A hammer? It looks quite stable.
It is. A real professional tool.
Really? Sounds indeed like a tool that I could use well. The chisel you gave me is unfortunately the death of my hammers from the Amazon order of the 100-piece set of hand-forged hammers and chisels for €49.99.
Death?
Yes. I suspect that the high-quality steel of the stone chisel is not compatible with the low-quality steel of my Amazon hammers. If my cheap chisels used to break after a few blows, now it's the cheap hammers that shatter into 1,000 pieces after a few blows. It's so frustrating.
Well then, try my hammer here. As I said, it's a high-quality professional tool.
And you would just give it to me?
Why, of course. I'm dying to see which actor is hiding behind the facade of stone.
Then I guess the only thing left to do is to thank you again. Good. Let's see if your hammer is any good.
Can this be? Is this really? This is indeed the unforgettable, the unique Mr. Spock! Fascinating!
Yes?
Wow, that's Leonard Nimoy, isn't it? In the Futurama version. I'm deeply impressed. But why the critical expression on your face? Are you not satisfied with your work?
Oh, yes. The work is really successful thanks to your excellent tools, I think. It's just... I don't know. Don't you think that somehow that certain something is missing?
Well, I think you've done a wonderful job with Spock. Your customer will certainly be very happy with the work.
Do you really think so?
Don't you?
I don't know. Technically, the bust is already quite okay, but it somehow still lacks some character, I think. The customer attaches great importance to the fact that the work depicts the characteristics of Mr. Nimoy as authentically as possible.
Characteristics?
Yes, as far as I know, Mr. Nimoy was a very serious person during his lifetime on the one hand, with a cool detachment. Had a great sense of humor on the other hand. And I would like to depict both qualities in a subtle way with my work.
Well, the fact that you chose the Futurama Leonard Nimoy as a template is pretty funny. So that would be half the battle.
I think you misunderstand. I chose this cartoon template because its clean lines and colors made it very easy to chisel. Not because I wanted to depict a characteristic of the actor.
Oh. I see. I suggest you let me think about that a little first. I knew Mr. Nimoy very well. First, of course, from all of his adventures with Starship Enterprise. On the other hand, I had the great honor to see him in person at one of his last science fiction conventions.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm convinced I can think of a way to make Spock's coolness and humor even better.
That would really be a big help. Please let me know if you have any ideas.
Promise. I'm curious if Spock's long nose really provides the necessary support for this mask. Well, this may be a bit unconventional, but these funny glasses could be just the certain extra that Eddie wants for his statue. Symbolic of Leonard Nimoy's great sense of humor. And anyone who's seen him in Futurama knows exactly what I'm talking about. Now I just need an idea to symbolize Spock's cool detachment. Good. The lenses of the glasses are probably the only stylish thing about this model anyway. I hope I won't saw off a finger now. Oops, the frame of the glasses has unfortunately not survived this attempt. But I do not think that this is a greater loss for mankind. At least I was able to save the lenses. Let's see if I can get the glasses into the mask without cutting off a finger. I should become an optician! I definitely have a talent for such delicate work. The glasses fit like a glove. And the mask is now a shining symbol of both Leonard Nimoy's unforgettable humor and his cool detachment. I think Eddie will be very pleased.
Yes?
Congratulations on your first work in stone! And if I may add, I find Spock excellently done. Both his profile, his cool attachment, and his humor were perfectly depicted.
Thank you very much. Yes, I can be quite satisfied with my first commissioned work, can't I? Even though I had to rely on your help for the final result. However, I hope it's okay with you if I keep quiet about your participation in the whole work.
Why sure, that's absolutely no problem. Creating such a work is much more impressive when you say you did it alone. If I develop a video game someday, I'll also claim that I developed it on my own. And then I'd certainly keep quiet about the 2 dozens of helpers needed without any remorse.
Thank you for understanding.
But of course, Chief Engineer Montgomery Scott of the Starship Enterprise always acted as if he alone would keep the Enterprise alive.
Enterprise? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with science fiction. I actually only watch The Blacklist on Netflix. At least I did when I still had a TV.
Well, you should be able to easily afford a new TV with the fee of your first work in stone.
I very much hope so. But of course, only provided my customer shares your enthusiasm.
I'm firmly convinced of that. Who did you say your customer was? I would love to have a little chat with him about Star Trek. The fans in my circle of friends still wear their mother's homemade costumes to conventions. No one owns a penthouse with a stone bust of Leonard Nimoy in the foyer.
Sorry. I already mentioned it. My customer appreciates the anonymity.
Too bad. Not even a hint? Possibly one of the current Spock actors?
No. My customer is also an older man, and he's also an actor, singer, book author, and an eccentric by any other name. I mean, who else would put a stone bust of their dead friend in their penthouse?
Dead friend?
Forget it. I have already clearly said too much.
Ooh, I have a hunch about who it is. And yes, I also had the honor to meet him at a science fiction convention.
Well, I'm happy for you, my boy. Is there anything else?
Would you possibly be interested in participating in a movie?
A movie? What kind of movie? My acting talent is rather poor.
Well, a western is currently being filmed nearby, and the director is looking for a craftsman who knows how to carve wood. There's a really impressive totem pole that would need to be finished. And I seem to remember you mentioning in that addition to carving stone, you also had talent in carving wood.
A western? Really? In this country? That's what I call highly unusual. But yes, you are right. I think I can say with a clear conscience that I do indeed have some talent in carving wood. And the totem pole thing sounds really highly interesting. Why not? Such a prestige object that is also visible to the whole world on the cinema screen would look good in my portfolio. Am I correct in assuming that I do not have to expect payment?
You guessed right. I think the movie can just about keep its head above water on budget. But this doesn't mean that it's an inferior production. I think the director, Mr. Pollock, has some talent to show.
I'm glad to hear that. Well, all right. Then I'd say I'll take a closer look at said totem pole and get to work.
Great!
Where exactly do I have to go again? You said the movie set would be nearby.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know the collapsed viaduct a few villages away?
You bet. The damn bridge was almost my undoing the other day when I wanted to go into the forest to pick some mushrooms. And I almost fell into the abyss with my bicycle at dawn.
Oops. But I have good news. The abyss has been professionally bridged in the meantime, so you can get to one side safely without having to take a detour 10 villages away.
Really? Fine. I guess I'll be on my way right away and take a closer look at this magnificent piece of wood. When do you ever get a chance to carve on a totem pole in this country?
Well then, I wish you every success. I'm curious about the result.
Thank you, my young friend. And also, thank you for this great opportunity.
It's a pleasure.
See you later.
Whoa! You just appeared out of nowhere in front of me. Are you a magician?
Very funny. Tell me, have you been waiting for me here all this time?
No.
I had already wondered.
I slept a little in your makeshift bed back there.
Excuse me? You slept in my bed?
Well, you had disappeared for quite a while. And the bed, contrary to expectations, was quite comfortable. But this isn't about me. Were you able to finish carving the totem pole on the movie set?
Indeed, I was.
Great!
And it was really interesting work. I think the director of the movie, Mr. Pollock, knows his stuff. He had an amazingly profound knowledge of how the totem pole should look. He was of great help to me.
Yeah, even though the movie itself might be pretty trash, Mr. Pollock's a real pro.
I forgot to ask him when the movie, and by that I mean the wood and paint ad, will be released. Do you have any idea?
Sorry, no clue. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if the flick ended up directly on Netflix. A romantic horror western is exactly the kind of program that the hip Netflix community expects.
Netflix? Really? I love Netflix. I always watch the Blacklist on there.
Well, that was just a guess. I can't imagine that any cinema will include this movie in their program.
Oh, I see. Well, let's hope for the best. But I would also be quite happy with Netflix. Then the whole world can admire my totem pole, and I'll be overwhelmed with orders.
Well, then I wish you good luck. I'd best go on the movie set right now and see the result for myself.
Good. And when you're back here, we'll talk about why it's not okay to sleep in other people's beds.
I think the package is here for you.
A package? For me? Really?
At least your address is on the package. Well, I didn't open the package, of course, but on the top it says Cheese Replicator 2000 XL. Best you take a look for yourself.
Really? My Cheese Replicator 2000 XL? The future of modern vegan cheese industry? And as I would like to note with pride, my very own invention? Oh God, I'm so excited! Yes, please hand over the package quickly. And keep your fingers crossed that it wasn't damaged when it fell off the mail van. That would be a disaster. After all, only this one prototype exists. And it has already used up all of my grandmother's savings. I'm so excited! Yes, it's it! Now, my young friend and budding pizza boy, you are witnessing the dawn of a new era today. As of today, no more crumbly vegan cheese imitation on pizza toppings. As of today, no more vegan cheese that tastes more like yeast than cheese. As of today, no more vegan cheese that stubbornly refused to fry to a golden brown on pizza toppings. Today, and I'm pretty sure of that, is the beginning of the vegan pizzeria Alfredo's franchise chain. And all this because of an ambitious pizza boy who, by an incredible coincidence, found an incredibly valuable package on the street.
You sound like you're all really excited!
I am! Oh yes, I am! This marvel of modern cheese engineering incorporates all of my knowledge and the complete heritage of my grandmother. There is only this one prototype, at least for the moment.
So you have big plans for it?
I have. Soon, customers will be snatching my new sensational vegan cheese pizza out of my hands. And with these earnings, my Cheese Replicator 2000 XL will go into production, establishing the Alfredo's vegan franchise chain.
Are you really planning to switch to completely vegan? No more vegetarian dishes?
Right, that's the plan. The focus of the Alfredo's chain will be vegan cheese pizza in 1,000 varieties. And in addition, I will license my Cheese Replicator 2000 XL to the cheese industry.
Sounds like you soon won't know what to do with all that money.
That is why I am assuming. And I would also like to show my appreciation. After all, without you, all this would probably not be possible.
You mean you would let me participate in your franchise chain?
Well, not directly, no. But how does a first vegan-free pizza sound? The very first of this kind? You could preserve it and sell it on eBay, or just eat it.
Well, that sounds simply wonderful! Thank you! I am honoured to become the first customer of their sensational vegan cheese pizza.
Great, my boy. Then give me a few minutes. Your pizza will be ready in no time. Just a moment. And done! Here you go! Doesn't it smell delicious?
In fact, it smells amazingly delicious in my pocket.
And is indistinguishable from a real cheese pizza in terms of smell, taste, and texture. I would suggest not to walk too close to stray dogs or cats through. You smell so irresistible now. This could turn into a flight to the death.
Thanks for the tip. Good to know. I think I already know a cowboy who will be very happy about this pizza.
Of course, and I'm sure this cowboy will love the sensational vegan cheese pizza. And if you know any other cowboys, tell them about the Alfredo's franchise chain. But now I would like to ask you to let me continue working first. I'm afraid I still have that bulk order of ceiling mushroom garlic bread to work off, before I will fully focus on my new vegan cheese empire.
What a great idea! That's what I call a sensible application for the Pants Pocket High Capacity Power Generator! The thing should provide enough power to brightly light up a movie set. Almost ready. The wiring should fit. But something is still missing. I think without the right mobile pocket nuclear power plant, the generator will not provide power. Possibly some other module works as a power source for green energy. I don't think the movie set needs very much power. Now this is very strange, but the hamster wheel could really fit into the fixture for the drive module. Someone really considered all eventualities when developing the generator. Indeed! Fits like a glove. But I think some component for green electricity is still missing. Great! Mr. Snuggles is already totally excited. He's a big fan of green energy and has always wanted to do his part to stop the climate catastrophe. And if he has a little fun in the process, that's all the better. Wow, this really seems to work. Fantastic! Green hamster-powered green electricity! I think that's the future. In any case, the movie set now has enough power again for the time being. And Mr. Snuggles looks like he's having a lot of fun at work. The little guy's to be envied.
You again?
Are you by any chance an expert on the Wild West?
Interesting question. You think that just because I'm a movie director shooting a Western here that I'm necessarily an expert on the era?
No, actually I think so because you told me yourself that you were a consultant and assistant director on the flicks like Dances with Wolves and The Last of the Mohicans.
Oh, you actually remembered that. I am impressed. You have to know that I wasn't always in the movie business. Before all the glitz and glamour, I was a student of North American history for a brief period of my life. However, after successfully completing my degree and spending a year as a high school history teacher, I changed my mind rather quickly.
Was there a particular reason for this?
Indeed there was. Unfortunately, today's kids are all little psychopaths. And the kids in an American high school in particular.
Aren't you being a little too harsh with today's youth?
Quite possibly. But my delicate nervous system of that time was not made for the daily problems of the youth of that time. And secretly, it had always been my wish to make my hard-earned knowledge a reality anyway. I was a big fan of the cinema from an early age. And as And as luck would have it, and a few fortunate circumstances later, I took my first steps in Hollywood as a consultant on Dances with Wolves.
And because of the enormous success of the movie, Hollywood was then probably lining up for you.
Yes, exactly. I guess you could say I had done a pretty good job and had made the right decision at the right time. And now, a few decades later, I'm standing here in the woods shooting a Western again, living my dream.
A romance horror Western.
Yes, okay, the dream requires a few sacrifices from time to time. But, my boy, as much as I like to reminisce with you, why do you want to know all of this anyway?
Well, would you be interested in talking to another expert on North American history? He's a luminary in the field, as are you.
I have a pretty tight schedule here. It doesn't really allow me to get distracted like that.
Don't you think there are currently a few problems that needed to be solved first, until they can start filming again?
That is also true. And the exchange with a like-minded person may give me some ideas how to improve this production. Who is your expert? Do I know him?
Does Lord Longbottom ring a bell?
Lord Longbottom? The Lord Longbottom, perhaps. Lord Albus Percival Longbottom?
Oh, you know him already?
Not personally, unfortunately. However, I am a lifetime subscriber to the American Archaeology magazine, and Lord Longbottom's contributions to that magazine were, or are, absolutely fantastic. His expeditions in South and North America are legendary, and milestones of modern archaeology.
Oops, you sound really excited.
And you know Lord Longbottom? Really? He's kind of like the modern Indiana Jones, you know.
Yeah, I know him. Very well, even. We've been friends for a long time, ever since we ran into each other walking our chihuahuas. And the comparison with Indiana Jones, he doesn't like that at all, but it's okay. I once made the same mistake. Would you be interested in a meeting? That could certainly be arranged.
Are you seriously asking that? Of course, I'd be interested. This kind of distraction might be just what I need right now. After all these years, deep in my heart, the fire of the historian and archaeologist still burns brightly. Even though I myself have never had the pleasure of going on an archaeological trip. I would be all the more pleased to hear from Lord Longbottom about his travels firsthand.
Great! Then I'll let Lord Longbottom know promptly that he'll find a like-minded person here.
Thanks a lot, my boy. I really appreciate that.
Good, I'll let you get on with your work.
See you later. I can't wait to hear from Lord Longbottom.
I have a candidate here for the role of Clint's sidekick. None other than the incomparable, unforgettable Vlad Popescu.
Vlad who?
Popescu. A scary movie veteran of the old school.
Sorry, I have no idea who that is, unfortunately. A veteran, you say? So a pretty old guy? Do you happen to have a photo? His role is really not that demanding. If he fits visually, that's enough for me.
Yes, I have. Just a second.
Wow, where did you find this guy? He is a perfect fit for the role of Clint's sidekick. Young, good-looking, and he has experience as an actor too, you say?
You bet. Vlad is an old hand in the movie business, despite his youthful age.
Really? Now that's what I call a happy turn of events. I've been looking for casting for the role of Clint's sidekick forever.
Great! So can I tell Vlad he has the part?
You can. And he should please get here as soon as possible. So I can finally bring this damn movie to a close. And I can turn my attention to more challenging projects.
Hey kid, is that pizza for me?
Mr. Pollock mentioned that there are a few issues with catering. And as I'm your biggest fan, I thought I'd just do you a little favor. I hope you don't mind vegan food.
Are you kidding, kid? I have been a convinced vegetarian for years. And you mean to tell me now you really have a delicious vegetarian pizza in your pocket? For me?
Yeah, I already told you. I'm your biggest fan.
Hey kid, if that's the case, I'm your biggest fan.
I hope you don't mind a quite experimental vegan cheese sensation?
As long as no animals had to lose their lives for the bacon of the pizza, I am open for everything. But as much as I'd like to chat with you right now, I can't possibly concentrate with that delicious smell. How about you just hand me your delicious vegan cheese pizza right now?
Oh, yes, of course. Here you go. Enjoy it, with best regards from the Pizzeria Alfredo.
Delicious. Damn, that was tasty. And you really want to tell me that thing was completely vegan? The cheese tasted so much like cheese.
Yeah, this was Alfredo's new sensational vegan cheese pizza. Created with the latest technology, supported by artificial intelligence. An invention of Alfredo himself.
Alfredo, you say?
Yeah, he owns the pizzeria a few towns away. I'm pretty sure that his invention will soon be the talk of the town.
Damn, kid. Do you think he could do that catering for the movie set? I would love to have a delicious pizza like this every day.
I think so. Would you like me to talk to Mr. Pollock about it?
That would be great, kid.
Am I also correct in thinking that I can tell Mr. Pollock that his star is now ready for work?
I am so ready. The combination of fat, sugar, and chemistry was exactly what I needed right now. Let's finish this damn movie. The sooner the better.
Yes, my friend. Is there anything else I can help you with?
I have good news for you.
So, which are?
Weren't you looking for a like-minded colleague to share knowledge with?
Yes. So?
And had unfortunately rejected my extensive knowledge from cinema westerns with John Wayne?
Yes. As much as I like the Duke's movies, they shed a highly one-dimensional light on the events of the time.
That's right, and I'd promised you a meeting with my good friend James Pollock. Remember?
James Pollock, yes. I remember him dimly. That was the consultant on The Last of the Mohicans, right?
Exactly! And he'd also demonstrated his knowledge in Dances with Wolves. And for good reason. Prior to his career in Hollywood, he studied South and North American history and archaeology.
Sounds like an interesting contemporary.
Right? And he was thrilled when I told him about our friendship. He's a big fan of your articles in American Archaeology magazine.
Our what? Friendship?
Yeah, since we met while walking the Chihuahua.
Excuse me?
Okay, maybe I exaggerated a little. But you did want a meeting with a like-minded colleague.
And this James Pollock would be interested in a meeting? That would be splendid indeed. How can I reach Mr. Pollock? Do you have a phone number for me?
Much better. You can meet him directly. Today!
Really? How so? Isn't he shooting some movie in Hollywood right now?
As luck would have it, he's indeed shooting a movie at the moment, but right around the corner.
That is terrific. Where exactly is the movie set?
Do you know the collapsed viaduct a few villages away?
Yes, I think I read something about it recently.
Well, the bridge has been expertly repaired in the meantime, and directly on the other side in the forest is the movie set. You can't miss it, if you're not afraid of heights.
That is indeed great news. Thank you for making the contact.
After all, what are friends for?
Yeah, exactly. As soon as I have finished cataloguing here, I will pay Mr. Pollock a visit.
I'm sure you have many common themes.
I think so too. And this will be a pleasant change from the topics I can talk about with my wife. She is all about cats, cats, and cats again.
Would you mind if I borrowed the chief for a moment?
Actually, I do. What do you want with him?
I have an idea how he could add some authentic flair to a cheap western. The western their colleague James Pollock is shooting a few villages away.
Oh, why didn't you say so? I'm always happy to lend a colleague a hand. But please take care that the statue is not damaged. The chief is an irreplaceable museum piece.
I will. I promise.
Welcome back to this desolate place.
I have great news!
Great news?
Incredible news!
Boy, please don't keep me in suspense.
Remember James Pollock's romantic horror western?
How could I forget? The black lump of paint on my head is a constant reminder.
Yes, I'm sorry you had to make that small sacrifice for the role of Clint Akenthorpe's sidekick.
Excuse me? Does that mean I have the part?
It does! Congratulations!
Really?
Really? Mr. Pollock, already waiting for you. You'll find the movie set not far from here, behind the collapsed bridge in the forest.
So, the old dilapidated bridge is passable again.
It is. Or at least halfway. Still, I hope you're not afraid of heights.
For a role in a scary movie, I would also climb the highest mountain. And even if the role doesn't quite correspond to what I was allowed to play in my heyday, I am still overjoyed to be allowed to play again.
I'm glad that you're pleased.
And even if your methods were a bit unorthodox, I thank you very much for giving me this great opportunity.
I was happy to help. And I think you should be on your way now. Mr. Pollock is more of the impatient sort. And I think I'd rather finish the movie today than tomorrow.
Yes, I will leave immediately. And I wish you much success in your search for the missing raccoon.
Yeah. Right. Thanks. From the camera position, this perfectly carved statue could probably really pass for an extra. Today's moviegoers are not particularly attentive anyway. Let's see how the chief looks here, in the perfect light. Wow, an impressive appearance. Even more so here in the perfect light. I wonder what Mr. Pollock thinks about that.
You again?
You seem so excited. Can the show begin?
I seem excited? Really? If only so that I can now bring this unspeakable project to an end. And as a result, I can devote myself to real movie art again.
So, everything is ready for your movie?
I think so. Your buddy Eddie really finished the totem pole with a lot of skill. Clint seems to have his vegan cravings well under control by now. The mute extra with the wooden look really plays his role absolutely convincingly. And young Mr. Popescu has already delivered a lot of funny one-liners, making him a perfect fit as Clint's humorous companion.
Oh, that sounds great! When does the shooting start?
Once you're no longer in front of the camera.
Whoops. Would you mind if I watched the shooting? Because I love movies.
Weren't you supposed to find a runway cat? You seem to like getting distracted quite a bit and quite often.
I guess that's true. But I already said it. I love movies. And I would really like to see the shooting.
All right. I guess that's only fair. After all, you have contributed significantly to the fact that I can now finally start shooting. God, how I have longed for this day. Well then, let's get to work. Well, go stand somewhere back there, shut up, and watch the professionals work.
Of course! Thank you so much. This is so exciting! And so it began. The shooting for Cow Wolf, the beast of the bloody woods. A not quite so masterful western of the master director James Pollock. A movie that we would really like to have presented here in more detail. However, due to the age rating, we unfortunately are not allowed to do so. For the sake of the children. Seriously, this movie's really quite creepy. For many reasons. But this game is, and remains, a game for the whole family. Besides, you still have a cat to find. And really no time for movies. Seriously, you have no time for movies. Really not. You must find the cat. However, we are confident that you're up to the task. And if you're in the mood for a romantic horror western afterwards, search Fluxnet in the western section somewhere on page 36 for Cow Wolf, the beast of the bloody woods. A James Pollock movie. So your movie's already finished? That went faster than I thought.
What? How? Oh, it's you. Damn, boy, why won't you let me sleep? I haven't slept a wink in weeks.
Oh, sorry. I really just wanted to congratulate you on the completion of Cow Wolf.
Okay. Thanks. Now, let me sleep.
So the movie's really ready. When can I find it on the Fluxnet program?
Fluxnet? No idea when the movie will be added to Fluxnet's streaming catalog. However, it should be in theaters in about 6 months.
Wasn't the movie a Fluxnet production?
It is, but to have a chance at the Oscar, the movie has to be in theaters first.
Oh, you really think the flick has a chance at the Oscar?
Me personally? Never. Rather, hell freezes over. The production studio, however, thinks it will make a killing at the next Oscars. Which really just shows how little they know about movies. But it's not my concern anymore. I'll be doing real cinematography again starting next week. Maybe a really sophisticated, scary movie in black and white.
Sounds like a good plan. And what keeps you here now when the project's finished? Do they pay you so little that it's not enough for a bed in a hotel?
Yes, they did. But on the one hand, I enjoy the pleasant silence and good air here in the forest, and I get a great night's sleep. And on the other hand, I still have a few smaller reshoots ahead of me that I want to get over with as little time as possible.
Reshoots?
Yes, so-called filler material. Primarily nature photography. The murmur of a river, squirrels collecting nuts, raccoons planning their next raid. That kind of thing. But as always, obstacles are put in my way again.
Obstacles?
Yes, Mr. Snuggles is uncooperative and refuses to work. As a result, the lighting of the movie set is again completely inadequate. I can't shoot like that.
Mr. Snuggles, Susie Longbottom's hamster. What's wrong with him? He looked very happy in his wheel lately.
No idea what is wrong with him. I'm not a veterinarian. But it might be better if a vet takes a closer look at him. I have no desire to be sued for health exploitation.
Oh, is it that bad?
As I said, I'm not a doctor. The hamster just doesn't want to work anymore. I believe a few villages down the road, a Dr. Stringer has his practice. Maybe you should go to him with Mr. Snuggles.
Me? Why don't you go yourself?
Because now I'm in desperate need of a good night's sleep. And you were the animal rights activist to the two of us, if I remember correctly, aren't you?
If I can help Mr. Snuggles with this, I will happily take him to the vet.
There you go. I knew it. And now please let me sleep a little more. Just let me know when my employee is up and running again.
For him to be your employee, you would have to at least pay him some kind of salary. Or at least his food.
What do you mean?
I have to go. Sleep well. Mr. Snuggles looks pretty exhausted. I better take him to the vet. Mr. Pollock's movie is as good as finished anyway. Through the window, I can see into Dr. Stringer's living room. Next to the door is a small scratching post for cats with a comfortable little bed on top. And in the crib lies... Oh! Can that be? Why does the cat in the crib look like the missing Mr. Fumbleclaw? That's a strange coincidence. On the other hand, Dr. Stringer's practice is on the route of the mail van I got from Johnny Scroot's computer. So it would be quite possible. Wow! I don't believe it! I've actually found him! No doubt about it! The longer I look at the kitty, the more sure that I am. I should definitely talk to Dr. Stringer. I'm curious what he has to say about that. I think I actually made it! And found him! Mr. Fumbleclaw! And he seems to be well, thank God. There's a load off my mind. Unfortunately, this also means the end of the game. After all, the name of the game is The Search for Mr. Fumbleclaw. And the search is now over. I hope you had a lot of fun with the game. You can now turn off your computer, cell phone or games console and do the housework. Or your homework. I think the trash would still need to be taken out as well. No, I'm kidding. The game's far from over. For now, the mystery of how Mr. Fumbleclaw got into the living room of the good Dr. Stringer must be solved. Lady Longbottom will be less than thrilled. But better I not tell her anything yet. And rather ask Dr. Stringer. Surely there's a very simple explanation for this. It's so cute to see him slumbering in his crib. I'm so glad that the handsome cat's doing well. Only, how did he end up in Dr. Stringer's living room? Yikes. Now just don't lose your head, Scott. I'm sure no one will notice. And when in doubt, I'll just blame it on Buddy. I'm sure he has many a bone buried under the pasture outside. Oh, a flea comb! Very good. You should always carry a flea comb. Never know when you'll have to deal with the little bloodsuckers. Good day. My name's Whiskers. Scott Whiskers. Dr. Stringer, I presume.
That's right. Hello, Scott. Welcome to my practice. Do you have a small or large furry friend that needs my help?
You're talking about my buddy Andy. He's got quite a phobia of doctors, I'm afraid. I don't think you'll be seeing him anytime soon.
My dear Mr. Whiskers, I'm talking about a furry four-legged friend, of course.
Oh. Is your practice open yet? There's so little going on here.
My practice is always open for emergencies. I actually kept this morning free to take care of Buddy here.
Buddy? He's a pretty one.
He is, but unfortunately not the smartest.
Why does he have to be smart when he's so pretty?
Because then he would have refrained from rolling around in the litter box of his buddy, Cat Skippy. Buddy's fur is 50% cat litter right now. Small, fine, extremely sticky cat litter.
Whoops. And then his owner immediately dragged him to the doctor? Aren't you a little overqualified for that?
Can you keep a secret and swear not to tell anyone?
Probably not.
Buddy is my dog.
Really?
Yes. And if word gets out now, my handsome Buddy will be the laughing stock of the village for the next few months.
Well, of course, we don't want that. It's still funny.
If you've ever spent an hour combing cat litter out of your dog's long coat, you'll probably see it differently.
When I used to walk my Dachshund Robbie as a child, he would roll around in every other pile of excrement. My parents always thought that was great too.
Surely, you're not here to talk about our four-legged friend's preference for excrement, are you?
No, I'm really not. I have two major concerns.
Shoot, I hope I can help.
Well, for one thing, even though this may sound a little strange, have you received a box from the post office lately with a live cat inside?
Excuse me? A live cat in a box? That sounds terrible. No, of course not. Who would think of such a terrible idea? The poor animal.
Well, you have a donation box back there in the corner from pet hairdresser Ricky. And Mr. Fumbleclaw, through the most unfortunate chain of circumstances, was shipped in just such a box.
Yes, Ricky often sends me boxes of odds and ends. I usually give the stuff away to my customers.
And there was no hairy extra in the box?
No, of course not. Surely I would have noticed that.
Are you sure? Because I could have sworn I saw Mr. Fumbleclaw in your living room, slumbering peacefully in a soft little bed.
Excuse me? You were in my living room?
No, of course not. I just happened to glance through the window.
How rude. And do you think you saw what exactly?
Mr. Fumbleclaw, large, white, of noble blood, and the hairstyle not entirely dissimilar to Buddy's.
You must have been mistaken. In my apartment lives only my cat Skippy. And Skippy is a short-haired grey street cat. And he sounds nothing like the cat you just described. Not to mention that it is very rude to look into other people's living rooms.
But...
Enough of what you mistakenly think you saw. It's bad enough that someone sent a live cat in the mail. And I really hope that the kitty is doing well. But didn't you have a second concern?
Indeed. Could you help an exhausted pocket hamster? Make him happy again?
Pocket hamster?
Yeah, well, the hamster I have here in my pocket.
You have what now? Let me see.
Do you really think I can show off a hamster here, in front of Buddy?
Sure, don't worry. Buddy knows how to behave.
All right, if you say so. His name, by the way, is Mr. Snuggles. Here you go. I think he's a little exhausted. He works namely in the movie industry, you must know.
Well, he's cute.
He is, isn't he?
He works in the movie industry, you said.
Yeah, and I think without him, one of the most important movies of the year would have never been finished.
You don't say.
That bad?
No. I don't think you have to worry about your little friend. It's just a little bit overworked.
So, nothing bad?
No. Just give him a little rest.
That's a relief. I think I'll let him sleep in my pocket for a little while longer. He's got it nice and warm and dark there.
Sounds like a good idea. A bit unconventional. But your magic pockets do indeed seem to have enough room for your little guy. So just give it a little rest. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Not at the moment. Thank you. Good luck with Buddy. I think he's only 40% cat litter now. Your professional treatment works. About the cat in your living room again.
Yes, what now? I already told you that you saw my cat Skippy there.
I'm afraid you weren't completely honest with me there.
Excuse me?
Just a moment. Does the cat in this photo really look like your Skippy? I think not.
What the? Did you take pictures of my living room? I think I'll have to call our village police after all.
Please. Dr. Stringer, I'm really not here to cause you any trouble. I've just been looking for the missing Mr. Fumbleclaw for so long now that I just need to know if the cat in the photo is him or not. Please, be honest with me. In the box of flea combs you received from Ricky, there was a cat in there, wasn't there?
Good. Now that you have your photo, you might be interested in the whole story.
I am. Of course.
Very well. It's been about 3 months now, when my beloved Skippy died.
Oh no. I'm so sorry about that.
Thank you. Skippy was already old and very sick, but he had a great life, with his beloved meadow right outside the door, and his Buddy always by his side.
Skippy must have been a great cat.
The best. And then, suddenly, a few days ago, the mail was at the door with a package for me.
The package from Ricky?
Exactly. And you can imagine my surprise when I opened the package, and a white ball of fur jumped out at me. Starved, thirsty, and unfortunately, also full of excrement.
Oh, God. How awful. The time in the box must have been hell for Mr. Fumbleclaw.
For sure. To give the cat a little rest, I put up a little bed in my living room, a bowl of food and water, and pulled down the blinds on the windows. And the little one must have slept for 24 hours straight and gorged himself.
He certainly needed this rest badly.
I think so, too. And shall I tell you something? I fell in love with the cat from the very first second. And my Buddy, too, by the way.
How beautiful.
And now, I should give him away, and thus lose the second cat this year? Please don't.
Oh, dear. However, this is really a tricky matter. Legally, the cat now belongs to Lady Longbottom. But... Well, I'm pretty sure Lady Longbottom only sees Mr. Fumbleclaw as a champion of her cat breed, and doesn't really love the cat for its own sake. And when I look at the photo with the cute cat like this, and in addition to your quite conclusive explanation, I don't think it would be in the cat's best interest to leave him with the lady again. But the problem is that Mr. Fumbleclaw legally belongs to Lady Longbottom. But
But
I could talk to the lady. Of course, without telling her the whereabouts of Mr. Fumbleclaw. Maybe I could negotiate some kind of agreement. Or something like that.
do you really think so?
It's worth the try. And I've solved much more complicated tasks in the last few days.
I don't even know what to say. You would really do that?
Sure will. Surely a possibility can be found so that Buddy can keep his new best friend.
That would be fantastic.
Well, good. I think I'll go talk to the lady right now. There's just one more thing.
Yes?
What's Mr. Fumbleclaw's name now? I am curious.
I'm afraid I can't say that.
Why?
Because it's silly. And you probably call me crazy.
Now you must tell me the name, more than ever.
All right. His name is...
Yes?
Frodo.
Mr. Fumbleclaw is now called... Frodo.
I said so. I'm sure you think it's silly.
Yes, but why? I love the name.
Really?
Yeah, indeed. I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan, after all.
Really? I must have read the books 100 times. Great literature.
And I must have seen the movies 100 times. But why Frodo? Why not Legolas or Aragorn?
Simple. The cat has just as hairy feet as a hobbit. That's when I thought it was just fitting.
I see. Yes, then of course it makes sense. Okay, I'd better go and talk to Lady Longbottom about Frodo. Pardon, Mr. Fumbleclaw, of course. And hopefully I'll be back shortly with some good news.
Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate that.
Well? Dressed all in black? Did someone else die?
Oh, there he is again, young Mr. Whiskers. The man to whom I am indebted for eternal gratitude. And to answer your question, quite the opposite. There is reason to rejoice.
Eternal gratitude? Reason to rejoice? Let's start with the former. Why exactly is the great Vlad Popescu indebted to me for eternal gratitude? I'd have expected you to never speak a word to me again after I persuaded you to collaborate on this trash film. Not to mention the attack with the spray can.
Granted, the movie is probably pretty crap, and the use of spray cans was a bit unconventional. But by arranging the role in this flick, I was able to meet the great James Pollock. A more talented young man.
Sounds like you guys hit it off.
Even better. I will play the leading role in his next movie. An inexpensive art house horror film shot entirely in black and white.
Well, that sounds really great.
Indeed, right. No werewolves, no zombies, no romance. Just the camera and yours truly.
No one else in the movie?
Nope. The movie is called Memoirs of a Bloodsucker. And the title says it all. An old vampire ponders his life for 4.5 hours. And reviews all the good and all the bad that has happened to him in his life.
Wow. It doesn't sound like the movie is for today's audience, though.
Probably not.
But the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences will probably love the flick. Sounds like you're already assured of the Oscar. and I'm incredibly happy for you.
Thank you very much, my young friend. But unfortunately, even this role has a small hurdle.
Oh, what's the problem?
I already mentioned that this movie is also rather of the inexpensive sort. And I'm expected to appear there in my old Dracula costume. The one I used to wear all the time.
Don't you have the costume anymore?
Well, I never in my life expected to be allowed to return to my old role. That's why I had given the costume to a couple of kids who had rung my doorbell a few years ago for Halloween.
You didn't have any candy at home.
I don't like to share my candy.
You just gave away your beloved costume.
I no longer saw any use for it. And it seemed fitting as a gift for Halloween.
What exactly are you missing now? I guess a black cape.
A cape, my black wig, and my pointed vampire fangs.
I can keep my eyes open for these three things. I would really like to see you in that role.
And I would really like to play that role.
All right. I'll take care of it on one condition.
Whatever it takes.
Please mention my name first in your acceptance speech at the Oscars.
Consider it done. Is there be anything else?
I have to go. See you later.
See you soon.
Well then. Good thing I already had plenty of experience as a hairdresser. I create all my own cosplay costumes and wigs for the science fiction events I attend regularly. I am a real artist. I could ask any amount of money for this wig on eBay. Good idea. I could definitely make a great black cape out of these curtains. It's a good thing my grandmother forced me to learn the art of needle and thread when I was a child. Even though sharp scissors would be quite enough for this job. Wow! I'd forgotten what a talented tailor I am. I'm tempted to put the cape on myself and go on the hunt for crooks as a dark avenger. Pointed sharp scissors and a skull full of sharp teeth. What could possibly go wrong? I'm afraid I broke the skull. I've mentioned before that my talent for breaking things far exceeds my talent for making things whole again. But at least I have some nice pointed plastic teeth now. I guess those great teeth should make you the Dracula you've always been. The most impressive screen bloodsucker ever.
You actually found Dracula teeth for me? May I ask where you got them?
Better not. I literally had to rip someone's head off for them.
Whoa! Fine. Let's see then. The teeth are indeed impressive. The only question is how to fix the loose teeth in my mouth.
I suggest you just talk with your mouth closed and let your teeth peek out a little. This immediately gives you an even more mysterious aura.
You have really great ideas. You should work in movie too.
Better not. I probably couldn't handle my fame. I would eventually end up as a washed up, almost forgotten child star in B-movie hell. No thanks. This black cape is exactly what you're looking for, isn't it?
You have a cape for me? Can I put it on right now?
In fact, I insist on it. Now that's what I call an impressive performance!
Indeed, right. The cape is great.
You just have to promise me one thing.
Whatever you want.
I might borrow the cape for a few days for next year's science fiction convention. I'll be an impressive Batman.
Of course. Maybe I will even be invited.
That would be amazing. I think this great black short hair wig should meet the requirements for your Dracula costume, right?
You actually found a wig for me already. I am thrilled. Can I try it out right away?
Why, of course. And I'm sure it will look great on you. Perfect! The artfully crafted wig will give you just the dignity you need to shine as Dracula.
You think so? It's a bit itchy and smells like floor polish.
Just wash it a few more times, it will subside.
Good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I think that would complete your Dracula costume, wouldn't it?
Indeed. And you saved my butt again.
Don't mention it. All I had to do was commit deliberate theft, bash someone's skull in, and destroy a valuable piece of work equipment. I was happy to do it.
And I don't really know how I could show my appreciation now.
Not necessary. Just win an Oscar with your role as Dracula and then mention me in your acceptance speech. That would make us even.
You have my word.
You again? What now? These nerve-wracking conversations with pizza delivery people are actually Rumstone's job.
Assuming I had found Mr. Fumbleclaw?
Lord Fumbleclaw! How many times do I have to tell you? What do you mean by assuming? Have you found the cat or not?
Well, no. I didn't. I'm simply curious.
How nice.
You wanted Lord Fumbleclaw to be the champion for this year's Ricky's Finest Beauty pageant, right?
Right. It will ensure my victory over Lady Beaufort's unchallenged candidate. A mangy crossbreed that is probably as lousy as its owner. I am convinced that Lord Fumbleclaw will win a triumphant victory. One last time.
One last time?
A triumphant last time.
Why one last time?
Well, Lord Fumbleclaw's shining star is slowly fading. He has secured me some nice victories for a few years now, but at some point, the time has come for every cat to leave the big stage of glitz and glamour. In addition, I already have a new champion at the start. Duke Puke Hairtuft.
Duke who?
Duke Puke Hairtuft. I name all my cats after their most essential characteristics. And the good Duke is now at the best age to take over Lord Fumbleclaw's throne. Here's to Lady Beaufort kissing the hairy bottoms of my champions for many years to come, from second place on the winner's podium.
And then what happens to Lord Fumbleclaw next year?
Honestly, I pretty much don't care. Maybe I can find someone on eBay who will offer some money for him.
eBay?
Or whatever. I told you that I don't care.
Really? I can't say I like that.
Well, I pretty much don't care about that either.
If he already has to lose his home here, why don't you make sure he finds a nice new home? Give him to the animal shelter for professional placement.
Animal shelter? Yes, why not? Probably no one will pay me a nice sum for a champion of days gone by anyway.
Well, as luck would have it, I work for the animal shelter.
Do you? As a pizza guy, you're supposed to be swimming in tips, right?
I don't work there for money's sake.
So you plan to marry rich someday? From my own experience, I can assure you that this is a good plan.
Anyway, I'd like to offer you that I will take care of the animal shelter formalities and the later placement of Lord Fumbleclaw.
You would?
With pleasure.
Good. Why not? One less thing for me to deal with.
Great.
But one thing at a time. First of all, make sure that Lord Fumbleclaw is found and stands on the winner's podium of Ricky's finest. After that, you can do what you want with the cat.
All right. Find Frodo, making sure he wins, placing him in a new home. Good plan.
Who is Frodo?
See you later. I think I have a hot lead on Lord Fumbleclaw.
Yes, do you still need help with your hairstyle?
I have a few more questions regarding your Ricky's Finest contest.
Sure. What do you want to know?
How did you get the idea to create a beauty contest for cats?
Well, isn't that obvious? There is simply no better advertisement for my salon than a regionally recognized competition that bears my name. Day after day, I do the hair of the most beautiful cats of the upper 10,000. And for the majority of my well-heeled clientele, their animals are far more than just hairy family members at most. These cats are, first of all, one thing: beautiful status symbols. And the greatest misfortune that could happen to these gentlemen is when the neighbor's kitty gets a higher score at Ricky's Finest than their own.
You mean in the end it's mainly you who benefits from this eternal competition?
Of course! Cat owners like Lady Longbottom or Lady Beaufort would pay any price to see their beautiful creatures on the winner's podium.
And I guess they do just that?
Oh yes, but don't think that's easy money. It's the constant development of new hairstyles for, say, the Scottish Fold or the Norwegian Forest Cat that challenges my creativity every year. And newfangled pedigreed cats like the Sphinx are very special challenges.
Sphinx? You mean the breed without hair? What is there to do here?
I told you, it's a real challenge. With breeds like the Sphinx, it's not so much a perfect hairstyle that counts, but much more a perfect decoration. Like, for example, a self-knitted little blue dress made of the finest cashmere wool. Or just a blue bow of finest silk, which screams to the viewer, "Yes, I am naked, but I am also beautiful."
So you think every cat is a work of art in its own right, regardless of breed or hair?
You got it. And my job as an artist is to present this work of art in the best possible way.
And to sell it the best possible way.
Yes, of course. The best works by Vincent van Gogh or Pablo Picasso were commissioned works. But were they any less grandiose because of that?
I can't judge that. I actually only read the Spider-Man comics, but they're also based on a certain financial idea.
Well, there you go. Art and commerce don't have to get in each other's way. And you've never seen a cat's satisfied smile after standing atop the winner's podium of Ricky's finest.
You mean the satisfied smile of their owners?
No. I do mean the cat's smile.
Can cats smile?
Of course. After winning Ricky's finest, they are all smiles. They can't help it.
Would you also do my cat Jimmy's hair? And would he have any chance of winning? He is just a normal house cat, you must know, born in the cowshed as one of 12 siblings.
Race and origin do not play a role. Every cat is a potential winner at Ricky's finest. And of course, I would be happy to give your Jimmy the extravagance you surely want for him.
Great!
After paying the Ricky's finest participation fee of £25,000. And for just another £15,000, I guarantee a place on the winner's podium. Only via prepayment. PayPal is unfortunately not accepted.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't afford that.
Oh, doesn't matter. I'll just save you a place on the list of participants for next year.
That's very nice of you.
For only £15,000. Prepayment only, no PayPal. Is there anything else I can help you with?
That's all for now.
Just come back if you need some more advice regarding your unkempt hair.
Hi, Scott. Have you had a chance to talk to Lady Longbottom yet?
About Lady Longbottom?
Yes. Have you had a chance to talk to the lady about Frodo?
I could actually do that.
Really? So? Do you really think there is a way I could keep Frodo without getting into conflict with the law?
I guess I have good news for you indeed.
Really? You are making me very happy right now. So I get to keep Frodo?
Yeah, I guess so. As soon as he won the crown at the beauty contest, Ricky's finest. After that, as an employee of the animal shelter, I'm supposed to take care of the placement of the cat. But I would say this step we just skip and leave the cat here in your care.
That sounds too good to be true. Thank you very much. Only, what kind of competition is this supposed to be?
Ricky's finest. The most popular cat beauty contest in the region. Ricky hosts one every year. And Lady Longbottom expects nothing less than Frodo's victory.
I see. I see another problem now, though.
What's that?
Do you have any idea what a stress such a competition is for such a small cat? Even if it's just one day? As a veterinarian, I find this appalling.
Yes, I guess that's true.
And I could not, with my conscience, expose Frodo to this stress.
I can understand that.
On the other hand, if the cat were returned to its owner, I would be subjected to this stress in any case.
True. Yes. This is a real dilemma.
You're a smart little guy, aren't you? And maybe you can think of a solution to this problem. For Frodo's sake.
Let's see. Probably it would be enough if I present Lady Longbottom with the certificate of Frodo's victory. But no victory without a cat. And without victory, no certificate.
I'm sure you can think of something. Please.
Well, I could talk to Ricky. I have a pretty good connection with him. Perhaps he'll create the deed without Frodo having to be present. Personally, I'd have no problem faking victory in such a contest for the well-being of the cat. But I don't think Ricky would agree with that. Because of his pet hairdresser code of honor and all. But hey, maybe I'll get another idea after talking to him.
That would be really great.
And it would be the least after you've been taking care of us at the animal shelter for free for so long. Not to mention that I'm convinced that Frodo would have a good time with you.
So you'll talk to Ricky?
Will do. But, of course, I can't promise anything yet. My charm is hard to resist. Therefore, I'm in good spirits.
Fantastic. Please be sure to let me know what you are able to accomplish, no matter if day or night.
You got it. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be here all game long. And you'll still be standing here next week brushing cat litter out of Buddy's fur.
Yes, do you still need help with your hairstyle?
Good news! I found the missing cat!
Disappeared cat? The missing cat?
The one and only.
Really? Oh, that's a load off my mind. Please tell me it is doing well. And that I had nothing to do with the disappearance.
Cat's doing well under the circumstances.
Thank God.
And he survived the Odyssey in the box with your flea combs just fine.
Really? My flea comb box? Drat.
I'm sure you didn't do it on purpose.
Of course not. Nevertheless, if that gets out, that would be a PR nightmare. Say, would you care for a little bribery?
Bribery? You want to buy my silence?
This is what is generally understood by a bribe. For example, how about a year's supply of premium shampoo that's only 2 years expired? Because it's obvious that you have some hairstyle problems.
No. Thank you. But while we're on the subject of bribery, there is indeed a way you could buy my silence.
Great. Let me hear it.
Said missing cat must win your contest this year. And all this in the absence of said missing cat.
If I understand you correctly, I'm supposed to manipulate my own competition? Jeopardize my integrity as a celebrity hairstylist and showrunner? In order for all the other contestant participants to cheat? And that's just to cover up a little mishap arising from a negligible carelessness?
That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
Sure. No big deal.
Really? That was easy.
Because it absolutely does not matter.
What do you mean?
The contest probably won't happen this year anyway.
Really?
Yes. Because I recently became the victim of a murder and robbery.
Whoa, that sounds serious.
It is. First, the lock on my store door was murdered. And then my insanely expensive professional photo equipment was robbed. No winning photos without photo equipment. No contest without winning photos. So you see, it doesn't matter what I promise you for your silence in the flea comb mishap. I can't keep my promise anyway.
Drat! So, in principle, you're only missing a photo camera. Because I have an old Polaroid camera here. Would that be enough?
Polaroid? Please. What kind of amateur do you think I am? The winning photos of my annual contest are absolutely high quality. And for high quality photos, you need a high quality camera.
And that was stolen from you?
Yes! That is what I said. Is your weird hairstyle affecting your hearing?
So I just have to get your photo equipment back, and then you'd put Mr. Fumbleclaw on the winner's podium.
What do you mean by just? Did you steal the camera?
No. But this task really doesn't sound so difficult.
Well, you're funny. Are you sure you had nothing to do with the murder and robbery?
Very sure. Okay? Alright? I'll get you your photo equipment. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. Okay?
Sure will. Whatever you say. Solve this nefarious break-in and we're in business. Your missing cat would probably have won the competition again this year anyway. Therefore, this does not damage my pet hairdresser and showrunner code of honor.
Great. I'll be on my way. And I'll be back with your super expensive photo equipment shortly.
Good luck. And take care, darling. These criminals will stop at nothing.
May I interrupt again for a moment?
Yes, what's up? Captain Paulie is always happy to help.
Could I have another look at the camera in front of Ricky's pet hairdresser?
Why would you want to do that? The camera's recordings are still top secret.
Ricky's store was recently robbed by gangsters.
Oh my. That's just terrible. What do I have to do with it?
Well, you do have access to the surveillance camera outside Ricky's store. The one I got a sneak peek at the other day.
Oh, yes. I remember. Something about a missing cat, right?
Exactly.
Have you found the kitty in the meantime?
As a matter of fact, I have. Nevertheless, I'd like to take another look at the camera. Ricky needs his expensive photo equipment back. And certainly the thief was recorded on video.
I see. Yes, that is very possible. But I already said it. The inspection of the camera recordings is subject to the strictest secrecy.
Is there no way to loosen up this strict secrecy a bit?
Well, I guess. You could go back to being an auxiliary policeman and help me with a little something. As an auxiliary policeman, you would then have the authorization for the recordings.
I thought something like this was coming. Let me guess. You want me to eavesdrop on anyone, anywhere with your great high-powered microphone?
Yep. I hope you didn't dispose of the engineering marvel.
Of course not.
Great. Then please get me some Law and Order recordings and I'll see what I can do for you regarding the surveillance camera.
Law and Order? To calibrate the microphone again?
No. The recording is for my personal collection.
Collection?
Yes. I've started to create a categorised collection of exciting sound recordings. And I'm still missing something exciting on the subject of Law and Order.
Why do you need this collection?
Well, actually it's none of your business. But I'll tell you anyway. My police psychologist did call it a distinct voyeuristic disorder. I, however, find the analysis of these true events captured on tape makes me a better surveillance specialist. Besides, time passes faster here when I listen to the tapes over and over again.
You have a police psychologist?
Yes, Dr. Fletcher. Nice guy, but a total doomsayer. Be that as it may, do we have a deal?
We do. I'll get some entertaining recordings with voyeuristic potential of the subject of Law and Order, and you show me who cleaned out Ricky's store.
This is how we do it.
Although I don't understand why a real crime like the robbery of Ricky's store meets with so little interest from you.
That is police work. As you just noted yourself, you don't understand any of this. Now go ahead, get me those recordings.
Great idea! Where better to get a sound recording on Law and Order than a police station? Scott, you are such a sly fox. So, dear police department, speak to me. I hear absolutely nothing here. Does this thing still work at all? maybe the batteries run out. Maybe I'll have more success now. I had actually thought there would be much more action in such a police station. Well, and again, no success. In those police shows, there's always a lot more action and drama in such a precinct. Last try now. After that, I'll get tired of it and rather play any other game.
All right, here we go. How I hate these continuing education programs. This bright daylight is simply not for my eyes. But the sooner I get over with, the sooner I'm back to the eye-pleasing flicker of my surveillance monitors. Well, at least I have a monitor here. And on it is a video game. Even if boss calls it advanced training. It is and remains a video game. What a waste of time. The real crime doesn't take place in a video game, but on the monitors of my surveillance cameras. It doesn't help though. Instruction is instruction. Nevertheless, I hate video games. A total waste of time. Good. Let's go. Police Quest 1 by Sierra Online. By policemen for policemen. The music is already good. Now that's a funny blue man. What do I have to do now? Click anywhere? Oh, the man is moving. Whoa, the man walks slowly. There seems to be a door on the right. That's where I'll move the man. Can't he go any faster? Damn. Oh, now I guess I'm in a... I don't know what that is. There's another man showering back there. A gym in a police station? We could use that too. On the other hand, I hate sports. Good. What do I have to do now? This looks like lockers. I'm going to open one. Damn, he should go faster. Okay, now I'm at one of the lockers. My boss said I have to type in what I want with the keyboard. Good, then I'll do that. Open locker. Ah, it's open. There are clothes hanging in there. Oh, and a gun. Use gun. You died. Your gun was still loaded. Damn. Okay. I think that was educational already. Weapons are evil. Crap. I think I'm back at the beginning of the game. What now? Hit the gym again and watch another man take a shower? Better not. I'm going to the left. My frustration tolerance towards the walking speed of the blue pixel man is steadily decreasing. Ah, I think that's the way out onto the street. Good. I'll leave the building. Crime is usually waiting outside in the wild anyway, in front of the cameras of my surveillance monitors, even though I haven't seen a camera in the game here yet. And that's what my boss calls realistic. In any case, the walking speed of the little blue pixel man is absolutely unrealistic. Although, Constable Smith doesn't walk any faster when he's stuffed himself with donuts again. Ah, finally. Now I'm right outside on the street. You died. Look left and right first when crossing the road. Damn! Okay, that was educationally instructive. I also never look when crossing the street to see where a car is coming or not. And now? Oh. I'm back to square one. That was obvious. This game is merciless. And now? I went to the right and died. I went to the left and died. The only other way seems to be up. Any room. I'm going to go over there. Go faster, miserable pixel guy. It's driving me crazy. The programmer probably never programmed another game after that. Hopefully he's still in jail for this crime. Ah, now I'm in a new room. A conference room? Hard to say when you can count every single pixel. What should I do now? Apparently I'm the first one here. I guess the conference hasn't started yet. There's a water dispenser back there. While I'm waiting for the other conference participants, I can treat myself to a sip of water. I also really appreciate the water dispenser outside my office. Good, then I'll make my way to the water dispenser. It's a miracle that the blue pixel guy didn't die of thirst on the long way to the donor. Well then, use water dispenser. You died. Never drink water that's been sitting around for more than 6 weeks. E. coli bacteria are deadly. What? Really? I'll never touch the water dispenser outside my office again. My boss was absolutely right. This game is educational. Okay, I think I've learned enough for one day. So let's summarise. If I go right, death is waiting. If I go left, death is waiting. If I go up, death is waiting. And that's exactly why I never voluntarily leave my office. The real world is merciless.
Well, that was an unexpectedly exciting recording after all. I wouldn't have thought that the Police Quest game series by Sierra Online from the 80s is still used for training today's police. On the other hand, that explains a lot. Captain Paulie will probably be delighted with this tape. A police officer plays a police officer in a video game programmed by a police officer. More law and order is really not possible. May I interrupt again for a moment?
Yes, what's up? Captain Paulie is always happy to help.
About the desired sound recordings?
Yes, what about it?
All done! I got a great recording here!
Really? On the subject of law and order?
Yep, on the subject of law and order and even extremely educational.
Oh, really? I'm curious about that. Let's hear it. Oh, is that me on the recording?
I think so. I think you're having a lot of fun with a point-and-click adventure classic right now.
This is the game my boss made me play, isn't it?
Yeah. Police Quest 1 by Sierra Online. You, as a policeman, play a policeman. And the game was also programmed by a policeman. I think more law and order? It's not possible.
Honestly, the only thing I remembered from it's my hatred for the main character and her snail's pace while walking.
But you now also know that you better not taste the water from the water dispenser outside in the hallway.
True. This explicit on-screen death was very educational indeed.
So, are you satisfied with the recording? And now could I please see the security camera footage from the night Ricky's store was robbed?
The recordings are not really a huge success. But I must acknowledge your creativity in interpreting law and order. Or in other words, the recordings are better than nothing, and will be added to my collection. Captain Paulie's tape archive is happy about every new addition. Of course, only for purely professional purposes.
Fine. Can I have a look at the surveillance pictures now then? Please?
A promise is a promise. The camera in front of Ricky's store then?
Yes. From last night, please.
Good. One moment. Here you go. Whoa! I think we have a direct hit. It's incredible how precise my nose has become over the years.
Wow. Is this the guy who cleans out Ricky's store?
I think so. And the case is also crystal clear.
Is it?
Sure. I know that silhouette well. I've seen it on dozens of recordings.
You mean, so you know who it is?
I'm pretty sure. Even though you can't see any real details here, unfortunately. And a conviction based on a dark silhouette, unfortunately, has not yet been legitimised in the criminal code.
Please don't keep me in suspense like this.
Sorry. This guy is, with a probability of 99%, Back Alley Bob.
Back Alley Bob?
Yes, I said that.
Who is that?
Well, let's put it this way. Bob is the guy who gets you things, which Amazon does not have in stock. And he specialises in mostly second-hand items. And a pretty shrewd guy. So far, we have not been able to prove any criminal acts against him, despite countless very photogenic shadow portraits, like this one.
Interesting. So this Back Alley Bob robbed Ricky's store?
At least that is very likely.
Any idea where I could find him?
Well, as the name Back Alley Bob already suggests, he usually loiters around in some back alley and sells his second-hand items acquired in a creative way.
Good. I think that already helps me. Thank you.
What do you want from Bob anyway, if you don't mind me asking?
He has something that I need for someone who will then take a photo in order to give a Catalast victory to make someone happy as a result.
Huh? That's all Greek to me. But actually, I don't care either. Be sure to watch out when you're dealing with Bob. The guy's pretty crafty, as I said before.
Will do. And thanks again for the insight into the surveillance tapes.
Sure. Come back anytime if you have some more exciting tape recordings for me.
Oh, Steve, look! A new face! I wonder what he wants. You can say that again. Of course we know what he wants. That's what they all want who have heard of Bob's Drugstore. A first-class service. And a choice selection of the most exciting items ever for sale. Say nothing. Bob knows exactly what you're looking for. And yes, Bob even has it in stock. Plenty of it. And if you take out a subscription, the monthly delivery is even free! Because at Bob's Drugstore, the customer is king. Say nothing! Nothing except the address where you want your new annual subscription to be delivered. Punctually on the 1st of each month. After confirming the validity of your credit card, of course. A card that the valued customer is best off leaving to Bob for safekeeping right away. Of course, this is only to counteract later problems when the card is being charged.
But...
I hear a but coming. Probably not a credit card? No problem. Cash payment is also possible at any time and welcome. However, to counteract creditworthiness problems, you must unfortunately also pay your annual subscription 12 months in advance. So now I would like to ask you to hand me the advance payment in cash. in order to be allowed to profit in consequence for 12 months from the fabulous customer friendliness of Bob's Drugstore.
May I finally say something too?
What a question! Constant dialogue with the customer is one of the cornerstones of the service definition of Bob's Drugstore. Even if no further dialogue is needed to extend your subscription for 12 months. Because the renewal is completely automatic, without inconveniencing you as a valued customer.
What? What kind of subscription? I haven't ordered anything.
Nothing ordered? Ha! A customer with a sense of humor! Customers with a sense of humor are especially valued at Bob's Drugstore. Isn't that right, Steve? You can say that again. Steve also likes customers with a sense of humor.
I guess I'll just have to be surprised then. And hope that my annual subscription will not be too expensive.
Running out of money? No problem. Bob's Drugstore also offers financing at attractive interest rates, with a valuable monthly interest rate tailored to the needs and creditworthiness of our valued clientele.
And what happens if I can no longer pay my monthly installments?
No credit card, no cash, and also no credit rating to pay the monthly installments?
That pretty much sums it up.
Steve, he asks what happens if he can't pay his installments. Right. The procedure that applies in this case is then explained to the valued customer face-to-face by my colleague, Steve.
Is there still a chance to withdraw from the contract and cancel my subscription?
Sorry. Transactions concluded directly at Bob's Drugstore are immediately legally binding. Termination is possible in 12 months at the earliest.
Crap. Be that as it may. Actually, I'm here for a completely different reason.
Is that so? At Bob's Drugstore, all wishes are fulfilled.
Well, that would be great. Could I please have the camera equipment back that you took from Ricky's store?
What do you mean? No idea what the valued customer is talking about. But if the valued customer is interested in high-quality camera equipment, then Bob's Drugstore could certainly fulfill this wish. For the small expense contribution of only €3,999.
3,999 euros? I don't have that much money.
Is the valued customer then already aware that Bob's Drugstore also offers loans at interesting interest rates?
Yes, with a variable monthly interest rate tailored to my needs and creditworthiness.
That's right.
Sorry. Unfortunately, I still cannot afford. And I have no interest in a visit from Steve due to non-payment on my part.
Then I would like to present a fourth way of payment to the valued customer.
Sure.
Is the customer familiar with the saying, one hand washes the other?
Sure. In principle, this is the main theme of the game. So what should I do? Hospitalize another valued customer who's behind on payments? Set fire to a competitor's back alley pad?
No. Nothing of the sort. Then Steve would be out of a job. But something tells me you have a good connection to the other side, don't you?
Other side? The hereafter?
Nonsense! To the powers of the state, of course.
To the police?
Yep. At first, I thought you were a cop yourself. But a cop would not dare to go out on the street with such a hairstyle.
In fact, I know one or two policemen.
Of course you do. And I'm sure you know a cop who can disable the surveillance cameras that's up ahead on the street and pointed at Bob's Drugstore.
Oh, that would even be within the realm of possibility.
I thought so. And this service on your part would be well worth, say, €3,499 to me.
3,499 euros? Why not 3,999 euros?
Because then I would have no reason to ask my valued customer for a second favor.
Oh. And what would that one be?
Steve's super expensive gourmet food is slowly running out. And the damn rat eats only this one food. Well, it's true. You could also eat any other food. But no, it has to be the most expensive of all, Golden Delicious. But you are my best employee. And for my best employees, I accept all adversities and expenses. Sure. So I pretty much don't care how you do it. Get me a year's supply of Golden Delicious rat food, and we're even.
Golden Delicious? I might ask Mary about it sometime.
Do that.
Okay. Camera and food for the Employee of the Year. You got it. And then you would have a high-quality camera equipment for me that is identical in construction to the one you took from Ricky's store.
I still don't like what you are implying. But I'll put it to you this way. The chances that I'll have the right camera model for you are very high.
Fine. Your business model is none of my business. And I have to acknowledge that Bob's Drugstore is really customer-oriented.
Correct. There is no such thing as a can't in Bob's business model.
All right. Give me a little time. I should be able to manage all that somehow.
You know where to find me. Because Bob's Drugstore is open around the clock for their customers.
See you later then.
Here's to seeing you again soon.
Back again? Is there anything else I can do for you?
Do we still have that immensely expensive rat food in stock?
The Golden Delicious? Quite possible. Why do you ask?
Because I was lucky enough to make the acquaintance of a rat that only eats this gourmet stuff. And I would need about a year's supply of it.
A year's supply, you say? I think that would be all I have left in stock. I reserve for the most difficult cases.
Steve is an incredibly difficult case. He eats nothing else.
I can believe that. The more expensive the food, the better. I can't possibly just hand that over. You never know when you'll find another noble donor of this premium stuff.
Not even if it were the man of your dreams?
Steve is the man of my dreams?
Not Steve. His employer, Bob.
Who lets a rat work for them? Pray tell.
Meet Bob. And don't worry, it's an employer-employee relationship at eye level. Bob idolizes Steve, and Steve idolizes Bob.
Oh, well, hello there. He looks good. And he is what? A businessman?
Let me put it bluntly. Bob is exactly the bad guy you've been looking for all your life. He runs a shop for used items that have fallen off the truck rather involuntary.
So, a really bad guy?
Of the worst animal-loving kind. And I'm convinced that if you take care of Steve's culinary delights, You could take his heart by storm.
Oh my god. Now my heart is pounding like mad. Could it really be him? The bad boy who steals my heart?
I, at least, am already absolutely convinced of that. So, can I tell Bob that Steve will soon be swimming in premium food? Should I set up a date to hand over the food and start a great romance?
A date? I'm in a complete tizzy right now. I would not have expected such a twist day today.
If anyone deserves all the happiness in the world, it's you.
That is so sweet of you. Do you think I'm ready for a date yet?
It would have to be absolutely perfect, of course. So how did you imagine the date of your dreams with the bad boy of your dreams?
The date of my dreams. You will laugh at me, won't you?
Certainly not. A sunset by the sea. A field full of roses. A romantic ride in a hot air balloon.
I'm afraid I'm a bit special in this regard as well.
Now I am curious.
Well, ever since I saw the movie Edward Scissorhands, I've been dreaming of getting closer to my beloved on a gloomy night in the pale moonlight. The movie was so romantic.
True, a really good movie, but very sad. As for you, of course I wish for a happy ending.
Sweet of you. Do you know such a place?
A gloomy place. For the beginning of the greatest romance of the century. I'll find it. Promise.
That would be so great. I'm just so overwhelmed with excitement that I can't think of a suitable location.
Please give me a little more time. I am sure I will find the perfect place for you.
I can hardly wait. I'll start looking for a year's supply of Golden Delicious right away. And eagerly await your return. Hopefully with good news.
I don't know how you see it, but wouldn't this place be ideal for Mary and Bob's date? A gloomy place, lit only by pale moonlight? Just like the scary castle in the movie Edward Scissorhands? In other words, exactly the place Mary wanted. But I'd better talk to Vlad before we abuse his estate as a romantic backdrop. But surely he doesn't mind.
Welcome back to this desolate place.
I would love to rent your gloomy wall for a romantic event.
Oh? What gloomy wall?
The decaying stone wall down the path, the one with the creepy fake skulls next to the gnarled tree?
Oh, that wall. Did you say romantic event? Who on earth would associate that crumbling wall with romance?
A really lovely person who has perhaps watched the classic film Edward Scissorhands a little too often. Her dream is to celebrate the first date with her beloved in a gloomy place in the pale moonlight.
I see. Well, in principle, of course. I don't want to stand in the way of romance. And after you have helped me so selflessly for the second time now, it is probably only the least to make my property available to you for your request.
Really? Mary will be happy about that. And I'm sure that the gnarled tree, the dilapidated wall, and the dummy skulls provide exactly the ambience that she wants.
These are not.
And on top of that, the fact that for some inexplicable reason, the moon is always shining here. Although it should be around 12 noon. Absolutely perfect.
I'm glad you like my property. Unfortunately, there have been no romantic vibes here for a long time. I think it's high time for that.
I'd best get on the road right away and tell Mary and Bob the good news.
Well then, I wish you good luck, my young Mr. Whiskers.
You say, are you still single?
What kind of strange question is that?
Because a friend of mine is looking for a bad boy. And I somehow think you would be perfect together.
You think I'm a bad guy? I am a businessman.
But of course, my mistake. Be that as it may. Look here.
Well, hello there. Who is that cute grey mouse?
This is Mary. She runs the city's animal shelter. And for reasons I can't explain, is on a quest to find the bad boy of her dreams. She's nice, she is kind, she is righteous, and thus probably pretty much the direct opposite of you.
Hey, I am nice and kind. Isn't that right? There, you have the confirmation.
Sorry. Because of your friendship with your rat, you would definitely be well in with Mary. Mary has a big heart for strays. And therefore, probably also a big heart for you.
That's what I'm saying. So, when can I meet her, this, sweet grey mouse?
Just pay her a visit at the animal shelter.
Just like that? Nope. I don't have the courage to do that. What if I'm not her type?
In fact, I'm afraid you're absolutely her type. But why so shy? You surely have to deal with the worst types and cutthroats here day after day.
That's right. But Steve keeps these bad guys and cutthroats away from me. And I deal with such a sweet creature as with Mary rather rarely. And you didn't hold the photo in front of my nose for no reason now, did you?
So you want me to play the advocate of love?
If you want to put it that way.
Will I get the photo equipment from you after that?
Sorry. Unfortunately, I have to keep private and business matters strictly separate.
Too bad. It was worth a try. All right. I'll think about something in relation to Mary. I like romance and happy endings.
You would? Thank you very much. I can't wait to meet Mary. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Thank you. I better go.
Of course. Come back anytime. A customer of today is a friend of tomorrow.
Back again? Is there anything else I can do for you?
I have great news. I have found the perfect place for your date with Bob.
Really? Have you?
A gloomy place with a crumbling wall, an old bony tree, and lots of fake skulls. And the most important ingredient, deepest night, illuminated by pale moonlight, and even at 12 noon.
Wow! That sounds fantastic indeed. I would not have thought such a place really exists. How did you find this great scenery?
A good friend, a great old school movie star whose name I won't reveal now. Okay, I'm talking about Vlad Popescu, of course. He still owed me a favor and agreed to make his creepy mansion available for your date with Bob.
Wow! You really know Vincent Price?
Not Vincent Price, the other VP, Vlad Popescu.
Oh.
So, I think it's time to put our money where our mouth is. Don't you think? I think you can't wait to meet Bob, can you?
I don't know where my head is. I am so excited. Have you had a chance to talk to Bob yet? maybe he's not interested in dating me at all.
I really wouldn't worry about that. I already know the walkthrough of this game and know that there'll be a happy ending regarding you and Bob. But to be absolutely sure, I best talk to Bob right away. And after that, my job as Cupid's advocate is probably done. And you found your bad boy for life.
Thank you very much, my dear Scott. What would I do without you?
Hey, that's no problem at all. Happy to help. You really deserve all the luck in the world.
That's sweet of you to say.
So go ahead and get out your dancing shoes. Because before long, you'll be prancing with Bob in the pale moonlight towards a rosy future.
Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Bob's Drugstore, where customer satisfaction is written in capital letters.
I found the perfect place for your date with Mary.
Really? For a date with the cute grey mouse from the animal shelter?
With Mary, the one and only. A dreamlike, gloomy scenery in the deep night illuminated by the pale moonlight, guarded by some darn real-looking dummy skulls.
That does sound a bit weird. But then again, my life is a pretty weird roller coaster ride anyway. So, I'm ready. When do you want to start?
I think there's no reason to waste any more time. Mary can hardly wait. And I, as the reigning date doctor, have to acknowledge that you are probably the bad boy of her dreams.
Great! Then let me quickly get my going out trench coat, and then I'll be on my way.
Do that. You can't miss the Popescu estate a few villages away. Well, and I am already getting ready for one of the most elaborate cutscenes in this game. Finally, I have nothing to do here, and can just enjoy a nice cinematic. Well then, I think now it's time for some romance, don't you? I have now really mastered my job as Cupid's advocate with flying colours. I'm so happy that Mary's finally found the bad boy of her dreams. And how lucky for us that Vlad's gloomy backdrop has one of Captain Pauly's surveillance cameras hanging on it. This allows us to play fly on the wall and witness Bob and Mary's date firsthand. Are you excited as I am? Action!
There you are.
And there you are, the woman of my dreams.
The husband of my Wait. You are a smoker?
No, just a man with a nervous tick.
So the cigarette is not lit?
The only thing that is lit here is my desire for you.
Thank God. You scared me for a second.
I can understand that.
A woman with a multi-cat household has no use for a man who is hooked on smokes, no matter how handsome he may be.
So, you're fond of animals?
My life is dedicated to our four-legged friends.
Because I only come in a package with a furry roommate.
I think that's lovely.
And it's furry extended family.
I love kids.
With very special culinary requirements.
I have already pre-ordered 2 annual rations of golden delicious.
You really think of everything. Has anyone ever told you how superbly your eyes sparkle in the pale moonlight?
Tell me more.
And your red hair glows blazing like the flames of the setting sun.
What else?
The gloomy shadows of your shapely silhouette make my heart shiver pleasantly.
Oh, you are such a romantic.
And you are such a cute little tootsie. I can hardly believe my luck.
No doubt. You are the bad boy of my dreams.
And you are my honey bunny.
My little rat tooth.
My little kitty.
Hold my hand.
We should not.
We absolutely should.
Your mother will hate me.
My two fathers would disagree with that.
I am not worthy of your good soul after all.
But our souls complete each other wonderfully. I am the yin.
To my yang. I am the lid.
To my pot.
Oh, Mary.
Oh, Bob.
So that's how it started. The romantic saga of Bob and Mary. And a fat, furry rat named Steve. And once again, the saying proved true. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. A lonely soul found the bad boy of her dreams. A not so bad boy found the woman for life. And a hungry rat found golden delicious rat food for life. And they all lived happily ever after. With a good chance of appearing in the second installment of this great adventure game. Aww, I got all misty-eyed. Let's hope that Steve and Mary's 1,000 cats get along well. Finally, a happy ending. But now I have to make sure that there's a happy ending for Mr. Fumbleclaw. We'll talk a little more later, okay? I really have to get going. And save the world! May I interrupt again for a moment?
Yes, what's up? Captain Paulie is always happy to help.
Could you please disable a very specific camera?
Disable a camera? Are you insane? My goal in life is to make our world safer by adding more and more surveillance cameras. Not the deactivation of these lifesavers.
Please. It would be really important. And it's for a really good cause. And you're free to reactivate the camera in a few weeks.
So this is a temporary lifesaver deactivation?
Exactly. A few days would be enough for me. And after that, it's probably really better for the general public if the camera keeps an eye on the goings-on in the back alley of Alfredo's Pizzeria again.
Alfredo's Pizzeria? So this is about the camera I had installed to keep an eye on Back Alley Bob's sales booth?
The one and only.
Sorry. This camera is of essential importance for the common good. I can't possibly disable it. Bob and his talking rat are a constant threat to the general public. I'm firmly convinced of that. It is impossible to imagine what capital crimes will be committed if I close the eyes of justice even for a minute.
And what if I do the eyes of justice one more small favour?
Are you trying to bribe a cop right now?
Of course not. I am simply offering you my services as an auxiliary policeman again. Surely I could add a recording or two to your phenomenal collection of law-related audio recordings? For official use only, of course. After all, I still have your great microphone in my backpack.
When you put it this way. In fact, I'd like one more recording to round out my collection of law-related audio recordings. And I wanted to ask you anyway, why you still haven't handed over my microphone, which as you know contains all my savings.
I'll do that, of course. After this last recording. And after the camera is disabled.
Alright. I better not ask you why exactly you want to disable the camera. We may clarify that later. And as for the recording...
Which I will be happy to create for you.
I'm still missing something relevant to the topic of the Mafia.
The Mafia? Cool! This is an order I can't refuse. Consider the job done. A job for which I am definitely the right person. I must have seen The Godfather parts 1 to 3 100 times, and also all the seasons of The Sopranos sits well in my memory.
Good for you. But I'm not really interested in your know-how for movie and television. I need some real-world recordings on the subject. And you can believe me that the mafia from the real world has nothing to do with the romanticised mafiosa from the screen.
Not? Well, we'll see. I better get going right away and get some exciting recordings.
Good. And don't get any ideas about pointing the mic at your TV while watching The Sopranos. I notice it when the actors in your recording speak in Tony Soprano's voice.
Great idea! It's time to serve another cliché in this game. Where would you be more likely to overhear a mafia conversation than in an Italian restaurant? At this point, I would also like to apologise to my Italian players. The developer of this game still thought the whole thing was kinda funny. I hear absolutely nothing here. Does this thing work at all? Maybe the batteries ran out. Maybe I'll have more success now. The local mafia remains silent. Well, and again, no success. Unfortunately, the local mafia remains silent. Last try now. The mafia's code of silence is throwing a spanner in the works.
Alfredo's Pizzeria, Alfredo speaking. Yeah? Hello?
Hey, is that the rad pizza place with the sensational vegan cheese pizza?
Indeed. The sensational vegan pizza is only available here at Alfredo's. Would you like to place an order?
Nope. I would just like to join you guys. And I am ready to spend a fair amount of money. Your pizza is totally awesome.
Uh-huh. I am glad that you liked my pizza.
Totally awesome, huh?
But I'm not currently looking for a shareholder.
But hey, I'll make you an offer you can't possibly refuse.
That may be so. Nevertheless, I'm not interested in a shareholder.
But hey, that would be a mistake. A very big mistake. And I'll let you be in my new movie too.
Unfortunately, I have no acting talent whatsoever.
It doesn't matter. Neither do I. But hey, anyway, I've got plenty of dough and want to join you. So just give me a figure, and we'll work something out.
Good. Then I'll say it again in all clarity. I do not want a shareholder. For no money in the world.
Alfredo, Alfredo, Alfredo. You make me sad. And you're supposed to make me rich.
I thought you were rich already.
Yes, I am, but hey, your sensational vegan cheese pizza makes me even richer.
Sorry, the only thing my sensational vegan cheese pizza will do is fill you up.
But hey, there must be a way we can come to an agreement. Just tell me what it is that you want. Lots of ladies? Fast cars? A house with a pool in Ibiza? Just say it.
I think the only thing I want is to end this conversation.
Nah, come on. Give Good Clint a figure. And then we'll make a deal.
1,600 euros. That's how much the annual subscription to my sensational vegan cheese pizza costs. With a guaranteed weekly delivery within a radius of 50 kilometers. And that will be my last offer. And if you keep pestering me to become a shareholder, you'll end up on my no pizza list.
So that means no more sensational vegan cheese pizza for superstar Clint Ackenthorpe?
No sensational vegan cheese pizza for life.
It's okay. It's okay. 1,600 euros? I guess that's an offer I can't refuse. I think we have a deal.
Great! I am pleased to welcome you as a regular customer at Alfredo's Pizzeria.
Hey, Take care. We'll chat again later about the partnership thing.
Please don't. I don't want to. Goodbye.
Wow, what exciting recording! I knew that Clint liked the pizza from Alfredo. But who would have thought that it would develop into such an obsession? The recording's rather irrelevant from a forensic point of view, but Captain Paulie has to make do. It is entertaining in any case. The Hollywood Mafia really had a tough time with the local Mafia. The local Mafia does not give up its territory so easily. I like it. This leads to the interior of the police station. The area is secured by a door with a code lock and is accessible only to authorized persons. May I interrupt again for a moment?
Yes, what's up? Captain Paulie is always happy to help.
About the desired sound recordings?
Yes, what about it?
All done! I have a great recording documenting a Hollywood mobster trying to muscle his way into the local mob's business.
Really? That sounds exciting. Let's hear it.
It's a great recording, isn't it?
Could it be that you just overheard someone ordering a pizza? I wanted a recording that proves the machinations of the local mafia.
But this recording just has everything. A rich Hollywood godfather's trying to put the local pizza mafia out of business by any means. He makes an offer that his counterpart cannot possibly refuse. He threatens his opponent with evil retribution if he refuses. He tries bribery. He tries flattery.
And in the end, he buys a pizza. Somehow I can't see any criminal energy in that.
He doesn't just buy a pizza. He subscribes to an expensive pizza plan. And even though his original plan didn't work out, he now has a first foot in his counterpart's business. Extremely deceitful.
Kid, could it be that your imagination has run away with you?
But why? After 6 seasons of The Sopranos, I'm very familiar with the mafia's methods. It always starts out totally harmless and ends with a body buried in the woods.
Oh dear. You should really stop your consumption of television series.
Well, normally I only watch Star Trek, but The Sopranos still managed to captivate me. So we have a deal? Can you please disable the surveillance camera that has Back Alley Bob in its sights now?
Honestly? Unfortunately, your recording is already quite useless. Even though I don't want to deny it a certain entertainment value. So? I would possibly agree to deactivate the camera for a day to honour your efforts. And the time must then be enough for you to conduct your illegal business with Back Alley Bob hidden from the eyes of the law.
Only 1 day? Not for longer?
Be glad that I deactivate the camera at all. Such a blind spot on the map of the law always makes me extremely uncomfortable.
Fine. It's probably better I don't even try to haggle with you.
Oh, and one more thing.
Yes?
I would like my microphone back. Your recording should have calibrated the device perfectly by now, and it's about time that I sell the production-ready product, including its patent, to Apple.
Why? Of course. Such great surveillance technology in every second iPhone? That's exactly what the world's been waiting for.
I think so too.
There he is. Scott Whiskers. Cupid's advocate. The date doctor. The man who brings together the lonely hearts of this city.
Oh, this really is too much of an honor.
Honor to whom honor is due.
How are things going with you and Mary?
Excellent! Absolutely fantastic. Mary really is a great woman.
She really is, isn't she?
And Steve can hardly believe his luck either. Whereby his enthusiasm is more culinary than romantic. He says thank you!
And I'm also happy for you, Steve, of course. A naive, lonely soul, a backyard crook, his fat rat, and an angel on earth. This is the stuff of which later historians forge legends.
There is no doubt about that.
And I almost feel guilty now to get back to our contractual agreement.
No problem. It's about the super expensive photo equipment I, found on the side of the road, right?
Exactly.
Do you now have the 3,999 euros to release it?
3,999 euros? But we...
Ha 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 ha! Just kidding. I thought you might say yes. But don't worry. Bob is a man of his word. Steve is swimming in Golden Delicious brand rat food thanks to your intervention. And a happy Steve means a happy Bob.
And a happy Scott?
Why, of course! So again, thanks for a hand with, pretty much everything. And if you should ever be looking for something out of the ordinary, then you know where to find me.
Great. Thank you. And I wish you three all the best for the future. These prints in the floor. I bet this is where Ricky's super expensive camera equipment used to be. I better put them back in their place. Good. I'm pretty sure that the camera is positioned correctly. I think if the fluffy cat had fuzzier hair, it would indeed look confusingly like Mr. Fumbleclaw. Let's see if I can do that. That's what I call clean work. The plush cat looks confusingly like Mr. Fumbleclaw. I'm a real artist. Once again, my talents as a science fiction convention costume designer come in handy. While it's not nice to scam your way into first place on Ricky's Finest this way, I think the plush Mr. Fumbleclaw is a worthy stunt double for the original. Perfect. Unless you count each whisker individually, no one will notice that this is not the real Mr. Fumbleclaw. Well then, smile! Ricky's camera's really a fine piece of engineering. This photo is first class. And unless you know better, no one realises that this is not Mr. Fumbleclaw. Hey, Ricky.
Oh, the man with the hairstyle problem is back.
Oh, why so grumpy? Because I have great news!
Is that so? Yes, sorry. I had a major customer of my cat hair knit hats bail on me this morning. But you are right. I shouldn't project my anger onto my customers. You said something about great news?
I found your super expensive photo equipment again!
Really?
Really?
How did you manage to do that?
I think it's better you don't know the details. Just be happy.
That's bad.
As I said, better you don't ask.
Fine. Then I guess I owe you a debt of gratitude.
Now that you bring it up, do you remember our conversation? A certificate proving that Mr. Fumbleclaw, you know, the missing cat, was miraculously on top of the winner's podium in absentia?
I vaguely remember something like that, yes.
Can I get the certificate now, please?
And you guarantee me to keep quiet about this process? Otherwise, my integrity as the organizer of the competition will be worth nothing.
Promised. Of course.
Okay, after all, I don't want anyone to say I'm not a man of my word. Anyway, I want to have as little as possible to do with the details of this integrity killer. So I think it would be good if you bring me the winning photo. And then I will create the certificate for you.
I have a photo of Mr. Fumbleclaw here. Will that do?
Well, hello there. That looks very usable already.
Yeah, your photo equipment is really high quality. Ideally suited for great cat photos.
As a professional and organizer of a countrywide, if not worldwide, legendary beauty contest, I have to meet a certain standard. And that includes high-quality winning photos and certificates.
Speaking of which, we had a deal. I'll get your photo equipment back, and you put my cat on the winner's podium, winner's certificate included.
Of course. And I am true to my word. Then I can finally bring this year's competition to a close, and no longer have to bother with this year's attempts to bribe the participants.
Great. How long will it take?
Not long, just wait a moment.
Wow! This looks great!
You're welcome. Even though your fraudulent intention regarding the certificate is not entirely clear to me, I hope it will serve its purpose.
It will. I'm quite sure of that. And rest assured, you did it for a really good cause.
Whatever. The main thing is that you keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, there goes my reputation as king of cat beauty pageants.
You have my word. Well, I'd better get going then too, and bring my deceitful intentions to their triumphant end.
Do that.
See you sometime.
Farewell. And do something with your hair. It looks really awful.
I have been busy and have great news.
So? But apparently you have once again forgotten the not-ordered pizza.
Pizza? I'm not a pizza boy. I am the bearer of great news regarding Mr. Fumbleclaw.
You mean Lord Fumbleclaw?
Whatever you want to call him. He did it again.
Did it? Did what? Have you finally found him?
Indeed I have.
Oh? Where was he?
Well, the story is quite long. Do you have time?
Actually, no. You better finally tell me the great news.
All right. After a curious turn of incidents, which I don't want to go into now due to lack of time, Lord Fumbleclaw actually sits on the throne of the beauty contest, Ricky's Finest, again this year.
Really? Ha! The wretched Lady Buford will sink to the ground in shame. Her mangy cat once again had no chance against my champions. This is absolutely great.
Indeed it is.
I hope you also have the certificate which proves the great victory. I cannot and will not rely on the word of a pizza boy.
Of course. I also have the certificate.
Absolutely perfect.
So, Lord Fumbleclaw can retire now?
In fact, I no longer have any use for the cat. It has now claimed its 5th win in a row, and at this age the fur begins to become shaggy. That's why I prefer to focus on the upcoming champion, Duke Bukehairtuft.
Duke Bukehairtuft.
Yes. He will make sure that Lady Beaufort will be humiliated in the coming year as well. A beautiful young cat, at the beginning of a promising career.
Poor kitty. Be that as it may. I will then visit the animal shelter and make sure that Lord Fumbleclaw is professionally mediated.
Do this. As a pizza boy and an employee of the animal shelter, you are well occupied. But as a member of the lower class, you probably need every cent of your earnings. Probably for drugs or other illegal stuff. Goodbye. And next time, don't forget the pizza.
Hi, Scott. Do you have any news regarding this contest Frodo has to win?
Ready for some terrific news?
Terrific news? Can I assume that's what I think it's about?
Well, as an official employee of the City Animal Shelter, after a thorough review of the facts, I have the honour to inform you that Frodo the Cat, also known as Mr. Fumbleclaw, will be released into your care, so that both said cat and its owner may have a happy future. Furthermore, in my official capacity, I must inform you that the animal shelter staff must be allowed access to the cat at all times, with a minimum 30-minute right to extensive cuddling and petting.
So you actually made it?
I did.
I really get to keep Frodo?
You may. And I wouldn't know a better home for the white kitty.
And Lady Longbottom was really okay with that?
The lady who's not particularly fond of animals has in fact quite officially sent Frodo off to the animal shelter and entrusted me with the placement of the cat. So everything is legal.
I don't even know what to say. You made a man, his dog, and cat very happy today.
Nonsense. You're making me blush. I was happy to do that. Even if it was not an easy task, to admit. I had a lot of moon logic puzzles to solve. But in the end, not least thanks to my years of experience as a player of point-and-click adventure games, I was able to overcome these hurdles.
Point-and-click adventures? I think I once watched my nephew play one. Don't you think our story here would make a great story for an adventure game?
Funny you should mention that. In fact, the thought has crossed my mind before. Unfortunately, I don't know how to code at all.
Aren't you a computer science major?
Long-term computer science student. There's a reason for the long term. But I know a sympathetic head in a jar who can. I'm sure he'll be happy to help me once he gets his body back. The game is guaranteed to be a total hit.
It most certainly will. Wouldn't you like to get to know Frodo?
You mean face to face?
Of course.
Sure. Absolutely. Do I have permission to enter your house?
Today and whenever you want. After all, I have received from the animal shelter the official requirement to grant you unhindered access to the cat at any time.
You have, indeed.
And besides, I'll catch up with you in a minute.
Great! Finally, I get to know Frodo, the star of a future point-and-click adventure game. Scott Whiskers in The Search for Frodo. That sounds great. So I'll see you at your house in a bit.
Yep. I'll brush Buddy once or twice more, and then I'll catch up. Oh, Buddy, he will be overjoyed that his new buddy doesn't have to move out again.
Are you as excited as I am? Finally, we get to meet Frodo! After all the hardships, after all the almost unsolvable tasks, after all the strange characters we've met and survived. Finally. But despite this joy, I'm also a little sad. It also means that our adventure together is now slowly coming to an end. But honestly, I don't regret a second. I've rescued a cat, I've brought lovers together, I got to meet a great movie star, and I got to taste the world's best sensational vegan cheese pizza. What more could I ask for? You really can't expect much more from a point-and-click adventure game, can you? Okay, be that as it may, enough yakking. It's time to meet the legend on four paws in person. I actually just wanted to express that I enjoyed the time with your company very much. And I hope very much that we'll meet again one day. How are you? You white fluff ball? Do you have any idea what kind of adventures you've gotten me into? No, of course not. You made a nice little life for yourself here while I had to master almost unsolvable tasks. But don't get me wrong, finding you here safe and well-fed was really worth every effort. The whole thing could have ended far worse. The time in the box with the flea combs must have been hell. Your species' penchant for cardboard boxes almost did you a disservice. It's a good thing you ended up with Dr. Stringer. Nothing better could have happened to you. But I imagine you still living with Lady Longbottom, gives me creeps. I think you really have it good here. And I hear you've already found a new four-legged friend. But please, promise me you'll keep an eye on him. And at a distance from your litter box. I think Buddy has a little cat litter problem. Crazy Buddy. So, and I can promise you that we'll see each other even more often. Most certainly. Your great fur just screams for me to bury my hands in it. And speaking of which, would you mind if we cuddle a bit now? I couldn't imagine a nicer ending to a point-and-click adventure than to pet a cat at the very end. That's how every game should end. Do you think? I'm glad we can agree on this. So, come here, you white fluffy kitty. Aww. A happy ending. How nice. But did you doubt it for a second? I don't. And yet, I certainly couldn't have done it without you. And probably would have already been eaten by Lord Longbottom's thirsty chihuahua. With your analytical skills in solving difficult tasks, and my good looks, the story could only end well. The story of a young man who went out to find a cat, defied every adversity along the way, to finally embrace the sought-after kitty safe and sound. A young man who made a few new friends on his journey, evil monsters defied, and even survived an encounter with Susie Longbottom. A young man with a bright future as a pizza boy. Lovers were brought together. An almost forgotten movie star brought back to life. A hamster rescued. Marveled at a talking head in a jar. And performed other heroic deeds. Seriously. This was a victory all along the line. Drat, Frodo's fur is wonderfully soft. Where was I? Ah, yes. I thank you very much that I had the opportunity to meet you. And it would be great if you tell your friends about me. And who knows? Maybe we'll see each other again soon. So don't go too far away. Unless you need to pet your cat, dog, or hamster right now. With this in mind, take care. And as I say goodbye with Spock's words, live long and prosper.